Wait for it. Wait for it. Where is it? Oh, there it is. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you're having a wonderful day. If you're watching this and it does not say live at the bottom of the screen, unfortunately, you're watching the recap. The good news is we are live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. Make sure you're subscribed. You're on mobile. Press hot chat. X out the chat. Hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the nightly watch list and main channel. First link for the Scream Alerts Bootcamp and real estate course. But, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to another bond blowout. It is the same story, almost the same exact story as yesterday. We are waking up. The bond yields are going higher. I woke up to so many text messages from everybody I know in real estate and rates. They're like, the yields is at 4.75. It's going, oh my God. It's going crazy again. You didn't have a good session there in Europe and China, but we are reacting once again to bond yields going up. So there's a lot on the table. We have a little bit of data here coming out 30 minutes after the bell. The Jolts Jobs Openings, that should be key, but now we really got to ask ourselves coming into October, when are we going to get rate stabilization? Now, I will tell you this. The last time we woke up and the bonds were really blown out like this, it was a bid all throughout the day and then it went crazy. So maybe that's what the data does, but no guarantees. I hope you are ready, but Chattadonia, welcome to October. Rates in the markets are going crazy, and you're here for all of it. So, good morning. How are you, baby? F350, tell them spades. What's up, 10%, Alex? Good morning, baby. Benny Silverio, wandering, baby. Good morning. I hope you live it good. Ricardo, Zuraz, Laurie, baby. Jimmy Fontana in the house. Monica Ashley, Tim Whitman, Alaskan Assassin. Good morning, baby. Oh, what's up, Maria? What's up, Marcus, Rami, Byron, Caesar, Matthew Orman again, baby. Bradley Pooper, good morning. Radical Raftar, Gregory Ruiz, NA, baby. Good morning. What's up, Edge? What's up, Satisfactory? El Trapado, Laker J. Oh, good morning, baby. What's up, Mike? What's up, Sorav, Youngblood, Rigo, Alex Lozano, baby. Drew, Christian's Collection, Chuck. Oh, Cam, CJ, baby. Candy Upton, good morning. Ibn Lord, Tyree, baby. Good morning. Julia, Tony Garlinger, man. Good morning. Oh, what's up, Keith? Mr. Bonds, baby. Jack Cressette, good morning. Mavis, baby. How you living? Pair 201, welcome to the morning. Agave Bob, good morning, baby. Oh, my gosh, Chad. That's what I'm talking about. Happy Tuesday. No, D-Saint, Christian Collection, Battleborn, Riley Matt, Chris Scanlon, baby. Good morning. Happy Thursday. Lucky Soldier. Oh, my goodness. Stafford, Rodney, Dev the Lurker, baby. Bruce B, the Tiger Man. Good morning, man. I see you, baby. I see you, S&P 700. Oh, that's what I'm talking about. Good morning. Bobby Vastware. Oh, what else we got? Most dope. BJ Hardware Flipper, baby. Lizzie Professional. Blowing Dough. Sasha Gray Matter, baby. Chest to the sun. B-Fire. Squiggly Dan. More Patti Trav. T Toxie, baby. Universe's favorite. Lightning Blue GT. Most dope Andy. Mikey, baby. Good morning. Refsino. Is it Refsino? Professional. Robo Head Tech, baby. Charlie in the tree. Jacob, a.k.a. Hooterman on 2K. If y'all don't, you know what I'm saying? I don't know which name to say. It's either Hooterman or his name is Jacob Gangbang 420. I don't know. I don't know what to say, bro. El Coyote, baby. Oh, good morning. Who else we got? I hope I'm not missing anybody else. And Blowing Dawn, Robo Hand Tech, and Blazing Bob. Good morning. Oh, that's what I'm talking about. Happy Tuesday. I hope you guys are ready for it. Again, bro, rates are crazy. I can't believe this. The bond blowout is just nonstop, my friends. So even then, every day that this occurs, I think Benny was saying in the morning, he's like, it looks like magic when the markets are going to react. But at the end of the day, that's kind of what we're waiting for. So keep that in mind. Big bond move. Markets are reacting. Let's see where it takes us. But now, let us get into the news, my friends. Stocks drop as 30-year high reaches 2007 high. Stocks fell and treasuries resumed a retreat as investors grew increasingly worried about the long-term effects of historically high borrowing costs. The U.S. 30-year yield rose to the highest level since 2007, and 10-year rates rose for a second day. The sell-off rippled across equity and commodity markets, with Europe stock 600 trading close to a 6-month low and S&P futures down more than 0.5. WTI slid to trade below $89 a barrel, and the dollar climbed to a 10-month high. In pre-market trading, HP gained sustained after Bank of America analysts raised the rating on the PC maker. Wall Street strategists are now warning about the impact that elevated interest rates may have on equities, with Goldman Sachs, Morgan Stanley, JP Morgan all saying that there is much further risk of stock market declines. Currently, traders are pricing in roughly a 1 in 3 chance of a rate hike in November. We had not anticipated such an increase in rates, said Vincent Juvenis, global market strategist at JP Morgan. There is something which will at least slow down or even reverse the progress of equity markets. This week's Treasury sell-off came after lawmakers managed to avert a government shutdown, prompting traders to increase bets that the Fed could raise rates in November's. Comments from two Fed policymakers reinforced that view. Loretta Mester said on Monday that one more rate hike was likely needed, and Governor Michelle Bowman urged multiple increases yesterday. In Tuesday's session, bond proxies such as utilities were hard hit on Europe. Retail stocks were dragged down on a warning from online retailer Boohoo, which fell as much as 12%. The market is probably even split on whether central banks will need to confirm raising rates or not, so the bond market is testing investors, said Brian O'Reilly, head of market strategy at Mediolanum International Funds. I can't say that name. With the 10-year yield around 4.6, the asset allocation decisions for equities is getting quite difficult. This week's slew of data could determine whether Treasury yields continue to rise. Figures on U.S. job openings are due later this day, while Friday will bring the crucial monthly payrolls print. China has week-long holiday. You had Fed Bostic. He made comments. You got Jolts today. New Zealand rate decision tomorrow. Eurozone services PMI tomorrow. ECB Lagarde tomorrow. U.S. ISM services tomorrow. France industrial production on Thursday. Bank of England on Thursday. Or Deputy Governor initial jobless claims on Thursday, as well as U.S. trade. Mary Daly on Thursday. Germany factory orders on Friday. And then unemployment on Friday as well. One more. Cleveland Fed President Loretta Mester said that policymakers will likely need to raise rates at least one more time this year and then hold them at higher levels for some time to get inflation back to the 2% target. The final decision will depend on how the economy evolves amid risks including a slowdown in China and the possibility of an extended strike by auto workers, she said. Mester, who doesn't vote on policy this year, added that inflation rate remains too high and the rising cost of gas resonates strongly with consumers who could expect price pressures to start reaccelerating again. AI versus markets. Hedge funds are increasingly piling in efforts to create artificial intelligence that could teach itself to beat the market, but so far it hasn't happened. The technology has for years struggled to crack actual business of investing, with machines getting bamboozled by noisy markets and getting caught off guard by fickle trends. A Eureka hedge index of 12 funds using AI has trailed its broader hedge fund index by 14 percentage points over the past 5 years. Yet AI advocates say they are not striving for market-thumping returns, just a slight edge. In finance, you can be very successful by being just a little bit better than 50%, said Michael Karnatov, a veteran of the CERN Nuclear Research Lab in Geneva. They working on AI trading? Oh. McCarthy challenge. Republican Matt Gaetz officially moved to topple House Speaker Kevin McCarthy on a Monday evening, following McCarthy's embrace of bipartisan deal to avert U.S. government shutdown. At least one other Republican dissident explicitly said he would join Gaetz, as few of 5 ultra-conservatives could overthrow McCarthy if all Democrats support them for the Speaker's job. Gaetz indicated that he would be willing to support the second-ranking House Republican, Majority Leader Steve Scalise, who is currently being treated for a rare blood cancer. The move officially called a motion to vacate the Speaker chair as a parliamentary process that has not resulted in a speaker removal since 1910. Wow. I think we got a decent amount. S&P futures, they're down by 0.7. Tuesday market trading near worst levels. NASDAQ futures are down by 0.8. Comes after U.S. equities finished mixed on Monday, with the NASDAQ and cap-weighted S&P helped by strength in tech. While most of the rest of the market came under pressure, the equal-weighted S&P is now down over 1%. Treasury is weaker again after another backup in yields on Monday. 10-year yield is now above 4.7. 2 and 10 spreads least inverted since March banking crisis. Dollar index is up by 0.3, though the greenback not doing much off the yen and euro crosses. Gold is up by 0.4. Bitcoin futures down by 1.9 after a strong Monday session, and WTI crude is off by 0.3. Nothing incremental when it comes to narratives surrounding the market. Unrelenting backup in yields, tightening of financial conditions remains the big headwinds for risk sentiment. No reprieve on the recent inflation data, while inflation reacceleration risks, including energy spike, is weighing on markets. Fiscal supply pressures and positioning technicals dynamics have also received some attention. Rate backup has also come despite the widely discussed Q4 growth drag, and more discussion about the lagged effects of the Fed's tightening, oversold conditions, seasonality, soft landing, and earnings rebound are some of the bullish talking points. Jolts on the U.S. economic calendar this morning, along with September vehicle sales. Very quiet from a headline perspective. Recent Fed speak has fit with the higher for longer theme. Both Bowman and Mester highlighted likelihood of more tightening, though Bostic today said that there is no urgency for the Fed to do more. Financial press has remained focused on a backup in bond yields, including some discussion about the return of bond vigilantes and still elevated inflation pressure overseas. RBA has left rates unchanged as expected and reiterated that some further tightening may be required. Japanese finance minister reiterated authorities will continue to take all possible measures to address yen volatility. Bloomberg said earlier today that data showed bumper holiday travel in China during the first 3 days of Golden Week. Not much corporate news, though Q3 earnings previews are starting to roll in. Street is looking for S&P to decline by 0.1% year over year in Q3, though profits likely to return to expansion when baking in the usual upside surprise tailwind. Meta reportedly is considering a charge for ad-free IG or Facebook in Europe. Eli Lilly to acquire PNT for $12.50 a share in cash at a deal valued at $1.4 billion. Ford and GM boosted layoffs in response to UAW strike. MKC missed on organic sales volume and drag while it flagged a slower recovery in China. ODD boosted by positive Q3 pre-announcement, and then DNUT to explore strategic alternatives for insomnia cookies. Wow, the cookies. Several Taiwanese companies are helping Huawei build infrastructure for a secret network of chip plants across southern China. A Bloomberg investigation found at a time when China regularly threatens Taiwan with military action, the island's tech firm risks spurring a backlash of potentially helping U.S.-sanctioned Huawei effectively break an American blockade. India has told Canada to withdraw dozens of diplomats from the country in an escalation of the crisis that erupted when Prime Minister Justin Trudeau said that New Delhi may have been linked to the murder of a Canadian Sikh. ECB's chief economist Philip Lane warned that there was still need work to be done to fully tackle the EU's inflation problem. Switzerland's core CPI for September dips to 1.3, down from 1.5 in August and below the street's 1.5 forecast. British shoppers enjoyed the first monthly drop in food prices in more than 2 years as retailers cut the cost of dairy products, fish, vegetables amid fierce competition between stores. Federal Reserve Bank President of Cleveland, Loretta Mester, said U.S. Central Bank will likely need to raise rates one more time this year and then hold them at higher levels for some time to get inflation back to 2%. Matt Gaetz on Monday filed a formal motion to vacate Speaker Kevin McCarthy. The slide in treasuries has been excessive given recent economic data and the Federal Reserve policy, suggesting it's instead being driven by fears over the swelling U.S. deficit. America's shale pioneers have vowed to keep a lid on drilling if oil hits 100, citing a need to maintain capital discipline in what they claim is a war on fossil fuels waged by Joe Biden's administration. In the new higher for longer rates environment, the key risk for S&P ROE will be higher interest expense and lower leverage. Our rate strategists recently raised their forecast for the 10-year nominal U.S. Treasury and now expects to end 2023 at 4.3 and then rise to 4.6 in first half of 2024 before receding back to 4.3 at the end of 24. Although the long maturity fixed rate debt structures of the S&P generally insulate them from higher rates, borrow costs for S&P companies have ticked up on a year-to-year basis by the largest amount in nearly 2 decades. Wow. Wow, Chattadonia. What time is it? We're actually, I think, a little bit early. We ran through that, baby. We ran through that. Let me see. I think you might have time. I do have a couple of plays, but let's risk it. Let's see what happens. I'm gonna go to the bathroom. Follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity. I hope you have a wonderful day, and I will be right back.
Slowing consumption, and that's just a bigger part of the economy. And so that leads us to the conclusion, these rates are restrictive. On inflation, the bigger fall, it is coming in lower than where the Fed thought. It's probably going to be, a bit of a slower decline the fourth quarter before a bigger decline next year. So I think it's restrictive and think it's an environment where the Fed is probably going to figure out how just to stay at these rates, and the data will probably support that.
Matt, Ashok mentioned some of those consumer weakness issues. We know them pretty well at this point. All the headwinds on the rise in the student loan repayment resumption. We've been talking about that for the last couple of months, anticipating it. Matt, do you think that's well discounted now in the equity market, given the weakness we've started to see come through in the last month for discretionary stocks?
For discretionary, Not, I mean, discretionary's actually held up pretty well this year. I think overall in terms of the market, I mean, small caps, some of the more mid small caps, yeah, they're flat and down a little bit this year. So that's priced in some, but the Magnificent Seven, the big heavy hitters of the market are still lifting this market. And that's disconnecting from what is happening in kind of the real economy. We're looking at an 8% mortgage rate, 30-year fixed. And I think at some point, higher mortgage rates is going to hurt housing, and that's going to hurt manufacturing, and that's going to be all tied together through that consumer linchpin. And so, right now, equities have been kind of marching to their own tune. I think eventually they're going to see some weakness as some of the big mega cap names start to hit some valuation impact after rising so much on value on PE multiple expansion.
You just got to wait like 27 years for those mortgages to roll off and all of that stuff. Matt Miskin, Ashok Padia, to the two of you, thank you. You're going to stick with us. Your equity market on the S&P 500, negative here by 0.7%. Let's get you some movers going into the open. Here's Abby.
And before we take a look at what is weighing this morning, John, let's take a look at what is working. And we do, of course, have the shares of Point Biopharma absolutely soaring, up about 84% on the news that Eli Lilly is paying $1.4 billion for this cancer drug maker. It is, of course, a small cap stock today, going above the $1 billion mark on the open. As for Tesla, though, it seems as though investors are catching up with that delivery miss. Yesterday, the stock had been weak in the morning, but then closed higher. Right now, down 1 point.
Close higher. Ummo business, baby. Good morning. Or nah. What's up, baby? Happy Tuesday. Oh, happy Tuesday. Yes, we're starting. Again, crazy day today. Crazy day, baby. I hope you guys are living good. We just went over all of the headlines, so now let's talk about some of the plays. You got some pre-market movers here. WMG, they're up by 3.5. UBS upgrade. HPQ, they're up 2.5. Bank of America upgrade. And Berkshire Hathaway discloses selling 5.1 million shares. ODD is up 15% off of guidance. LNTH up 9.5. PNT, Eli Lilly to acquire. They're off of a sympathy. WRB, Warby Parker up 4.6. Evercore ISI upgrade. Nutrila up 1.6. For Regeneron and Intelia announced expanded research collaboration. ALXO is up 114%, reports interim phase 2 Aspen 06 clinical trials of Everpacept. Veri is up 96.7 to be acquired by IA Financial Group for $11.43 in cash. Point PNT is up by 84.6. Eli Lilly to acquire by $12.50 per share in cash. DLA is up 17.3. Receives offer for its sale life business. LIFW up 12.7 and off an insider buy. OCEA is up 10.3. Update on cancer targeting immunotherapy antibody candidate. RNLX is up 10%. Medicare pricing. They price kidney and telex DKD at $9.50. PDSP is up 8.9. Updated interim data for Versatile O2 Phase 2 clinical trial evaluating PDS0101 plus Keytruda. CYT is up 7%. Proxy discloses approximate dissolution. Are my eyes deceiving me? Oh my gosh. Oh, Chad, pre-market Peach. Bradley Frizzle and the Peach has a ride. Are you kidding me? Oh my goodness, Peach Nation, get your ass up. Oh no, I saw it come across the wire. I said, yeah, I stopped. Oh, are you kidding me? Oh, I knew. Again, I have a wire. If you guys don't see the wire, you have a wire. It came by there. It came by. It was flashing red. I saw the P. Oh my gosh, Bradley Frizzle. God bless you. Good morning, Peach Nation. That's how you know it's hype. That's how you know it's hype. Good morning. Oh my gosh, where was I? I was on OCA, I think. Or then RNLX, PDSD up 8.9. Update on interim versatile phase 2 CYT. They're up 7%. Proxy discloses approximate dissolution distribution range of $292 to $330 a share. SCU up 5.5. Boaz Weinstein led group increases officer for Sculptor Capital. CTLP up 5%. Berringham initiated by CLNE. Raymond James upgrade up 4.5. EBS 3.5 off of nothing. APLD they're up 3.3. Initiated by at Roth MK. Fiverr up 2.8, Roth MKM upgrade, and then Com 1.7. Vantiva to acquire Home Networks in exchange for 25% stake in Vantiva. VFS is trading down 10% off of nothing. MKC down 3% off of earnings. Airbnb down 2.8. KeyBank downgrade. SBSW down 7%. Morgan Stanley downgrade. ENVX down 5.2. Strategic realignment of Fab 1 and Fremont. BHVN 3.7% down. A 10.2 million share offering priced at $22 a share. Zap Electrical down 20 off of nothing. UPXI down 12.8 off of earnings. WeWork is down 6.1 to withhold interest payments. Enters grace period to allow discussions with stakeholders to enhance liquidity. SPWR down 4.8. Raymond James downgrade. And then all China ADRs or select China ADRs are all trading down like 4 or 5%. Wow. So Chattadonia, a lot of movers. If you didn't notice, like a lot of buyouts, a lot of biotechs, and a lot of upgrades like yesterday. So if you were kind of confused, remember yesterday you had a lot of tech running up, but also even though everything was selling off, it was because we had a lot of tech upgrades in the morning by Goldman Sachs. So keep that in mind, Chattadonia. I hope you are feeling good. I hope you are living good. But now we got about 10 minutes till the bell, 6 minutes until we do the pledge, and you're here, right now. So tell me, what is your first play of the day? Post it in the chat, baby. Post it in the chat. What do you got for me? Can we get a drum roll? I like drum rolls. It builds up anticipation. What do we got, baby? White for it. SPY puts, Tesla short, NVIDIA calls, G, SPY puts, QQQ, Meta calls, Gold long, SPY call, Dow calls, SPX put, nothing, MO share, nibble, WK calls, SPY calls, PW, push-ups, Palantir, 18W, NVIDIA calls, NVIDIA puts, NVIDIA call, Google puts, Ford puts, Tesla puts, calls, added more VFC to long-term, AMD puts, Tesla, HPQ, SPY puts, SOX S, JPW, JPOW puts, NVIDIA puts, TQQ, DES, XLU, more back into the cave, long-term CLX and WM today, just lurking on this fine morning, /ES, Benny or Josh plays, making money. PSQ January 17 calls. Arm to $5. JetBlue long-term. TQQ MO calls. ZM calls. Procter Gamble scalping. SPY calls. AMD puts. TLT everything long. Ghetto spread in the Comcast. Too many shorts. The end of the world calls. Going big on Mara long-term. Cheap bond leap. Calls on CM Punk. Wait and see. Hold SPY puts. Tesla puts. Waiting for Jolts. Staying alive. Melt. Snap calls. Lurking. Tesla 220. SPY calls if we hold 442. Always Apple calls. SPY puts. Dropping off SPY puts. Tesla 220. Scaling into Hun. Always fun to hear the plays. Puts on everything. Calls on MLO studies. Melly calls. SPY calls, SPX, QQQ, long on the lawn, baby. Calls are way oversold. 90% are too bearish, too bullish. Tesla bottoms at 245. Coin puts, NVIDIA shares, put. BRKB, MO shares for the long term. In the tips, Apple calls, puts on Biden, Peach calls, run them up, then dump at Euro, Yang calls, and the final plays. SPY puts, MPW long, waiting on data, calls on everything, TLT, buy everything, personal growth, Peach call, and SPY puts. Let's go, baby. Let's go. Good morning. Good morning. So, we got a couple of minutes still. I have a couple of plays. If anything, I'm probably just going to do what I did yesterday with the MES or nothing at all. Again, we got to watch with rates right now. It is getting absolutely wild. But TLT, IEF, those are the first two things that I'm going to be watching today. So watch out for that. HPQ, they were up today. I don't know if that one's going to last, but I think it'll be a good one to watch just in case. Then NVO, again, everything with the GLP-1 drugs, it's still holding up good. And then after that, what's it called? The Challengers getting denied in Europe. That ended up going good. ALXO, that's the hype play. And then Eli Lilly, and then whoever they bought. Again, it's just all related biotechs and buyouts this morning. And then MES, and I think that will be easy. So, should be very straightforward. Not too much. The question is, do we have the bonds calm down? I've been saying that for a while now. And like I said this morning, last time the bonds were like this ugly pre-market, I think it was last Thursday. So maybe we get a day like this because now we're gapped down. Even if the bonds run up, I mean, we are literally just going to get back up to where we were at yesterday. So we will see what happens, but not too much time left. Those are all of my plays. You have 2 minutes. If you have any questions, I'm here. You could ask another Chad. I hope your week was good so far. I hope you had a great sleep. I hope you woke up with some joy. I hope you woke up in drive. I hope you're ready to go. You know, a lot of hope out there. But any questions, you let me know. You let me know. Do you pay a percentage or flat range on commissions in houses 10 to 20 million? Well, if you're the seller, you're the one who determines it. I've seen both. So I've seen a lot of people do like a lowered rate or the normal 2.5, but sometimes depending on the value, you can just agree to a flat rate to sell the house, but it's up to the seller to determine the commission. Remember, the buyers don't pay commission at all. That's paid by the seller. Thinking Apple calls, same for Google. You woke up at beast mode, covered the yen. Well, right now it's just going to be with the dollar for the yen. We got to keep seeing that. I haven't even checked the dollar too much. I know the yen was a little stronger today, so we'll see how that plays out. But even then, yeah, dollar wants to go green. It might be like a day like yesterday. I don't know what the Jolts is going to do per se, but I do think that if the Jolts comes in as a surpriser, pretty much more than one standard deviation or even two, I think we're going to get a pretty big reaction. Otherwise, if it's not too big of a reaction as far as expectations are concerned, then I don't think it will be too crazy. So we will see what happens. Final questions. The Jolts is the job opening, so it's private, which is good. I'm pretty sure. It was from labor statistics, but it shows you how many job openings are available in the United States. Job vacancies, available jobs that are looking to hire right now. That's up to you to determine how accurate it is, though. But ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, the Jolts doesn't matter. The market doesn't matter, because here at the Cult, before we do anything, before we try to chase a dollar, before we try to enrich ourselves, we must pay homage to a very special group of people that has sacrificed more than most of us ever have and ever will. And I am talking about the veterans of the United States of America. So on behalf of the Cult, the people here, the people not here, I want to give a huge special shout out all the active servicemen, past servicemen, anybody who has served this country, even their families, for real. Thank you for your service. Thank you for your sacrifice. I hope you know how much we love and appreciate you, and I encourage all of you to show that love and appreciation to those who deserve it. So shout out to the vets, baby. God bless you, and thank you guys again. And big shout out to anybody else out there giving back to their local community, all the doctors, nurses, teachers, firefighters, the public servants, the janitors, the coaches, the nonprofits, anybody giving back. I hope you know you appreciate it as well too, baby, and keep that running, man. We need you. We need you and love you. And if you ain't showing appreciation, you a baby. That's it. But ladies and gentlemen, please rise. Place your right hand over your heart. Say it with me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all, baby. Send it to Jets! Oh, it's game time, baby. Oh, no, let's go. Oh, it's game time. I know. Oh, I know. Let's go. Welcome. Never quit. Chest to the sun. Amen. Tell him, man. Tell him. All right, what time is it? Oh, 2 minutes? Oh, we got 2 minutes till the bell. That's perfect. That is perfect. We got 2 minutes until the bell. So Chattadonia, again, today is literally all about rates. The 10-year, I'm pretty sure we're hitting 4.75. The yield curve is least inverted. I believe the Hang Seng, Asia, they did not good. Europe did not do good. And remember, things were more calm yesterday, but then we did bad, and then we were reacting to the same thing. The only difference between today and yesterday is that the dollar is not up as much. So we'll find out how this all plays out, but it is going to be a wild one. 3 years, baby. Mr. Bliss, God bless you. Amen. Already, right? Time flies, baby. Time flies. God bless you. Amen. Let's get, I know that's 3 years with the long term, too. So we got about 1 minute. Any final questions? Let me know. It's already a bloodbath. Again, that's, we were talking about the seasonality, what we could expect. But, what I'm saying here, it's a bloodbath in bonds right now. This is day after day. We're going to find out. Maybe it catches a bid, but absolutely wild. Good morning. Shout out to the vets, baby. Amen. Shout out to the vets. Tell them. Yields up, market down. Well, that has been happening, but a lot of people have also noticed that the yields are way higher and the market is just not coming down. So this is what we were talking about yesterday, where that data and then earnings might be the thing that brings it down or not. So we're going to find out. But overall, today is a reaction to bonds once again. Yesterday was crazy on bonds. This morning already, it's running up and going nuts. So we're going to find out how it is. But 30 seconds till the bell, Chad. Drop that thumbs up on the video. Make sure you guys are subscribed. Call out any plays. You have any questions, you let me know. But we're going to be here for the next 7 hours, God willing. So let's see what happens. 15 seconds. Oh, my goodness. So let me even open up the futures. Let's see where we're at. Let's get the platform ready. You're going to be at 42. We're probably going to gap down to like 42.60, huh? Round 1. Fight. I see the dollar lower. I mean, it's not up the same way. So take a look. Today, this is yesterday to today. You're barely up. Yesterday, by the opening bell, the dollar gapped up about 15 cents. So that's what I'm talking about, where right now, like yesterday, by the first candles, the dollar was already up 0.5%. So today, we're looking at bonds 0.75% down. NASDAQ has opened up down 0.6, S&P down 4, and then SPY down 0.38. So if the dollar climbs, again, it's already above 30, actually, which is insane. Now that I think about it, yeah, bro, you're entering into the 30 death zone. You got 60 cents, and then you were going to peak out from last October. All right. Check some of the tech names real quick. I think everything's going to be down. Watch the banks, too. Again, banks, real estate, every day the bonds get clapped, they are probably going to be a victim as well. I think everything is red. CCJ, a couple of names. Again, utilities, I do believe they are getting murked as well alongside of bonds. Yeah, utilities already down 1% right there. Yeah, wheat has been coming in a little bit crazy. So watch out for that. Again, a lot of those biotechs, Pfizer, Eli Lilly, you had what, HPQ, that's tech. Are they still holding up? 1.9, yes. ALXO, that's the bio. That biotech already gave up half of it. Pfizer is barely down. MO, let me see. Doo-doo-doo. B8 pump. News of 50 planes purchased by United. That's what Chad's saying. That could be good for Boeing. Remember, they've been dying lately. Carvana's on the high. United Steel, USFR. A couple of names on the high, but we are going lower. SPY only down 0.5%. Bonds still going down, though, even from open. So we still have a lot of movement that could happen here. Intel on the high. Wow, there's stuff on the high ticker. What the hell? What the hell? What are you doing? I was just trying to get into my long term. I'm trying to see, did they give me my cash? Yeah, they gave me my cash. All right, we're good to go. We're good to go on the term or the longer term. You know what I'm saying? We can long term it up, dude. Long term it up. AMD, that's on the high. Micron's on the high as well, too. Starbucks starting to go up. See what XPEV is moving. Weird. I think a lot of the China plays are actually clapped here. So they're kind of holding up. FTV, BHVN, we watched that the other day. Kellogg's, remember that was death yesterday. Apple, Procter & Gamble going up. Eli Lilly drop in. PG is kind of flying. Costco 52-week high. And then Micron, Neo, Meta, all on the high ticker here. So SPY's kind of moving. Bonds still in a death zone. And then the dollar still just holding up there. Microsoft. I'm looking. I don't know. I have a couple. Like I said, the long terms, I'm looking at them. Walgreens up. Pfizer. There's Altria. And even good old Disney. Let's see. I'm not making the play yet. I'm trying to see how much I could get. Uber on the high. Oh, yeah, I forgot that data. So the data can move a lot of things over here. That is one thing to keep in mind. Energy is just hated because it could create a big problem. So that's it, because it wasn't supposed to go up this year. If you saw how we ended last year, and now it's going up, and then it threatens to cause all these other issues. So that's kind of our problem. BA on the high. Again, someone said something about an order coming in. Bonds are going up. SPY's just chilling out. I'm running through some of the plays here, but I might wait a little bit. Palo Alto I like the name, but it's expensive. I'd say that's the only problem with young Palo Alto right there. Yesterday close was hilarious. Yeah, again, it wasn't a down Friday, down Monday, which is crazy to think about. AMD breaking out. I see Apple on the high. BHVN again. That's one of those runners. But AMD is printing, and Apple and bond yields are going higher. Banks are remember, bank earnings are now in like a week or two. So those are right around the corner. What's on Riot? I think that'll depend on crypto, but it's not the worst. But I don't know if I would put it in the long term. That's it. Again, I think to flip them, you flip any of the crypto plays as they go. TLT's going up. There's Qualcomm now, so you're getting another one. It's kind of decent. Okay, SPY still kind of melting up here. Boeing, you have 1.9, and then a couple of other names. High tickers getting more active. I see a lot of chip makers that are moving, and then biotechs too. Remember, a couple of buyout deals today and stuff related to that. 2-year and 20-year almost matching up. It's both good and bad. Okay. Oh, I don't think we have that for Cold Sister. So I made a long-term play. I did my long-term. What did they do with that? You send it. I'm sending. Everybody's going to get this one because it's the long term. Again, no Pfizer. I went with a higher yield again, just because, again, I mean, why not just wait? You know what I'm saying? So it's like, why did I use my deposit in this environment? Yields are extremely high. Look around, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's not, there's a lot of things going on, but I wanted to do it because I wanted a little bit more yield. So not a recommendation. You will lose money. But I added MO to the long term again. Yes, I saw a lot of you guys doing it too. I'm glad we had similar ideas, but they're yielding almost 10% right now. It's a stock we've held for a while, but I decided to go with 66 shares in the big account and then 6 shares on the small account. So we got to increase our amount there of MO to a decent amount now. So I'm excited for the next dividend. MO. Yeah, so good luck. Not a recommendation. You will lose money. Bonds are again, it's doing what we did last Thursday, bro. I'm telling you, I think we are going to get something like here. And then again, data is going to come out when? Data's in 20 minutes. I just bought MO. That's it. I gotta make sure we had to get MO. That's good. I like the yield. Again, the yield is double the current interest rate, so we'll go with that for now. And then we'll see what happens. And there's the SPY. Again, bonds are starting to catch a bid up here. We'll see how that plays out. Where's the GOP ones? NVIDIA, Tesla, DoorDash, I think even Redfin were on the low. FedEx on the high. Kind of weird. You got some names pulling up, some pulling down. A very, very weird mix right here. Amazon, Apple. Again, they're all into the low. Apple's doing pretty good. Amazon was just flushing. X is on the high pretty much since this morning. Where did Cart go? Oh, Cart just barely down. MGM is on the high. MGM's still a little bit red, though. And then Airbnb, again, they got a downgrade. Was it Uber running up? Uber is actually going negative now. They're down 1%. CBOE on the high. Hershey's on the high. So you're getting back and forth there. Still down 0.67 on the NASDAQ, 0.5 on the SPY. We haven't really done much. Bonds try to recover, but if that doesn't hold, no good. But like I'm saying here, about 18 minutes, that Jolts jobs report should dictate everything here. I got that peach, baby. Bravo. Hey, man, 36 months. God bless you and thank you, my friend. So I'm talking about the peach. The LT, I grabbed MO. I don't see Intel news, but a lot of other chips are kind of running. And again, you had the news with Boeing. They had news after the report of United Airlines set to announce order of 50 787s. Do we go up this time? Usually, like we said yesterday's video, the seasonality behind this month is very positive, but it just all depends on this data is the way I'm looking at it. So I don't think it's guaranteed green. However, if there's nothing gets in the way of data, if the earnings aren't as bad as expected, then, you know, October, November, December, they're very good months naturally, and then mixed in with when you've had red months prior, as well as, you know, other seasonal factors contributing to a bullish year. RLT 6040. So I got to see, though, bro. I don't think I'm going to stay with TD Ameritrade, though. So I finally thought about it yesterday. But I'm just going to... I might be moving the long terms to E-Trade. Or Morgan Stanley, or I don't even know where, but pretty much that's it. We might be cutting them, bro. Why? Because they're making a switch, and it's just way easier to pull out everything and put it into another account than make their own account and then transfer it, then fill out their form. So it doesn't make any sense for me to do it. Just work wise, I don't know why they would want that. I love them, but I like TD Ameritrade. I've never used Schwab, but I'm not. I just think it might be time. It might be time. Hold puts through Jolt. That's up to you. I mean, it's either going to be, it'll add to relief or not. I mean, there's a lot of pressure already today, so we'll see. Where is it? I literally do nothing except pick username and password. I've read the thing. It said something about disclosures and forms, and I'm like, that's it. They've already turned me off to it. But some people have already switched. They said it was easy. I don't want any unforeseen problems. But again, I like TD Ameritrade. I don't know what Schwab is. I do know what it is, but like, I just don't know it. So I think it's time to go home to E-Trade. It's very simple. I'm sure it is, but I don't play with my money when it's like comfortability and where I like to keep it. So it's like I don't want to risk anything. I don't know what they're going to ask from me. I don't want to be locked out of anything. Just way easier to just switch it. I'm going to try to transfer the shares. It's going to fuck up our cost basis and stuff, but I am definitely going to try. They said they forced the move. I'm gone. They said I don't need a switch. Maybe I should call them, but I don't want to use. I like TD Ameritrade for the long term for a reason, but I'm not signing up for anything else. It's my money and I'll take it where I need it. JG Wentworth, 877 shares now. Goldman says they revised down modestly first quarter 23 calls of Northwest European oil production, gas oil crack production. The data, it's we covered it yesterday on the watch list. I'd watch it if you want a breakdown of the jolts. Otherwise, just wait 13 minutes and we'll get it. XOM, remember, oil got murdered yesterday. That was even part of it. Again, think about it. Oil was down yesterday, and we had a day like yesterday with oil calming down. UUP. Let me see. Amazon. I just send a thing to the TD thing. Let me see if they give me something. Well, I'm still going to keep one Thinkorswim account, but E-Trade Pro and TOS, they kind of offer their own things. But I'm just talking about the long term. I just messaged them, so I'm going to see if that actually works. I'm just saying, hey, I want to switch. Otherwise, keep me on. I don't think you get taxed on a transfer, no. Because I don't think any sales. SPY's popping up here. Qualcomm's starting to go up. Again, Micron, a lot of the other chip makers. All I see is chip makers really moving up here. I'll go give the breakdown in a little bit. I guess we could go over it now. We have 10 minutes up until the data. Let's see. So Dow Jones right now, 17 names in the red, 13 names in the green. NASDAQ 100, 62 names in the red, 39 names in the green. And then S&P 500, 293 red, 200. Oh, I muted it for you guys. That scared the shit out of me. You didn't hear it, huh? You heard it probably from my speakers. Whew. You lucky I muted it, bro. I muted it. I don't know if you see what I'm saying? I saved your ears, bro. I saved you, bro. I saved you. SPY hitting a high. AMD still going. Yeah, it was quiet. It was because you heard it from my speakers. Tesla's popping up. VRSK V on the high, too. I'm going to say Pfizer. Watch NVO. Pfizer is moving. I got you, bro. My long-term play was MO. Young 9.5% dividend. So, again, it's literally, I don't know if you guys remember, I was talking all last year. I was like, man, I wish I bought it at their October low last year at like $41. I never took it. So, now that we're there, I figured I would finally take it. Again, it can go a little lower. That was like 2020, but I do like this name with a higher yield. And then they just raised their dividend comparatively with some companies a little more nervous about it. But it's been a stable one. Woo! Netflix plans to raise prices after end of actors' strike. Wall Street Journal sources say Netflix price raise. That's coming across right now. Literally exclusive right in front of you. I have it on the wire. You're getting that in the first couple seconds. It already gapped up too, though. So watch out. Jeez, bro. So loud. You were in my dream last night. You had no face, and then so was Mumu. My car broke down. He picked me up, and I ditched you on the side of the road. Damn, that's cold. Is that because I haven't given you update on the Bitcoin stuff yet? You're like, Josh, just ditch me on the side of the road. I will give you an update. I will. Yeah, that's crazy, though. That's cold, though. That's cold. I wouldn't leave you on the side of the road, bro. Netflix will likely begin price raise in U.S. and Canada. So again, raise prices after strike. Netflix have been lone major streaming platform to not raise prices in the last year. Netflix plans to raise prices after end of strike. And then Disney weighs launching new live. Whoa, that slipped in there. Hold on. Even Disney has its own news. Disney weighs launching new live sports tier of Disney Plus overseas. So again, Netflix is popping up there, but you even have a Disney headline. Interesting. And then SPY's still kind of holding up. Bonds there, 390 back up on Netflix. That's a decent move, honestly. That's actually kind of surprising. We will see if that held. Yeah, Disney Sports. Remember, they have ESPN. Yeah, TD Ameritrade, they didn't budge. I said, I want to switch if you don't let me stay. They said, you have to leave or transfer your account. They said, contact the other firm, and then you can move everything over. So, yeah. Watch Microsoft melt. It's been doing that. And then, again, Disney has its own news. Netflix price-raising news. After the right, again, we had that in the first second, bro. We had that very early, but unfortunately, I'm already in this play, and it gapped up 2.6%. So I'm surprised that's not helping the Nasdaq that much more. But Netflix is smaller than your bigger ones comparatively. Google's into the high. Google's running another high on Netflix. See if this SPY ends up going. Again, Amazon's off the low. Marriott's on the high. Again, Tesla's even making a move up. Oh, shit. The Jolts report in 5 minutes. We almost forgot. I almost forgot. The Netflix news is that they're looking to raise prices after the end of the writer's strike, and then Disney is looking to offer. These are both they both came out. Wall Street Journal, exact same time. Disney is also looking to get. I don't even think people got the Disney news because it was slipped in there. Something with like Disney and live sports. Nikolai is not in the long term. You ask me this I hate Nikolai. So I have one random play from the random comment picker, but other than that, I do not have any Nikolai, nor would I ever plan on it. I don't know what Netflix is going to charge, but now they have made sure that you cannot use your friend's account, those assholes. Man. I was literally going to buy Disney before MO today. I was looking at the numbers, and I liked it again, but I just figured MO. I'd rather get paid 9% and we'll see if Disney takes too long. And I already have some decent amount of Disney, but it's up there. I still like Disney again, but I like my yields, and I'm just thinking in the future. Novartis said to weigh selling assets from Radio Pharma Unit. NVS, not NVO. NVS said to weigh selling assets. Now Disney mulls launch of live sports. I think that might be getting reiterated. Check if Disney reacts even more. I'm seeing the news come out again. The yield on Stone. Well, even then, Altria, I like it. Again, NVS is starting to move, but the way I'm looking at that yield is it's double the interest rate right now. And, I mean, I've held that stock for 3 years, and I've literally watched it just stay break even, go up the dividend, down the dividend, nothing more. So it's been stable. They don't have any signs of doing too bad with it. So I'd rather get paid for it. You know, we're going to be getting paid 5% every 6 months off of it, 4.5%. I'm liking that. So at the end of the day, it brings in some income, and then hopefully it's able to do good, depending on what happens. Yeah, 3 more days, 3 more minutes until 3 more days until the data here. 2 minutes actually. BA. Remember, SPR had a headline yesterday. Disney's working its way up. Novartis hasn't reacted to that headline yet. PayPal on the high, and then Jolts jobs report coming in a second here. So remember, 8.8 million. That's what we're looking for. Watch the quit rate. I don't know if there's anything related to wages in here, but that is also important as well. Okay, 1 minute. Rite Aid, I don't think there's any news. If there is, it's probably from the Wall Street Journal. Where was it? And 45 seconds. No headlines. Not even Wall Street Journal. Nothing there for Rite Aid. Watching from Laos. Oh, welcome, baby. Good evening. Good morning. I don't know what time it is over there. 20 seconds. Here we go. Non-farms are on Friday. This is going to set the tone for that. It's either going to be non-event or big event in 2 seconds. 3, 2, 1. Boop. Bonds seeing go down. I see 36.3. Where is it? 9.6 million. So jobs went up. Job openings shot back. I think that's good, but bad for the bonds for now. I'm pretty sure they just shot up to 9.6. But then again, that's almost a million, like I'm telling you. So if anything, that could justify the rates being higher. Hold on. Quits were 3.68 million, so 200,000 more quits than expected. Yeah, it shot up to 9.6, dude. What the yeah, so this is maybe the worst outcome, I don't know. But what this is, like I said yesterday, just look in terms of the bonds. If this shoots up, I said this on the watch list yesterday, if this chart shoots up, it's going to kill the bonds because now the last 3-4 months was like, oh, yeah, bonds. Remember, the last time this came in lower, the bonds shot up. So as of now, that's job openings. It's kind of unwound the last 3 months. You're back to May now in terms of 9.6 million job openings. So that means in the last month, there was up just after losing, 500,000 jobs, we've added almost 1 million jobs. Where is the dollar, though? That could end up benefiting. Nope, dollar doesn't. Again, just yen is going to, or yen's weakening to 150 right now. But I think this just means that rates will probably remain higher. Yen's hitting, I have a headline, yen hitting 150 for the first time since October 2022. Oh, I need to check the revisions. You're right. That could be it. I think they revised the last numbers higher because I'm pretty sure it was lower. Job openings mean people letting go. No, it's like advertised jobs for hire. So it's like if you're a company, just like when we went over the BLS thing, like they, there's household, private, the survey, and then the, what's it called? Institutional or whatever they say it is. But job openings are like advertised jobs that are available. So if companies are saying we're looking to hire this many people, this position, they calculate all of that. So SPY going down again, even the bonds too. So my question, again, I do think bonds are going to get murdered. The question is, though, do they stop now after this, or does it take another 3 days down? So market bonds have already moved down. Does today's data kind of get you a little bit lower? But otherwise, if people really want to freak out now, that'll give you enough freak out till tomorrow morning. Remember, ISM services tomorrow. That will be the next thing related to the bonds. And then dollar's already up 0.33. That's hideous. 4260. Oil coming up. Look at the dollar, though. Watch if the dollar calms down. Or that's the only problem. Again, bonds down, stocks down, dollar up. This is exactly what you did not want to see. And again, dollar's still not moving at the same pace. The long-term play was MO. Let's see. I'm watching the dollar still again. A couple of names moving. Big move off of that. I'm sure that data is surprising. I'm trying to go to the BLS. Let's see what they have. So here's the data on the job openings. This will tell us everything that we need for it. Again, if you want to review it all. They said the number of job openings increased to 9.6 million. Hold on. I'm taking the greedy short on the MES. I only went with one. Over the month, let's see. Job openings increased to 9.6 million on the last business day of August. U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics reported today over the past month, the number of hires and total separations changed little at 5.9 million and 5.7 million respectively. Within separations, quits 3.6 million and layoffs, discharges of 1.7. This release includes estimates and numbers of the rate size hires, separations for the non-farm sector by industry and establishment size class. So job openings increased to 9.6 million, 600,000 from last time. Over the month, job openings increased in professional services, 509,000, 96,000 in finance and insurance, 76,000 in state and local government, non-durable good manufacturing, 59,000, and then federal government, 31,000. So what? So out of these, like 100,000 were government job postings, and then 500,000 professional and business services. Okay, we're going to go to revisions here in a little bit. Hold on. All right, you're going lower, though. Bonds still low. Again, the dollar is pretty awful. Netflix sold off. Yeah, I mean, look at the market. We just had a really crazy move. Again, bonds are down 1% now. That was 0.5% on the bonds in 5 minutes, and then the dollar rocketed up 0.3 after being very, very high here. Oh, business again, baby. I'm a business. Aloha. I was gonna say Azaic, and then it came out as Aloha. So I'm down with that. Red, you're a little bit lower again. See if the bonds want to chill out. All right, I took my $20 on that MES. Again, these are the small ones. If these were bigger, it's crazy though, because I'm looking at if that was a bigger one, I would have been like both happy and sad off of that. But we'll see if that makes another move. But dollar keeps going up. You might take another low. Yeah, they posted. Honestly, the revisions, I'm going through the chart right now. It's kind of hard to read because pretty much what they do, they give like preliminary numbers. I guess you could see it right now. So last time it was 10.1. Here's preliminary, but like comparing the last months now, I don't know how these finalized. So like 8.9, but what was the number when it came out? I don't think it was 8.9. So I'll have to go back. SPY going a little lower. But right now, this is reaction. It's kind of reverse jobs reaction to last month. Last month, the job openings cratered. The bonds got a bid. This time around, it's the reverse. Job openings shot back up by almost 1 million, about 600, 700,000. And then now stocks, bonds are going much, much lower. Yeah, dollar's crazy, bro. Dollar 30.06. Again, 30.60 or like 30.90 is like the absolute peak there in the last year or so. No news on Amazon. Netflix still holding up. Amazon at the low. But again, that was a wild move, man. Vicious. You're down 0.5%, 1% real quick. Oh, I forgot about gold. Yeah, they're even getting mollywop too. See what the SPY does here at the bottom. Again, there's their first little reaction. Welcome to the morning. Damn, you're already at 42.50. Damn. So very, very big candle now. We're getting into the lower end. You got like 30 more points, maybe 10 more points for a baby test, but 42.38, that will be another point to watch. You're at 42.50, very big level here. Apple, Intel, chip makers are kind of selling off. They're giving up. Bank stocks are now on the low, too. I'm sure utilities are getting pummeled. Again, bonds are still lower. I've checked the MOVE index. It's been slowly coming up, but it's just like the VIX, nothing out of the ordinary in the sense that it's not breaking you out of the range. Oh, where is it? Yeah, so it's waking up, but it was just like same place in August, same place in July on every red. It kind of works up, but we want it like really, really going crazy there. And then it does kind of look like the VIX. So keep that in mind too. You know, VIX is just barely higher than where we were at August and then even July. So the MOVE index is more sustainable, but even the VIX, though, as of recently, it's been starting to ramp up. And dollar still high. SPY at the low. It's going to try to make its first little bounce. Bonds are calming down their first green candle after selling off 0.5 in a couple of minutes. Again, jobs report came in right now. Jobs data was very negative. And remember, you have non-farms on Friday. So that's your next bigger event here. You got ISM services tomorrow. But as of now, that was just was not the update you wanted. Again, that was more on the negative side of the data as we were looking forward to. Bridgewater founder Dalio, equilibrium for 10-year Treasury yield seems to be around 5%. Reload. We'll see if it could get up there. Otherwise, it hasn't really even reloaded. If anything, the bonds are just not pointing down, but everything's just really ugly. Dollar's ready to rocket up there, too. NVIDIA gave up. I think anything that was holding up. KRE into the lows. House Speaker McCarthy, I will bring the motion to vacate today. All right. See if that green shoot turns into something. Otherwise, don't fall for it. Again, nothing's out of the gulag yet, so you could come down just as quickly. Dollar came down a couple pennies off the high, so maybe we'll see what happens. Punchbowl news correspondent tweets told that 5 Republicans will probably join Democrats to knock him out. McCarthy said probably so. VIX 19. Dollar just came down, but it did have a nice little surge there after the release. Biggest job opening since July 21. It's high. It's not, if anything, if you're seeing it, if you remember how I even freaked out last time, it's like, this is quite unfortunate. This is just word to, again, that data being kind of elusive, because now, I mean, that 3-month trend just got wiped out. So it came in hot. Yeah, so that's why the bonds died. Again, I don't know if it's going to kill the market, but let's be real. Higher job openings, if we go back to job market not showing any signs of weakness, what does that mean? That means that rates are going to, you could justify way, way higher rates. Oh, shit. The yen. That's the Bank of Japan right there. That's why the dollar, you might rally. Hold on. You might rally. Bank of Japan's doing some shit. I'm buying one MES for now. Yeah, no, go look at the yen right now. Go look at the yen. It just had if that doesn't hold, you're not going to get a move. But if that yen holds, the market will probably get some because the dollar will die. Bro, you just had that's literally the Central Bank of Japan. Literally the central. That's it. Nothing else. That's Bank of Japan right before your eyes. So I went with the MES to the upside. We'll see. Again, keeping it small, not betting the farm on these types of moves, but we'll see if you get that bounce. I didn't want to buy that bounce, but the yen could justify. That's huge. That is huge, but it has to hold. So be careful. Sometimes with that yen intervention, what happens, it'll hold up like one candle, and before you know it, it'll come back down, though, if that pressure is too big. Again, I think that's because of the dollar. Bank of Japan, they didn't announce anything, but go look at the dollar right now in 1 minute. Dollar and yen just had some wicked moves. So I'm assuming that's the Bank of Japan trying to punch people in the face. Apple. Great call out. Let's see if it actually holds. Again, if that does, you'll definitely get some weird movements. It's already coming back. Yeah, that's a lot of pressure. But if that holds up to the top candle, the dollar is going to die for the rest of the day. I think the next question will be if the bonds go. That will be the only problem. And surges after reaching weakest versus dollar since October 2022. And I don't think they're unload. I think Japan is intervening. That's it. The dollar was just, we're back at 30 on the dollar, and it's running up, and then all of a sudden the yen hits a 30-year low or whatever, and then boom. Oh, yeah, I'd say Bank of Japan intervention hands down. This doesn't happen naturally. You know what I'm saying? This is bigger than the last Bank of Japan meeting. You guys remember we were betting it only moved like 0.3 after the Bank of Japan. So this move on the currency is literally bigger than Japanese Powell speaking. So that's it for now. Let's see. I'm getting burned though on the MES though, down $30. That flipped though. So even though dollar dropped, your bonds are going lower. You're not getting that relief. Apple dying. Dollar's still creeping back up though. That's terrifying. Yeah, yen is coming right back down. Hold on. Oh, my goodness. Yeah, that's very scary. That just means if that's fading, then there's a lot of pressure there. Dollar might even skyrocket harder. That is your problem. Or they're going to have to come in harder. Might be an interesting day. Might be a very interesting day. So, again, you're going lower. Where are we now? 42.44. You just flipped 15 points off of that in 3 minutes. So, giant yen bounce. And then all of that got given up. Apple mega dump. You guys are saying that, but I don't know if it's just with everything. Apple's down 1.5. Yeah, you are kind of getting clapped here a little bit. For capitulation in 2 days. Watch out, though. That's crazy, though. If that Japanese stuff does not work there, the dollar could be even stronger, unfortunately. That's the double-edged sword of intervention. It works if it gets people scared, but if it doesn't, they just burned a bunch of money, and now the currency goes weaker. You just got into a bigger problem. No, but that's actually wild. So watch out here. You're going lower. Dollar's probably the danger zone, but right now equities are going hand in hand with bonds right now to the downside. 42.44. PFIX. That's on the high. Dollar still climbing. Dollar sharply weakens against yen after briefly rising. Yen surges, and then SPY, new low. Again, 42.38. We will hit the weekly low if we go 5 more points below here now. So you're getting ready for it. You're at 42.42. This is one of your biggest 30-minute candles since what? Like last Wednesday, I guess, or 2 Wednesdays ago? The move on the yen was very unreal. Let's see if it'll have TBT, TMV on the high. Yen's still holding, but it's not near that top there. MO on the low. Let's see here. So I flipped to the damn. I'm down 75 on the MES already. So that yen intervention that got me. It didn't support it, but I'm gonna hold that for a little bit. Otherwise, if the next pop doesn't get steam, close the MES for so pretty much if we don't get past here or it gets past and fail, I'm gonna look to get out of that MES, and then if the bonds haven't bounced by then, I'd go for reshort. But if dollar gives up by the end of the day, I think we'll get a little relief, but you need the bonds to play along. We'll find out. Dalio says cash has a relative attractive appeal now. Dalio says he wants to invest in countries that earn more than they spend. The SPY 5-minute is wild. All of this is wild, bro. This is crazy. Again, that yen stuff was huge. You just watch the dollar rocket up, and then you watch the yen. The yen, this is intervention. So there's no headline, there's no nothing. But if you know currency, the yen doesn't move like this after hitting a 50-year, 30-year low. You know what I'm saying? This is just the government stepping in to punch people in the face and make sure the currency's stable. Because if the dollar kept running there, that was going to destroy the yen. So let's see. If you don't get a bounce here, I think dollar needs to flush more, or you need a bond bounce. Otherwise, it's just the vacuum. We'll keep going. Dow Jones erases gains for the year. No way. Dow Jones is now red on the year. Welcome to 2023. Yeah, that's crazy to think about. Again, it never really moved the same way. Obviously, The NASDAQ, you know, he was in the gulag there. My goodness. It looks like it's going to be a long day. That's it. How many days have we watched where something's happening, and then when Japan gets in the way, it's going to be a long day. So pretty much you're going to watch the yen either try to make an effort here, either people are going to get behind it or not, but it's equities, currency, and bond land right now all at the same time. What time is it? 10:20. Still kind of early. Yeah, no more data for the day or not anything too crazy. Amazon falls. Microsoft shares down. Reuters report British media regulator to push for antitrust investigation into companies. So Microsoft and Amazon, some EU investigation. Still kind of early. Yeah, it's very early. That's what I was saying. It feels like that. I mean, the Bank of Japan, I'm like, they're off in the morning, and I don't know. What time is it in Japan right now? It's 11:20 p.m. Keep dropping SPY. We'll see the dollar. Bonds are coming up. I don't trust the bonds. I think they could still keep dying. A lot of pressure, but that's it. I think this whole little yen activity that has garnered my attention now. So we'll see what happens with it. Panic sale. A little bit after the data, but the dollar was climbing, but that came out of nowhere. Again, it's like 11 o'clock, 11 at night in Japan, just all of a sudden had a very, very big low. It's going to be fun. It kind of feels like 2022. The difference is, though, we're not as fearful. But the same thing happened in 2022. If you remember the video from last week, as I'm showing you the bonds, and the last time the bonds broke out of a range and the market had to reprice, that's literally what happened last year around this time. It was the same thing. The 10-year went from 3.8 to 4.0 or 3.5 to 4.0, and that was a huge repricing across the whole curve. So that's pretty much what's happened here, but we're not as fearful. Again, we're more familiar with the market, the jobs market, again, and the difference is last year, inflation was at 9.3. Right now, it's at like 3.8, 3.6 or something, and our worry is it coming back, but back then, our worry was it was never coming down. So there's a lot of differences, but it does also have a lot of similarities at the same time, but it's, this year has its own thing, and now just I'd follow Powell and the Fed, and let's get through these couple weeks. Non-farms will be key now by this week, and then you'll have CPI, and that information is all going to confirm with earnings whether or not we should be going way down or if we could hold this up for an end-of-year rally. All right, yen's coming back down. Dollar's still elevating. SPY and bonds haven't hit a low for 5 minutes, but that may change. No, this month's deposit went into MO, not bill. I wanted some. Again, it pays out double bill, but at the same time, I'm thinking kind of for the future and getting dividends and letting them compound. Is it possible the yen could go up without the dollar going down as much? Like strengthening, it is possible if the other countries do stuff, but yeah, but usually what happens is that the yen gains strength and it's really tied up there with the dollar that usually the dollar goes down. But it is possible. It's just like what we've been witnessing where our dollar is going up and everybody else is weakening, even though oil is priced in dollars and it's doing that effect, and then we're getting stronger. First solar crash in. Dollar's making a move back up. That 5 minutes may not last. First Solar. Netflix red now after a 3% move. Disney red down by 1.27. That's insane. They flipped all of those. Again, Tesla's down 1.6. Amazon 2.7. Again, there was some headline, Microsoft and Amazon Euro thing. Watch for more bank. It's late over there. It's very, very late, but this was the first time they hit the bazooka in a minute. Like, you see what I'm saying? Look at this chart, man. This is a 1 hour chart. That wick is massive. Why is it doing this? Let's see, 2 years. It's a little bit bigger. That's your biggest candle in a while, though. It's getting back to last October. They did the same thing when they started fighting back against it. But, I mean, you see the effect. That dollar drop out of nowhere on nothing is crazy. But that's the point that's very unfortunate. Just imagine dollar pop on headline on data, right? It's like they've been holding that bazooka because the minute they do it, it literally no catalyst, no event. It just drops the dollar. It's actually wild. There were multiple interventions, yes. So that's why I'm saying even now they may not be done, but also this could fail. Don't get it twisted. At the same time, they are going to try more, but if you keep trying intervention and you don't get the reaction, it gets more and more expensive. So maybe it doesn't fail, but it gets more expensive, and then it becomes harder to actually execute. That is one of the problems there. If a stock has a good dividend. Usually if it's a good company and they've been around for a while, or even just check their expense ratio, that's how much that they pay out of their cash to the dividend. Tesla, I do not know. Yeah, you guys get to see it. A lot of people aren't familiar with it, but that's what it looks like. I'm glad you got to see it, and that's just off of today. That tells you something, though. I hope you guys realize it. That means the dollar pressure at 30 is the problem. So right here, honestly, I think anywhere above 30 on the dollar, that's pressure. That's a problem. Because they finally responded. Again, it's been months of the yen getting clobbered. You know what I'm saying? It's like it's all these different things, but I think any data bringing the dollar above 30, we are going to have a problem. The yield curve, I haven't talked about it recently. We do. Again, I think we brought it up 2 days ago. I just had the dynamic yield curve. So, you guys will miss a lot if you're not on the watch list or if you can't spend the time here, which I understand, 7 hours. But the yield curve is one of the main things I am following, and I have been following. So it's uninverting now, the most uninverted. But, again, go back to a song even from a year ago. Uncle Answers will even tell you about just everything with don't talk recession till it's uninverted. There was one more factor he brought up there too. But overall, the yield curve is probably the biggest key. But we're just waiting for that. And now that it's getting back to where it was at earlier, there's a chance it gives us a signal. But until it does, it's all moving there, but nothing has really moved yet in the sense that it hasn't given us, oh my gosh, we have a problem. But it is important that it's uninverting. If it fully uninverts, we have a problem. If it comes back to inverting, then just buckle up for another couple more months. But yeah, I mean, no, what do you say? He said when the dollar much stronger, beast mode. So again, and even then, that song was like around here, I think. But he said until the dollar much stronger, he's not stressing, and then you don't talk recession, you know? And that's literally what's happening right about now. So the dollar, it's not at the point where it kills everything, but this is where it starts. Dollar gets stronger from 30, yield curve uninverts, we have a problem. If not, then we're good. We're good to go. Punt back to the bulls is the way that I'm looking at it. I woke up late. Can you do a quick recap? I got the easiest recap in the world. Bonds go boom, stock market go down. That's how we opened up. Then data say hot, the bonds go boom again, and then dollar go boom upwards, and then market go boom, 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 and die. That's what happened. It's the simplest recap here for the last hour or so. Because, again, all we woke up to was bond blowout once again. And then SPY there at the low. Yen's coming back down. Bonds stop moving. Dollar's right back at 30. Spot on. Thank you. I'm glad you got it. But that's literally what happened. You know, it's not today. It's bond. It's pressure, though. Now, I don't know. It's like cracks are kind of showing up. Like the dollar's above 30. The Bank of Japan is finally doing some intervention there. You know what I'm saying? It's like, it's crazy. They have another one in the chamber, but that's the whole point, though. It's just they finally did it. So clearly something wanted them to move today. They finally thought it's time to respond, but then hopefully if people don't back off, then they're gonna need to fire the next bullet. But if it costs more and more money, that's what happened the last times. This is why they've been so reluctant. It's like NOS. It's the same thing as the Fast and the Furious scene. You know, too soon, Junior. So hopefully, I don't know if they waited too soon. So I think they waited till good time. But at the end of the day, it's just that's it. You got a government fucking with the foreign currency now. So let's see what happens. But you know, they're gonna have multiple attempts. They're gonna try to job own it. They're gonna try actual buying, and then we'll see what it does. I wonder how much that even costs them. The current Japanese administration is losing popularity because of the yen. They are. It's because it's weird because they're not getting inflation still. So they're getting this weak currency and they're trying to change all this stuff, but they're not getting the behavior and production to go along with it as fast. Again, it's gone up more than the last 5 years, but it's not, you know, it doesn't show that. So in the meantime, they're just getting clobbered on their currency while trying to get, you know, back to a consumer society more or less. Okay, bonds trying to move, but my goodness. King Fisher get a long time, people. Amen. Amen and indeed, my brother. Ray Dalio's live right now, 10:30. I need to go pee. I'll let you guys listen. We'll see if the market flushes or not. Follow me on Instagram at The Trading Fraternity. I love you. God bless you. Good morning. Oh, and Chef B, I inspired you to go to college and learn economics and accounting and make something of this. God bless you, bro. That's very exciting, man. If you got a natural passion for it, bro, for real, you know what I'm saying? And, like, you really love it. Like, I love it. I hope that inspired you, you know? There's a reason why. Not only am I surrounded by some awesome people every single day, so shout out to the Chad, you know? It's like, bro, 7 hours a day, every day. I've been doing it for years, even without a stream, bro. It's just like there's a very nice passion to the world and the world around us and even economics. So I'm glad to hear, man. I'm glad to hear. I hope you bring that passion and tap into it, baby. Let's go. Let's go. I will be right back. Hopefully the market doesn't flush because I took a potty break. Okay, yeah.
Dalio, Bridgewater Associates founder, CIO, mentor, along with Bloomberg Wall Street Week anchor David Weston. We will have plenty of exclusive interviews from the Greenwich Economic Forum throughout the day, so stay with us for that. And while that was happening, Guy, a stunning move. I feel like I'm channeling Tom Keene, but stunning move evolved in dollar yen. That was really triggered by the Jolts data that came in much stronger than expected. We had a move up in the dollar and then a dramatic reversal as the yen gained some strength here. there.
Yeah, we've unwound certainly the last few days of price action that we've seen in dollar yen. We've all been waiting for, anticipating this move through 150. Looked like it was going to be a tough move to make given just the resistance we were seeing. But yeah, that move lower. I think a lot of people are scratching their heads trying to figure out what is happening here. I've certainly been, being and emailing people while we've been listening to Ray. Everybody's a little bit confused. Is this options? Is this the BOJ hitting the phones and checking prices? Nobody's quite sure.
Yeah, or are they actually intervening? And it feels like one of those three things. Maybe there was a massive stop that was triggered at 150, and that's why you wound up seeing it. But I do want to point out, thanks to Dan Curtis for telling us this, it's the widest range on yen intraday since the policy tweak news came out back in late July. That really roiled the market. So, this is a big move. It's hard to kind of understate this at this time. So let's get more into this. We're going to talk much more about this and what it winds up meaning. We're about an hour and change into the trading session. Again, dollar yen sort of surging above that 150 and then coming lower. Abigail's tracking some of those moves for us. Abigail?
And here is what it looks like, Alex. So
It's the government. They're like, it could be a lot of things. That is, nobody do that in that do you not look at it's going back up again. If it happens in like 15-minute intervals, then there is it good. What, 30? I think it is almost about 30 minutes. My goodness. Yeah, dollar's going to come down again here. Watch out for it. My goodness. That's just crazy. Again, honestly, it went from, it's working, though. And what I mean by it's working is that if the yen just keeps climbing or just moving like crazy government involvement, a.k.a. Bank of Japan, then it's just going to look like it's just going to be the main focus will be that. But right now, if that could calm things down, we were focusing on jolts, we were focusing on rates, and now all of a sudden the one thing that could fight the dollar has showed up into the arena today. Great. We're watching this in real time. My goodness. We'll give it a couple days there still. Remember, October is going to have this back and forth. We've been talking about that. But my goodness, Fed funds rate at 5.33. Watch the Zaza. That has been climbing up here. So, again, even after the data today, yesterday, rate hike expectations are getting more hawkish. So that is something that we got to factor in there. The yen is big enough if it holds. It's very simple. If the yen gains strength, the dollar will get weaker. That's all. As of late, go look at the yen chart. It's hard for the yen to get strength. Why? Because their policy, easy money, how their economy is. So and that's what I'm saying, just like the only thing that could really bring the dollar down, if the euro and pound and if everybody else wants to act how they have the last couple of days, last couple of weeks, there's nothing that's going to bring the dollar down. But the yen gaining, 1%, 2% in a minute, that would do it. So that's kind of what we're watching out for. Otherwise, if that fails, if the yen fades, dollar could start climbing back up given what we've dealt with today. And then even then, the bonds are not. Remember, there is a correlation between the yen and the bonds. So if the bonds aren't moving up, it's still kind of showing you we're dealing with our own little fiasco here. But at the same time, you do have that stuff popping across the pond. Watch the Zaza. So SPY's still near the lows. So again, dollar's trying to come down. SPY near the low. Bonds aren't at the low, but they're close to it. So we'll see. No, so the Jolts pushed the market down. This was Jolts right here. You could see everything very clearly. Market went down, bonds went down, dollar skyrocketed up. And then roughly about 10 minutes after, the dollar just massively plummeted. And this was as the Japanese yen started to skyrocket 1% on a candle. Again, the largest range there in the last, 4 or 5 months. So that's all it was. But now people are speculating why the yen did that. So I have an answer. I mean, it's Bank of Japan in my opinion, but that's the only thing. But as of now, we're still kind of reacting to the jolts. If the dollar does not come down, then we will keep reacting to this stuff. You're about to hit a new low. Remember, this is 42.50. So, oh no, this is 42.38. So that's it. You've hit a new weekly low a couple minutes ago, but anything below here now, you are, again, just take a look at the chart. You're in no man's land. We're going to go to 4,200 flat probably, maybe 41.99. So if this really can't hold, there may be a little more downside, but a little downside just leads you to 4,200, and then we'll see what happens. pull up NVIDIA. Tell me what you see weird. Nothing. It's not down as much. It's only down 1.2. So it's holding up the rally because they had that upgrade yesterday. That's the only thing. Isn't the yen mostly a distraction? How about the dot plot? It is. The yen is a distraction, 100%, in the sense that the yen getting strength, all it's going to do is calm down the dollar. That's it. So that will buy you time until the data, which CPI, earnings, Powell, that will give us more related to the dot plot and policy. So I agree. I'm still holding the MES, yeah. At least until the yen comes down. I mean, that's why I said I'm going to wait for at least some dollar move, but right now the pressure is pretty big. But I'm still in the MES. Again, it's smaller. I'm down $90 on it. But, yeah, so keep that in mind. If the yen has a structural shift to strength, then it no longer becomes a distraction. Right? If they change policy, if something happens fundamentally and structurally with the yen, then it's not a distraction. However, right now, the yen strengthening, all it's going to do is buy you time because it's going to stop the dollar from wrecking everything if the yen doesn't die as the dollar gets strong. So right now, like if you think about it today, right now, if it wasn't for the yen, I think we would be like at least another 0.5% lower, maybe, and maybe worse. I don't know, because the dollar is still pretty strong, especially considering what it did yesterday as well too. Remember, this is now 2 days, even though the market held up. You know, this is like 2 days, 3 days in a row now of the dollar kind of just back up to these levels. But why MO over 3M? Because MO is more stable and it has less downside. So that's it. I think 3M has that, and it pays a higher yield. Dollar General on the high. A lot of you guys were bringing that one up yesterday. Reload in 4. I still like 3M. Again, it just didn't drop until recently. So, and then I've been liking MO. Again, I even said all last year, this year too. I was waiting for that $41 price, so figured we might as well get in it. Yeah, yen's 0.5, but it's still, everything's like still kind of shaky. MO over BTI just because I've been in MO for the last like 3.5 years. And I've liked it, so I do think they're kind of similar. I actually like some of BTI products more. I like what they offer, but I do think MO is still great. I think 4,200. I mean, it's on there. It's the writing's on the wall. I don't think 4,200. If there's pressure and weakness today, we're gonna hit it. I don't know why we wouldn't, especially with the dollar above 30 now. If that's gonna hold, if the dollar starts weakening, then maybe we have a different story. But like the low is 42.40, 42.21 if you're lucky. And then, again, 4,200. So there's like two baby spots there that you might be able to hold up, but don't hold your breath. I think it depends, bonds and dollar. If this can't get a recovery, these two don't recover, it's going to be a weird situation like yesterday. But, again, worse because we are reacting to data that actually moved us negatively this morning. White House, Biden called allies this morning to coordinate on ongoing support for Ukraine. Walgreens earnings, it might be good. Again, the thing that's been running, remember, they guided lower. So it's like either Walgreens is really going to die or they just sandbagged the shit out of their last earnings because they guided lower. And then people are getting hopeful that the new CEO will be one of the Cigna guys. Don't get Raul. Dollar trying to go lower. Bonds, SPY's closest to the low out of anything. And then dollars back to break even on the day. Dollar General keep moving up. U.S. awards RTX $391 million or $39 million for Air Defense Command and Control prototype. Walgreens, I don't think I think dividend cut is kind of disillusioned. I would hate to be wrong and then that happens, but at the same time, Walgreens is dividend history as well as their payout ratio, they don't really look in danger. So maybe if their business really slows dramatically, maybe, but again, the last thing I'm worried about with Walgreens is a dividend cut, for now at least. Maybe in a couple years if this becomes a negative trend, but I'm not really I don't think they're in that position of sensitive dividend. Hey, I got DG in the bottom right there. They are running up. We're going to crash. Tesla on the low. That's going in there. UVXY on the high now. 19 on the VIX. I don't know, man. Maybe we have to get to 40, but this is the highest the VIX has been now since May. Again, that was around SVB or FRC. And then SVB, we were at 31. So we need a 40. Yeah, but for the most part, your fear gauges are going up. SPY's going lower now. Bonds taking a red. Dollar is still right up holding. FLGC as a Zaza, like a weed play, or you talk like, 'cause we say Zaza related to the Fed futures. But if FLGC, I'm pretty sure it's a weed stock, Flora growth. I would just play it on the hype, on the headlines as we get them related to the election and everything else, you know? I think you'll get more stuff with that than not. CART, that thing's actually been holding. UUP starting to climb back up again. A couple of things on the low. Your big tech, nothing is showing love right there. 42.32. So again, watch maybe 42.22, 10 more points. But other than that, I think it's out. Yeah, I know Zaza means weed, but you know, I wanted to hijack the word and turn it educational. So when we talk about the Zaza, we're talking about /ZQ. And that is the Fed funds futures. This is how the Fed probabilities are determined based on this /ZQ. So sometimes if you want to go to the other month, it's like /ZQZ, and it has like all these like tickers. So that's why we called it the Zaza, because it looked like Zaza. You know what I'm saying? So I call it the Zaza. I'm referring to Fed futures. I know. I'm a weird individual. Redfin on the high. What the hell is this? Or is that oh my gosh, look at the low. I don't even see the chart, but the low ticker is going crazy. So again, dollar still up there a little bit. Where's young yen? Yen is still holding up, but the dollar, that means other things are moving here. So honestly, maybe this will give you a better idea. Go look at 6B and /6E. All of those guys are moving. They're trying to hold up too, but then again, those are the ones with pressure still. Boskin loan price target. SPY, another low. Bonds haven't hit the low yet, but nothing is looking good. Meta and Coinbase on the low right now. 42.31 is your low of the day. Gold and silver is up. SPY put premiums in. The VIX is actually moving. So this is the highest the VIX has been in a while. The MOVE index is also creeping up. So volatility is starting to rise here. Again, hopefully we don't get a bad non-farms. That's the only thing I could tell you is that, those job openings just came in really, really hot. It's like today we actually have something negative. Tomorrow we'll get ISM services, but by the non-farms on Friday, if that's not good, it's all going to boil down to CPI, but it creates a very ugly setup. It makes sense why volatility is there. Just in the same respect, if that jobs report was good today, volatility would have been crushed. So until we get that event here, you're going to have a lot of pressure for the most part. Starting to think all news is bad as long as the treasury yield is high. Pretty much. You need news that's going to bring treasuries lower. So watch out for that. That's the only thing I would add to that. That's why today, if we had news like job openings dropped, that would have helped a lot. That's why the non-farms, depending on that, that's going to do a lot. Dollar's starting to creep back up above 30. Honestly, 30 is a weapon, it looks like. So let's see. SPY is near the low. Bonds aren't, but I think one more low, bonds can't resist. And then dollar back at 30. SPY on the low. Biotech index, all inverses. All of these are inverse indexes with a couple of others. Getting another flush, I believe, new low on the S&P right now, 4230. So 4222 or 4223, I'd watch out for there, and then it's 4200. I really picked the worst here to start my long term. I swear I've heard that for the last 3 years. So I guess roughly since like 2021, right? Everybody would like start the long term and love it. And then if that was and then they would be like, oh my gosh, I can't believe it. Every year I've heard it. It's not. The phrase that we tell you is very simple. The longer you own a stock, the less riskier it becomes. This is how it works with many assets. The longer you hold something, the less riskier. So, unfortunately, by default, what does that mean if you started your long-term recently? That means the first moments of starting your long-term, it's going to be riskier because that's your first outlay, your first amount of money, little amounts of time. The price is more liable to fluctuate. So usually over time, you see how it plays out, and that's why holding goes a very, very long way. But I would say that's why we've told people just don't buy things when they're up, and you will be good. But even then, there were some things that weren't up and kept going down. But when you look at it, your first outlays, new positions, they're always risky at first, but with enough time, they will balance out. I am holding Walgreens, yeah. I have it in the long term. I've had it for years in the long term. So we had it at a lower price in 2020, then it rocketed, then it recently came down. I made one average after a couple of years, but that's it. I get a miraculous V. We'll see. You've been weed sober since Josh quit caffeine. No looking back now, feeling healthy AF. That's so funny, bro. I didn't think that was going to happen. I didn't think like my caffeine was gonna like inspire you guys to do shit, but then you guys were like, I'm stopping this now too. So I was like, good work, man. Good work. Good work. I think the price has value. I just don't like that it moved up 5%. So I am concerned with the risk. But literally the thing just moved up 5% in the last 48 hours. So that is my only problem that I have with that play right there. That's why I decided to go with Altria today. Private alternatives for employment, ADP and LinkedIn. Yeah, pretty much ADP. That's private payrolls. But I mean, the non-farms, it covers a lot. Like it covers over 320 million or even 400 million people. I think that's most of America. I don't know how they even have all that data, but usually, but the only problem is the BLS is mad delayed, and then how they get the info is very, very skewed. But usually the only payroll, like private payroll data, is ADP. Or like you could go to, again, like ADP. What's the other one? There's like Paycom or like Paychex or something. There's a couple of companies, but for the most part, all of that data is just ADP would be the only other one. And then the BLS shares the other responsibility. And then SPY going lower again. Bonds, dollar, all same position. If anything, the dollar's chill, but markets are getting drawn down here with the bonds. You started yesterday, going to go sober. You need a tolerance reset. 100 milligram edibles a day isn't cheap. You're telling me you're actually eating 100 milligrams of edibles a day? Bro, that's not even like weed at that point. That's just like medicine. That's crazy. Like, I've heard a lot. Like usually I don't meet too many people who like edible out like that. You know, I know a lot of people who smoke. You guys do it. That's it. 100 is nothing. No, I mean, listen, I'm not a chef. I don't know the recipe, but you know, here in California, I'm pretty sure it's like 100 milligrams is a whole entire bag of edibles at any dispensary. I'm pretty sure it's like 10 milligrams a piece. I'm pretty sure 100 milligrams of edibles is the whole entire bag. I don't know. Well, that's crazy, bro. At least every day? Wow. That's crazy. That's more like medicine, though. Like, I'm telling you, that's crazy. That's wild, but that's good for you, man. Good for you. Yeah, bro, 100. I think 100 is a lot. It may not feel like a lot to you now, but that's like you're in another world. That's it, bro. You're in the MLB. You're in the NBA of tolerance. So it's different, bro. It's different. All right. I'm already in. I took the MES off the Japanese yen. I had to. I felt like the yen. I haven't seen that candle in months. But I'm down $100 on my MES right now, 117. Yeah, but no, it's good, bro. I mean, the moral of the story is that a lot of you guys are quitting random things since we've talked about no caffeine. And then even then, some of you, man, I've been praying for y'all. So God bless you. Some people have had struggles too. So it's just like, I mean, hey, man, it's good to hear. Listen, you know, that's it. Get ready for the new year, man. It's already a new year. So if you got anything, Chad Lent, I don't know. I guess Chad Lent, I gave up caffeine, but it's already been like 2 months. 215. No vape. Good work, baby. Nootropics are where it's at. I've tried them before, but like one time I had that. There's like a nootropic from Costco. It's like little brain vitamin, bro, and I took it and it made me mad itchy, and then I never took it again. Man, I'll take it. I did not expect you guys to follow through. Honestly, I selfishly stopped caffeine, so if it had a positive impact, I'm glad to hear. I'm very glad to hear. I did not. I was not expecting anybody else because I thought mine was a personal situation. But it's very good to see though. Again, I've heard a lot of different updates. APLS on the low, SPY coming down here. Tesla just hit a low. Dollar is still barely up. He needs to make a move. A couple of names on the high ticker. Nothing worth it. But honestly, like Apple, Microsoft keeps going lower. Amazon, again, those both have that, what's it called? That government thing from EU. But Apple's not going down. Nvidia's just dying. AMD back to 100. Oh, my God. Dude, these chips, they all kind of sold off heavy. I know I got slipped some niacin. No, for real, though. For real. My electricity bill charging my EV? Nothing. I have solar. I'm fully California out here. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? So shout out ESG, baby. My electricity bill is like a solid $15 a month, maybe with everything. And I'm playing 2K. I'm running the stream. I got 1,000 watt power supply on my computer. You know what I'm saying? Like it's out here, bro. I got everything. Someone posted F350 on Reddit country. Wow. That's what I'm talking about. I think everybody should post it there. My goodness. That's funny. That's all we need. I did pay for solar. Yeah, I bought it on my house a couple years ago. I spent about $40,000 for it. That was including installation, yeah. So I'd say solar is worth it, but like, dude, did you not hear with the amount that I paid for it? That's some like, I paid $40,000 to do the math. Let's assume that I spent $400 a month on electricity, and then I paid that for 10 years in a row. Then I would have just paid back, or I would have paid $8,000 more than what I spent on it. All right, SPY, another flush, dollar going higher. Unfortunately, the death spiral is continuing, Chad. I don't know. I don't know what I have. Like, that's the thing. Like, I know way more about I know more about 2K than my solar panels. I don't know the size. I don't know the wattage, the voltage. I don't know if Elon Musk signed them personally. You know what I'm saying? So I don't know. I don't know how this works. I got them years. I don't know how many panels. I don't live on the roof. I can't count them. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, right now I'm in the house. I'm not looking. I can't. You want to get a ladder or some shit? You want to like get like a drone side eye my house? Like, I can't figure all this shit out. Like, that's it. I said free electricity. All right. Oh, I gotta pay for it up front. All right. Word. I don't know much about how many panels, man. Y'all got the wrong one. How do you not know? I think it's very common that I don't know. That's why these solar guys are making hand over fist in door-to-door sales. Because people like me, I have no idea what the fuck is going on. All I know is solar, and then that means sun give electricity. That's it. I thought, like, you mean I need more than one panel? Like, what? It's crazy. That's why you paid $40K to not worry about the money technicals. Kinda, you paid too much. Well, it doesn't feel like that. Because like I'm saying, I've tricked myself into thinking, I'm like, dude, my electricity bill is $18. It's really fun. It's really fun to see. No, it's really good, though, for the next person. So if you could buy a house and the owner already paid for solar, I think it's a huge come up for the next buyer. 4229, 7 more points, final level, and then it's 4200, and then that's it. You've wiped out maybe almost 5 months of gains almost. We're gonna get back to the lower first rally level, which is crazy. So if you don't know what we've been referencing here, you're about to give up this little gap. At one point, 421 was the high of the year, and then it just started going nuts from end of May, beginning of June till like August, right? So now we give that back up. You're going to get back to beginning of the year levels, post SVB, all that good stuff. What's crazy, the Magnificent Seven still at the highs. Well, I mean, I hope we get a bounce because I have something to tell you. Like the video just because I love you. Yes, you like the video because I love you. That's exactly the terms that I outlined. Are you ready, though? I was thinking about this the other day. And respect, I love Jim Cramer. I know some of you don't like him. I think respect and credit should be given where credit is due. I love Jim Cramer. I really do. However, that being said, this whole Magnificent Seven, like, this sound like some Jim Cramer shit. I feel so bad. I was typing out Magnificent Seven yesterday for my description on the watch list, and I was like, who came up with Magnificent Seven? Because I was like, this definitely is some Jim Cramer-ish. And I was like, this is so whack. I'm so sorry about it. Like, you know what I'm saying? Because I was like, bro, I was buying Amazon, Facebook. They called it Fang, bro. That shit went hard. You know what I'm saying? It was Fang. And like this, yeah, they're like the Magnificent Seven. The Avengers? Stupid. I'm sorry. I'm not. The Magnificent. We're going to look back whenever the bubble does burst, and we're going to be like, yeah, we should have known. They were calling it Magnificent Seven. That's the most boomer shit I've ever heard in my life. Y'all calling stocks Magnificent Seven. That's boomer. I'm sorry. So that's my conclusion I came to yesterday. I was like, man, I wish we had a better name for our FANG stocks that were holding us up. Maybe like Super 7. I don't know. I don't know. We had FANG, like what do they call it? Like the meme stocks. At least that was cool, but like Magnificent 7? The Hateful 8, the Boomer 7, Seventh Heaven. Yeah, maybe Seventh Heaven would have hit. I don't know. The 7 biggest. All right, man. Dollar's still back up. And yen, if you notice, yen ain't moving. Why is the dollar coming back up? It's every other currency working their way down. So yen it helped add like a bumper to the rails, but it's not necessarily doing the full job. Oil's on the high. The 7 up, the 7-11. Yeah, man, I don't know. The Expendables. That's a good one. The Expendables. You get it? I like it. That's a good dad joke. I like that one. I'm smiling, bro. That's a good one. See, that would have I would have been like, oh yeah, I'm buying this shit. I'm an expendable. Like, you know what I'm saying? Magnificent Seven, I just feel old looking at him. I'm like, oh, maybe I'll go check out a bond. Maybe I'll go for 5%, Amen. Whoa. Skirp. That was fake. Don't worry. Boyle's going up there again. See if oil or anything else comes up. Everyone's talking about the yen, though, right now, even on Bloomberg. Yen, big deal. The FANG was good until they dropped Netflix. I know. Netflix came back up. Bro, what in the E-Trade? Watch out. Don't believe these candles. We're trying to work our way up, but my E-Trade is tweaking out right now. Again, if yen could go up, still would be nice, but dollar is up considering. Apple's holding. Amazon and Microsoft, though. Qualcomm off the bottom. Again, there was some headline on EU case with Amazon and Microsoft, and they are down a pretty penny right now. Again, even Google and Meta, too. The steamy 7, the succulent 7. Why are you trying to turn this into the sexual 7, man? Calm down. Calm down. Calm down. The zesty 7. All right, guys. All right, that's the Twitch chat for you guys. Where we go live there at like 6 p.m. for 2K. We've been consistent. If you guys want to go over there, you know, sometimes during speeches, I'll give you a more uncensored version on the Twitch. But as you could see, sometimes, you know, you get a little out of hand. Boyle another set of candles there on the high. You need to. I have the SBF, bro. I'm just, you know. I hope he gets a fair trial, and that's it. And that's, you know, at the end of the day, we'll see what happens. Pretty much what's gonna happen. He's gonna get. He'll probably get less than 10 years. They might do him with 5. He'll be out in 2, sadly. Maybe 7. He'll be out in 2. And then they're going to cut a deal with what's Ellison and all the other ones. So, sadly. Watch. Again, I already read some of the updates, if you even see how the media is explaining it. But they're going to, what's his name? The other guys are going to cut a deal, so they're going to get little time or none at all. Then I think Sam Bankman will do it. Lawyer saying 25 plus. I doubt it. Again, I want him to have a fair trial, so I'm not, as much as I think what he did was awful. I don't know if he's going to get 25 years, unfortunately. Again, first-time offender for anything, regardless. You have donations and media on your side. He'll probably get a high sentence, but again, like 7 to 10 years. And then he'll be out in a couple. And then the other guys are only going to do 1 or 2 years based on the deal that they make. Madoff did less. They couldn't recover the Madoff money. As again, you guys don't think it's weird where nobody knows where the fucking money is still to this day. Money was popping up, disappearing. They were like, we found $7 billion. We didn't find $7 billion. So I don't know. That's the thing. Like with Madoff, you don't know where. Like they couldn't recover the money. It was given to people. It was a real big shit show there. But with the SB, dude, they were finding things. Like it's just really, really weird. Fed time, you have to do 85%. I don't know. I feel like the ways, like, so far it's been structured, it looks like they're going to try to throw the biggest hammer at Sam and then let everybody off with something small to get him. But then again, we'll see. I don't know how you hide $7 billion, but then $3 billion shows up out of nowhere. And then again, we still don't know the collateral, what anything was backed by. Again, all of this has been under seal for the last year. It was about a year ago today almost that we were experiencing a lot of this stuff. But it's kind of shocking that you still don't know any of this. Wow, are you ready? Japan's senior MOF official, no comment on whether Japan intervened in the Forex market. So the Ministry of Finance commented in Japan. They said no comment. Sir, can you explain why the yen shot up 1% in 1 minute? Was there any way you could base this on government intervention? Yeah, no comment. Next question. What's up? Come on, next one. Nope. But he'll get 1.5 times served for any time he's been waiting for trial. Ah. Merrill Lynch wasn't worse. Just because he lost her house. I think SBF was worse because we don't know who worked with him. That's it. Still to this, I will go out on a limb and sound crazy. I think the liquidity crisis with banks was caused by Sam Bankman-Fried. Yes, I believe that. In my little mind, I believe that is true. Why? Because they all happened within the timing of each other, and it makes too much sense to me that, again, in the real estate bubble was a problem because the banks were making bad loans and they overinflated the collateral. At least the collateral had wood and pipes. In this case, there was a couple of years where Sam Bankman, with his high prestige and status, was running through the financial system, getting people to collateralize loans on shitcoins that are invisible, made-up currencies. And that, I don't think we know the damage or the extent of who got that money, who took that money, loaned it out, where it is now. And that's why I'm saying 5 months later, you have a bank crisis. Some of the biggest, most capitalized banks in the world don't have cash, and they put it all in bonds. Sounds to me like a collateral issue, whether we're talking long-term securities or maybe a crypto loan that you took on that may not be worth the paper it's printed on anymore. So that's always been my belief there, but I do think I think it's all there, and unfortunately we just don't know what has happened. Yeah, they wouldn't release the client list because they feared it would cause panic. Exactly. Because once you found out there was 5 banks you knew about who may have taken a collateralized loan that's backed by a fucking altcoin just because you believe the kid was a billionaire, that's way worse than 2008. But unfortunately, unfortunately, it's been a year. We don't know any of that info. They unwound the Madoff thing, and little money was lost. Only profits weren't there. Yeah, but have you looked into the how they did it? There's a lot of issues with the Madoff thing because it was kind of fucked. The guy who was the special counsel or whoever who was appointed to do it all, they did they try to even get money back from people. So there was people who they got their money out and they were old and retired. They were 80 years. They didn't do anything, right? All they did was made money off of Madoff, and then to pay for the other guys, they fined those other people. So essentially, they made old people have to pay back what they got normally just to recoup it. So how they recouped the Madoff fund was very controversial, just because it left a lot of people still kind of fucked, more or less. Yeah, essentially, people who made money had to give it back to the people who lost money, but then that necessarily wasn't always correct. But then again, compare that to SBF. You didn't have that. All that happened was 3 months later, random people were like, oh, we found $3 billion in an account. What? No, it's crazy. Can the client list get obtained through Freedom of Information Act in 9 years? Probably. But then again, it may not. I don't know. Because the FOFA or whatever, it's not this isn't government related. This is a private company that it was based out of the fucking Bahamas. You know what I'm saying? So it's not as if, I don't think we will be entitled to too much info when it's all said and done. All right, you're coming back up. Dollars above 30. Yen is coming down. Again, Minister of Finance just said, my man just said, no comment on us intervening. SPY's trying to curl up here, but we'll see. 30-year 4.9. That's hideous. Even then, bro, F all the BS. Fitch revises Boeing's outlook to positive, affirms IDR at BBB negative. You're above 4.75 now, man. That's it. That's it. So now 5%'s on the table for the 10-year, which is insane to think about. But it's like we need to calm down, rally back to like 4.5, maybe 4.6, and then it could go up. But if it doesn't, it might be a straight shot to 5, and then it gets hideous. I do remember BitConnect. I remember all of them. I've been in crypto since Mt. Gox. You know, so I've seen a lot. Just SBF was the one that was the biggest, but then SBF was the case that it was so big, so shocking, but then you actually had less like government politicians going after. Again, if y'all don't remember Mt. Gox or anything else, they use it to crucify crypto. This time SBF was just used to I don't know. We kind of all forgot about it pretty early. BitConnect. When Doge Volt got hacked, you had your Doge. Yeah, crypto is weird. That's why you just got to be just sketchy or skeptical. You got to look at the tokens on FTX that were used to represent real stocks. Hedge funds were able to use these tokens as locates on their short swaps. They eventually blew up. It was all a problem. It was all a problem. Again, like, that's what I'm saying is that people respected Sam so much that you had big financial institutions doing stuff that made no financial sense. You know, you literally had, through FTX, you had billions of dollars sloshing around, and all of the collateral was based upon either shit coins or money that wasn't there, and that's a wild concept to think about. Like, you had literally just borrowing millions of dollars on tokens that were just minted is insane. And then we're still holding RCI on the high. Couple of weird movers today. Investing in something that doesn't exist. Imagine, no, that's your collateral, dude. That's it. I believe it. There's somewhere in the world we have not been told about. Somebody gave at least $10 to $100 million to Sam Bankman, and they backed it with FTX tokens. I promise you. Because, again, people were willing to do this with me in 2020, 2021, bro. People were so hyped on it. I could have backed up my loans with crypto, hands down. Again, I was showing people proof of funds in crypto, and they were loving it. They didn't give a shit. So I promise you, there's a loan out there, $10 to $100 million. A financial institution gave it to Sam, and it was backed by worthless FTX tokens. I could almost guarantee it. And you're going lower. Another red now, 4229. Again, 4227. You're like 3 or 4 more points below that. That is the final level. He probably got some real estate. No, the only real estate he bought was in the Bahamas. It's a damn shame. Someone said he invested in Anthropic, which was good. But yeah, oh yeah, that first MES from the morning, if I held that, I would have killed it. Now I'm down 130. We would have made 150 on the short instead of being down 130 now. Yeah, 20 million. But those are awful real estate investments. So, like, you mean to tell me you got everybody in the world willing to give you credit on FTX tokens? You have all that money, and you go spend $100 million on, like, just luxury properties in the Bahamas. You just blew the bag in real estate. Like, he should have. I don't, like, because those properties are hard to sell. It's not, like, it's a very specialty type of unit, you know, when push comes to shove. I tried to buy it from him when he listed it. Again, we got in touch with the agent, and they backed out once the pressure started heating up. They thought they were going to list it. I don't know. Remember, they thought they were going to list it and try to sell it before anybody knew. But I caught wind of it the first day it was up. We contacted the agent, but we weren't able to do it. I was going to fly out there, bro. Disney under 80. Yeah, good. Well, I'm glad we didn't get that. I think MO went down, though. It's around the same price, a little lower. I told him we were willing to pay what they wanted, what they listed it for, but my plan was just get in the door, show him we're serious, and then lowball the shit out of him. I would have bought it, though, if he wanted to. Why not? I am talking about the orgy apartment, yes. If you're not familiar, you could look up Sam Bankman activities on the side. SPY going lower. It's still hugging there. Bonds hit a low a couple of minutes ago, but SPY's there, and the dollar's just quietly climbing up. Everybody's getting rocked on treasuries right now. It's just we're waiting till these earnings and not. That's going to be, or CPI. Just like today, just imagine, jobs report caused this reaction. It came in hot. What do you think a hot non-farms and a hot CPI is going to do? So it's kind of the thing we're waiting on. MGM is clapped, but you'll notice the contracts are not even going up today, sadly. So it's the same price they've pretty much been at with a 100% spread. Well, we will see. Mm. 2K, we got blown out. MPW, that got blown out, but I'm still holding that. Even the flip shares, I'm kind of capitulating on it because again, this whole last couple of weeks, I have been waiting for bonds to bounce after hitting these crucial levels, and they haven't. So I am expecting relief at some area, but unfortunately, I have slowly but surely not gotten any of it through interest rates. Again, you know, yields affecting REITs and all of that. It just has not. This has been a constant downtrend. Any relief has not been enough there. I had one good moment to get out, and I didn't take it. So now I'm going to be riding it through. But like I said here, we got a couple of things we got to rearrange by end of the year. That's why whatever CPI non-farms does, let's see what type of trend we get into, and then we got to decide on what we're going to ride, tax loss sales, all of that. When your divvy gets paid, does your average cost go down? If you reinvest it at a lower price, yes. Yeah, Disney under 80. Oil running, I mean, We'll see, but if oil runs and the dollar's still up, maybe I'm thinking maybe oil goes up, brings the dollar down, but low key the dollar is the problem child as well as the bonds. Yesterday, it was the bonds, but I think the dollar is now. I think they're both having an issue. Again, bonds are kind of going lower. SPY wants to have green, but everything else pointing up. TMV, TBT on the high. Here's to another month. Thank you for all the knowledge. 39 months, baby. I think I only have 2 more months. I need to get a new badge in there. God bless you, Chad. Fed Mester likely to favor a hike at next meeting if current economic situation holds. Long-term yield rise will affect monetary policy outlook. So she's commenting on the bonds going up too high. Is the Mester a voter? Mester, higher longer-term rates will moderate growth. Fed likely at or near peak for interest rate target. Expects to hit 2% inflation by end of 2025. That's Loretta Mester right now. Loretta Mester. Yeah, I don't think she's a voter. She made comments in the morning and we react to it, but little reaction on bonds. I mean, you could blame her if you want to. Baba's running up here at the high right now. End of 2025 is what they all said. That shouldn't surprise you. That should not surprise you. End of 2025 is not crazy to say inflation will get back there. Why? It's your boy. It's your boy, the dot plot. We out here, man. It's your boy. So remember, even in 2025, they think the Fed funds rate will be at 3.9. And again, I guess 2025, even 2024, that's where they're kind of outlining, 2.6, 2.3 is the core PCE expectation for 2024 and 2025. So it's already there, borderline. She's giving her view, but that shouldn't be too surprising. SPY going lower, BABA on the high, dollar, small candle down, but still elevated. And then bonds kind of moving here towards the low too. Euro closed, yes. And Europe was bad today. Everywhere was bad, actually. Europe was down 1%. Again, Asia Pacific, they were bad as well. So we'll find out. Warren Sanders asked Treasury IRS to close tax loopholes. When SPY rocket? Well, we'll see. You got 2 minutes here since Euro closed. SPY going lower, another low. My goodness. So 421, that's it, man. I think we are going to hit that baby level. Oil's at the high, but 4225. You have 2 more points now, and then that will be it. And then if that doesn't, if 4220 doesn't hold, it's 4200 flat. Borderline maybe even 4188. I don't know why I closed the MES. I went long on it too because of the yen. So they got me, but I thought we were going to get more activity. I thought people would have liked the jobs cooling down on the trend, but overall, again, the bonds and the dollar, that pressure is unrelenting. But we still got the rest of the day. We'll see what we could do with it. NASDAQ is down 1.79. SPY's down 1.5. We have not been down 1.5 in a long time. Again, that was just a couple days ago, but before that, it was like in March of 2023, I think, the beginning of this year. And then Dow Jones down 1.2 right now. Steve Cohen buys 110 million shares of BNOX. Yeah, VIX is at 1996. The VIX is elevated. It's the highest the VIX has now been since May. So this, again, the last 3 days, this pressure and how fast we moved. VIX went from being back at normal leverage to just rocketing up right here. So if the VIX keeps going, even the MOVE index, I mean, it's telling you after today, you had one of these data sets give us a bad response for bonds. So until now, the non-farms or ISM tomorrow, you might have that vacuum continue in this direction. 10-year high. Again, it's already past 4.75, so it probably just gets crazier from here. Bonds. No, it's still going lower. That's it. The dollar's calm, but you can't see it now because of the yen. So that's it. Pretty much now, if the yen does not rocket up here, the dollar's still climbing. This is all still that pressure there with the bonds. Golden Goose explores Milan IPO next year. New lows once again. Is it at the level 4223? So this number flat, maybe 22 or 220, but this is the final level here. Again, pull out the chart. You'll see what I'm talking about. Last time you were here, this was that gap up between the May or the June 2nd highs in that little pop. And again, the hourly candle is vicious here. TSX slips, yields touch historic highs in Canada. 10-year rises to day high 4.78. Royal Caribbean price target cut. Toyota's announcing numbers. Pump it up next pump it up is at 4,600. That was our last pump it up, and I told you the next level. So now we have not gotten up since the last pump it up. The last pump it up, I believe, is when the carnage started, and we never. That's it. But I think we had our final pump it up maybe of the year, unless we rock it up by October. The big trend line we bounced off of, pretty sure we shot through the bottom of it. I think we did. I think you're going to get your test now, but that's for the upward trend line, I believe, correct? So you guys, I think didn't we try to draw it on here? Oh, isn't it like, if you tried to get all of, I think it's right, where was it? It's one of these. Remember, it's all dependent on how you want to cut it up. But I think it did break through. How do I remove it? 4222. So you're breaking the level now. This is where all the action is. Again, we're either going to flush this and bounce, or if we flush it, bounce, and can't get above it, it's going to be more of the gulag today. And we're already down 1.5 now on the S&P. Scammers, 10-year going lower. 10-year is just dead. Again, all the bonds, the whole curve. I mean, yesterday you had SHI even gap up. Y'all realize that even SHI is getting murdered too, even the short end of the curve. So today you're getting a little bit of uninversion, but just because the long-term rates are running up. And that's something you got to realize here too. I really hope if you guys look at SHI, go look at the 2-year. I do want you guys to notice this. Again, someone was asking about the yield curve earlier. Do you guys know why the yield curve is uninverting? You know, rates are still high. Why is the yield curve uninverting how it is? The answer is that the long end is running faster than the short end. So every time you guys are 30-year, 20-year at 5%, it's catching up. That means it's catching up with your boy, the short-term interest rates. So, yeah, the long end is just running up faster. But now, even if you're getting pressure on the short term, this is just showing you all of the pressure in bond land across every duration. The long end running faster is that people are assuming that rates are going to go high, as well as even kind of a slowdown in activity and not enough to think recession. Because that's the thing. Because once people are worried, you guys got to realize that the market is even dropping right now. I hope all of you are aware that nothing recession related is priced into the market right now. And there's evidence of that. How do you know? So nobody is worried about a recession right now. Isn't that funny? So if you're fearful right now, you're worried about the market, you're not worried about a recession. And why? I explained this the other day, but let's see if I could unlock it in another formation. The bonds, how so? Nothing shows recession though. No, short term doesn't even show it. What is showing that there's no recession? It's not the jobs. Good answer though. Nope, it's not jobs. Fuck the jobs. There's something else. Dollar is strong. Part of it, but that's not the answer. The answer is that no recession is priced in. And again, the question, we're talking about the long end versus the short end of the curve. How do you know that no recession is being priced in? Because bond yields are going higher on the long end of the curve. So a 30-year bond right now is starting to go faster than a 2-year bond, a 3-month bond. Every bond, the 30-year is raising in rates faster than everything. So why does that not say recession? Because think about it. If there was a recession upcoming and you had a 30-year bond, you would buy it. If you were worried about recession risk, you would start buying the 30-year bond, because then you would be like, wow, no, we can't handle this. And then in 5 years, 2 years, if I'm forecasting with duration down the line that there'll be a recession, I'm going to buy the curve. Exactly. You'd invert versus uninvert. Thank you. Exactly. That's exactly what it is. When we're worried about recession, we start to invert. But now you're worried about debt crisis or something else is causing us to worry. But the fact that the long-term rates are not going up or going down, that's telling you that people are not as worried about a recession. But they are worried about something else, and it's probably rates and other things. So, ta-da! That's a good point to know. But like I'm telling you, it's not like people are buying up the bonds out of fear, but there's another fear that's not really related to that if you look around. I'm still Bill. Yeah, I use my deposit today to buy stuff, but I am in Bill in general. That's where I keep a lot of savings. Curve goes steeper. Well, I mean, it's simple. I mean, if the curve uninverts right from here, that's it. My signal is there. You guys could watch me go crazy. Otherwise, if the curve just stays inverted and then comes back and these last, couple of weeks goes back to normal, then I think we're going to have a nice little October, unfortunately. Again, it's a game of time, buying time, and that's all it is. If the curve uninverts, we have a problem. It leads to rate cuts. Then there you go. Everything could end by this year. But if not, this, like I've been telling you, even like the MPW play or any of my plays where I've been like looking for relief, it's just been a month of the bonds not having any relief at all. So that's kind of the issue that we have to deal with. Normal is short-term rates lower than long-term rates. That's a normalized curve. So the 3-month, 2-year, 5-year should be lower rates than the 10-year, 15, and 30-year. I shorted MES, took a little profit, then I went for a long, and then now I'm down on that. Other than that, that's it. There's circuit breakers. There's limit ups and downs on bonds, but it doesn't matter. You're not even hitting limit up or down on any of these days. It's not even big movements. It's just happening every single day. So that creates its own little setup. Don't I have long short-term bonds? Are you saying did I buy a short-term bond? It already gave me my money back. So it already matured. I did that a couple months ago. I bought one of those bonds. He thinks it affected the credit downgrade. It's threat of further downgrades due to the shutdown. I feel you, because that is something in August that I think we kind of overlooked, and we shouldn't have, and look at the market now. But we did have a United States debt default, or excuse me, a debt downgrade this year, not too long ago. So I definitely could see that spilling over, especially as rates, bonds, funding, all of that. It has to have an effect. It does, but remember, that's what people said. Some people call it a vanity rating. I think another action would cause a problem, but as of now, I don't think people have made drastic changes. Again, the attitudes towards the debt downgrade this year, it was to brush it off, and a lot of people did that. I don't think the government will save the bond market now. The bond market hasn't broken yet. It's just shocking us right now. That's the thing. I would caution you to think that anything is broken for now. All this was the market not believing Powell, and then the Fed once again tightening up and just ratcheting up the pain. But the bond market's not breaking yet. It does look very bad, but it's not as if we're running into issues where money's not showing up. People aren't changing hands with it. Honestly, you still got people kind of willing to gamble on it and bet on it, but I don't think the market is broken yet. And that's what I'm saying, and it doesn't have to break, but it's like if these next couple of data sets are bad, if things really take a shitty route into these next couple of weeks, then, the curve only inverts in a third of a point, all of that could happen, but at the same time, a little bit of relief will calm us down, and then if that data is good and we get relief, we'll deal with this 3 months from now. And it's just setting its points today. VZ price to earning is 4 or 6. I got my deposit today. I used it on MO. Are both Sam and Trump in court today? Maybe. And the dollar is rising, bro. 30.5. Ugh. Again, bonds are still getting clobbered here. This is not pretty. I don't know. I don't know how I feel about this. As much as I want to think it's going to stop, we need the dollar bonds to calm down here. But everything, just like yesterday, just like today, it's like been a couple of hours. We're looking at it, and the things you want to change the momentum are just not changing. You know what I'm saying? It's like SPY's still at the low. Bonds are still at the low. Dollar is at a high, and now it's very, very high. Because I think the yen gave up a little bit, but this is what I was telling you where shit gets a little worse. Remember I was saying if the yen goes down, we have a problem. But, look at what happened right now. It's been about an hour since that little move. The yen is staying pinned, but the dollar is going up. So can I just tell you what's happening? That means the dollar is way stronger than today is letting on. Why? Because the yen has been intervened with and it's up compared to everywhere else who is getting mollywopped. You see what I'm saying? So look at the euro and the pound. Remember I was bringing this up the last couple of weeks. They're getting pummeled and the dollar's going to rocket up. Even though you have Japan supporting right now. Very, very wild. But AKA dollar pain is still in play. It's up there. Frankenstein. Yeah, big bond reversal or currencies, but that's it. Everywhere Europe's closed, or Europe's going to be finalizing like right now, but there's not really there's a lot of factors. You need either the yen to come up, other currencies to chill out. I mean, bonds may be able to catch a bid, but the reason why they're down today is data. So there's a lot going on with it. How low can the bonds go before the Fed blinks? Till a bank blows up. That's the way I'm looking at it. Because like we're saying, we know now rates aren't good. We just don't know what number on the rates is going to break something. Do you guys see what it's like playing? Have you ever played? You guys know Price is Right? Can I show you guys a Price is Right game? This will explain why tech stocks haven't dropped yet. Shout out to Bob Barker. Okay, so this is a game in the Price is Right. It's called That's Too Much. Okay? It's kind of, we could get the cliffhanger game, but what you do, he gets offered the new car, right? And then look at what happens. So he has to keep going. He hits it.
29.
Keep going, right?
22,560.
So it's like 4.5.
Keep going.
Okay, 4.65. When's it going to break the market? Keep going. Keep going, Bob. 4.75. Okay, 4.75. Is that going to crash the market? 4.75. One more. Let's go to 5. Bob.
I always say just
5%. Is it going to break it? 5%? That's too much. All right, so let's see. That's too much. What happens? That's what, so let's find out. You see, this is the game that we're playing, Chad.
You got it.
He got it. 5% is sorry. Maybe that was a sign. 5% is the time. That's it. So that's what's happening with the bonds. I don't know the price that they are going to break everything. You see, but do you see why we're looking at it every day? And again, that's what I'm doing. I'm like 4.5 or like one more, Bob. And 4 is like, when's it going to be too much? And that's too much means that the market is going to respond very, very negatively. And that's where I'm saying here is like the 10-year, it was supposed to stop at 4.5, maybe hit here and bounce down, but it's like, no. It's like eventually we have to hit a point where that's too much, and then equities and everything around the world, they're going to start vomiting. But we don't know what number it is. Maybe it's 5, maybe it's 5.2, maybe that number is 7, but we don't know. And that's essentially the game that we're playing right now. So welcome to the Price is Right with bonds. Woo! Mm-hmm. 4.0 is too much. That was when banks failed. Yeah, so that's kind of what I'm thinking here moving forward, though, is just that, I think we'll see that's too much when a bank fails, just because right now, that's who's taking this just taking it right on the head. Every tick up is when the bonds hurt, or is when the banks hurt. Joey B. CPI can save the market for sure, but today also gives you a warning sign because, again, jobs came in hot. If non-farms comes in hot, we're fucked on Friday. And then if CPI is good or bad, it's the same respect. It could either really, really help us out or really, really hurt us. And the Price is Right. Are you going to play TLT calls or puts? I'll be buying a lot of bonds and then shorting the market probably. Especially if it confirms with a uninverted yield curve. Anthem takeover note out. Actium Pharmaceuticals is prime candidate for acquisition. So they want to buy someone based on that headline, it seems. Anthem. Oh, Actinium. I thought it was Anthem. ATNM. If it's 7, I'm going to start buying some 10-year. Yeah, maybe, but I don't know, man. Just let's see what happens. You know, let's get through this week. Let's get through this month. Find out how the year ends. But, dude, Powell is a maniac. Everybody in the world is a maniac, and we have an election coming up. I don't know where that's too much is going to happen. And that's like what I'm saying. Like, dude, what if they come out with something and they come up with an idea to try to delay it again? What if Powell finds a way to keep rates up at 7? Remember we talked about it earlier? Remember we were saying we were talking about the what was it? Oh, I blanked. But yeah, it's just in general. And I think we were talking about random, like, just like with the Liz Truss stuff. They could come up with anything. I was even talking about, that's what it was, a couple months ago. We've discussed what if they found a way to uninvert the curve without cutting rates. You guys remember me asking you that, right? That could be happening right now. I don't know. These are all theories again, but that is something that could be happening. You're watching it happen. What if they uninvert the curve without cutting rates? But then they might have just broke the market with policy to do that. But either way, hopefully you see where I'm saying. It could go. It could be fast soon. Maybe we're buying TLT or not. But there is an element where we got to keep our head on a swivel and kind of be open to everything. Is this bad? Are you seeing any difficulty in your hard money loan lending? No, but I am watching. It's the same. It's the same thing. It's just a lot of people pull out. That's all. Like, smart money is really smart money. That's all. I just don't see the same people doing the same deals. Again, I pulled out a while ago. I mean, I'm doing deals here and there, but like, if my numbers aren't like fuck you numbers and they're amazing, I'm not touching it. I haven't for the last year or so. This whole year. Again, since last October, I've told you I'm buying properties for tax reasons. If I get an extremely good deal, I'm taking them, but I haven't been going there. And I see the same where I still see people, if they have deals, they're funding them, no problem. The hard money guys, any funding, whether you're receiving or giving out the money, all you need is the basic requirements or putting up the money, but you are watching people slow down. I didn't really hunker down. I played Stagflation playbook about 2.5 years ago. That's it. I kept cash. I kept investments. I didn't back out of anything. I got whacked off of a short this year, but again, we made the same amount on the long term, which is fucked. But I played for stagflation. I kept showing you guys for a long time the chart of the 1970s. So even in my long-term stocks and real estate, the way I'm looking at it, I wanted to be in a position where I could survive a good 10 years, because if you build right in those 10 years, the next decade you're gonna have the fattest foundation to build off of. So again, and we were basing it off of a pop and drop inflation stagflation scenario, but that's kind of all it's been at. So it's not like I'm scared of real estate. Again, I bought houses this year, but I have been very cautious in the sense of I'm not just, if the margin was slim, I'm not taking it like I used to. Bill isn't that risky, and if you do feel risky about it, you could go buy a government bond and just call it a day. Stocks went up and down between 1970 and 1980, and then after the 1980s, it was a 10, 20-year bull run that just got crazy. No, I'm not buying NPLs. I don't want those. Right? If the best thing I could buy right now is something distressed, I will buy debt before it gets to distress level. So if I could get in touch with them, or I have an opportunity to buy something before it reaches that level and I could still fix it, I'm open to that. But right now, I'm not buying people's debt unless the collateral is substantially higher than what it is. Otherwise, again, my cash is paying me what for a good part of my real estate career, I was aiming for like a 5 to 10% cap rate. on my property. So right now, you're offering Josh Answers almost 6% to do nothing. And that's pretty much all I've done. I put my money there for real estate, and I'm getting my rental income off of it. But now I'm just like, hey, I'll buy your house. I'm ready to buy it if it's a good deal. But again, and here's the deal: any house that I passed up on this year, I don't regret it. There's not one deal where I'm looking back and I'm like, oh man, I wish I owned that right now. Not one of them. So I'm happy about that. Again, and I sold a property. And it ended up, you guys remember beginning of the year, I told you I was selling a property, and then Lending Tips was like, you're not going to get that much. And then I raised the price by like 200, 300 grand, and I ended up getting it. Yeah, I think those houses even came down a little bit. So LT was kind of right, but at the time, I was able to squeeze out just a little bit more, sadly. But that's what I'm saying. It's just the opportunity cost this year, that's why I felt like a schmuck with certain plays on the stock market, because, dude, your opportunity cost is just play the bonds, and you're going to make guaranteed money. You know, if you end up holding something, 12 months is a long time, and it's like, is it really going to give you what you want with that level of safety? That's where you're going to have to ask yourself that question. When was that? Yeah, bro. I top ticked that shit. But it's crazy, though. I just went and looked. I was like, I don't want anything in that neighborhood. PayPal, Venmo, credit, and debit cards now available to add in Apple Wallet. PayPal, Venmo, credit cards available in Apple Wallet. Stock's down 1% right now. I mean, if we get a bounce, maybe it moves, but PayPal news, PayPal, Apple. See if that holds. Tesla had a nice bounce off of VWAP. Dollar's still up there. Bonds chilled. Equities are moving way more than all of those. So we'll see. Zoom also got news but not moving. Oh, man. That one's a little bit late. Yeah, the PayPal news 2 minutes behind. I was going to buy Disney today, but I went with MO. Now Disney's cheaper, but I just wanted the dividend. Again, like I told you, this is part of that whole I don't know what's going to happen in 10 years, but I'm not going to get mad stacking up dividends. You see what I'm saying? It's like whether we have a crazy growth rally or it plays out like the 70s and 80s, I want to increase my dividend. Again, if they are telling you higher for longer, well, if you better be getting bonds, yield off the bonds, or getting more than the bonds and then reinvesting that to build time. But that's why I decided to go with MO. Again, I'm trying to build up my dividends. So remember, at the end of last year to today, we've raised our dividends almost 100% in the portfolio this year. So I'm hoping I could do it again. If I could find a way to increase my dividend yield, that is my goal. So remember, here's the dividend income estimator. So now after MO is paying us the most out of any of our plays. I don't have a price target with MO. I want to hold that shit forever. I think MO is going to be great. One day when we stop dripping it, I'm hoping it provides really good income. But the idea here is I'm just trying to grow still. Right now our average yield is 6.16, and then we'll be good. I'm not chasing the yield, though. Again, I'm 50-50. So that's the beauty of it all. No matter what, these are all going to grow. Again, our biggest dividend yielder is Abivai, or our biggest position, then MO, which is stable, but that's, 34,000 of the 75. These are good expense ratios, good everything right there. I could get behind those. MPW, that was our high riskier one. We've paid for that. But again, Even names like JP Morgan, 3M, Walgreens, these are more higher risk. But Pfizer, JP Morgan, AT&T is just dog shit. Related to real estate, Coca-Cola. I'm not really too mad about this portfolio. Realistically, this is a 3% yielder, and then we just started throwing in the other one. So I'm not trying to chase yield, but I do have a priority of building dividends. So like I said today, I was going to buy Disney, but I went with MO instead just because I'm thinking, well, I might have more time with Disney. I already have a position on Disney, and just in general, coming into next year with some of these deposits, if I could get a head start, increase that dividend in a good, safe manner, I don't think I'm going to regret it. You work for MO? No way. Nice. Have you watched this decent one to play at bathroom break? What is it? Rick Santelli? Oh, I haven't heard Rick Santelli, and I love Rick Santelli, bro. I remember him. I think he just got older, bro, because you used to see Rick Santelli back in the day just yelling. He would go crazy. Oh, I do need an update. I will post on YouTube. My bad. I forget about that. And then I got to move the account too. The vape ban, it could be negative. Yes. I bought 66 shares of MO today. And then, honestly, we've increased the position quite substantially this year. Again, my last purchase, I bought 62 shares of MO in August, and then I bought another 66. But that's 120 shares right there. So, we have 312 shares now in the long term. But, we started this year with 200. Or a little less. He's killer. Yeah, Abivi's, again, that's the thing. All we need is a good one. That's it. Like I'm saying, even one dividend player like Abivi who does good, just don't forget, not only is that stock up as much as it has, it's paying us almost $1,000 a year that we're reinvesting. So even over the last couple of years, we just keep I think our dividends even went up 30% so far since we've gotten the stock just by compounding it. So one of them does good, and like I'm telling you, I'm thinking 10 years out, and I hope you are too. That's why if I'm buying it, I'm making sure I get a good yield, and I'm thinking, yeah, I could get bonds, I could get cash, but I'm also thinking about stacking up and compounding early. MOX dividend, we missed it a while ago, but we're waiting for the next dividend. So pretty much it'll probably be like in November or something like that. I have the same plan to get out of Rite Aid. Unfortunately, I am trapped on the premium sell, so I have $16,000 of profit to take out on the covered call, which it cuts my loss in half. But I'm not ready to take that because they keep scamming me on the fills, but I have time. So my play is on cash. My play has no margin, so it doesn't cost me to wait. That's why I'm kind of just waiting to get out of that and not move. And then, like I said earlier, any of the other bigger losses I've taken here, I'm going to wait at end of October or even middle after maybe CPI. Let's get an idea of what's going on. Then I'm going to start preparing for taxes and end of the year. How many drip shares from MO? I don't know. 1, 2, 3, 4. That's like a quarter. 5, add 0.8. Now we're at 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29. Add another like what? 30, 31, 32, 33, 33.7. So I've gotten like 33.7 shares at different prices. So 33.7 times 41.0. It's about $1,300 in dividends and just free shares. So again, it doesn't. That's why you look at the company. It'll say what? It says we're down $1,000. We've gotten back the dividends. I've just reinvested them all. So that's why it never moves more than the dividend, bro. I'm telling you. It's crazy. I think we got more than that. Or honestly, all the drip has gone down in value too. That's the crazier part. So we've lost through our dividends by reinvesting. But when it's up, again, the stock was up about just 6 months ago. All of those look nicer, but just all depends. But that's why I like MO. It has stayed relatively stable. I think I'm going to switch to E-Trade. I don't know if they're going to let me make a new account for my long term, but I'm either going to go to E-Trade or Morgan Stanley. $10 years out on MO doesn't scare you. Duration is what worries me. They have a lot of debt, but I think they also, like, they're a cash business. So they make a lot of money. They have a lot of cash flow. But at the same time, I also think that they have assets they could sell in the next 10 years. If things ever become a worry for them, like I've been saying it for a while, they have a stake in AB InBev. The moment they get rid of that, that's $3-4 billion, and that will free them up for a good amount of time. So they do have duration risk, but also I do think the nature of their business and assets they own make it likely to be around. IBKR, I don't like them as much. Again, I'm just going to go with stuff I've used. Again, you guys got to realize if I'm going to take my long-term money and put it somewhere, and then even to the point where other people will watch me do that, I'm not putting my money somewhere that I have not used or had a good experience with. No, TD's not at risk, but they're making us switch over, and I think it is way too much work to do. Some of you, again, it seems easy, but I'm suspecting there's more steps to it, and I'm just not a fan of it. I don't know. I would have stayed if they weren't moving, but the fact that they're moving, if I have to do the same work anyways, I'm going to probably move it on over. I grabbed MO over Walgreens because Walgreens went up 6% in the last 48 hours. I'm switching from TD, yes. Yeah, they're doing the transfer from Schwab, but I've just realized I'd rather just go to another broker. It's way less work to go to Schwab. If that's what you believe, like that's exactly why I'm leaving. Amen. I agree. I agree with you. And that's exactly why I'm leaving. Well, I still got to call. I got to call E-Trade. I got to get everything shifted over. So we'll see. Keybank. He dipped? No, I was typing an email. Someone sent me a wholesale. I just responded back to it. It's a nice property. I don't know if you're here, JP. But you have a really cheap units across the street. So I think the price is a little bit too much, unfortunately. I want to look at the ZN or even on it. Oh, it's awful. I'm clapped on the ZB, but I need to wait for the relief. That's what again, I don't think the bonds are going to go down forever, but when they do drop, they could go down. There can be a lot of pain in the meantime. It's the only issue. Oh, I closed out that Rick Santelli thing. No, I'm going to keep using Thinkorswim, but for I'm just going to move my long terms out of there. That's it. I'm going to keep my trading account on TD Ameritrade. That's fine. I mean, I don't really care about it. It's trade, but I'm not going to put long term in there. I have 3 different long term accounts. I will have to move them all, and then I read something about disclosures. A lot of people told me it's easy, but if I have to deal with that, it's going to be too annoying. Whereas again, I call up E-Trade and they'll do everything for me. That's it. I mean, again, I've been there for 15 years, longer. So I think any brokerage too, you could call them up there. But if I'm gonna have to do the same steps to set up a new account, I'm gonna leave. Why are you moving them? Service quality? Because I don't like the move. I don't want to move my money. I'm with TD Ameritrade. I like their platform. I like their service, but I'm not here for Schwab, unfortunately. I talked to TD. She said we don't have to do anything till it transfers over. Yeah, I don't believe them. That's my problem. So that's, again, this is my money. This is our savings. We've had it in there. I don't like to deal with it. You have to move the cash. And again, if I could I think E-Trade gives you a higher amount of money, even on just money sitting there. Again, it's not like they offered us good interest. You are feel for no reason, or what have you seen to make you believe this? They're shifting. That's it. I don't like shift ups. That's all in my life. When things move, usually it's easy to get lost in the cracks or a problem happens, and I don't like it. I have a bad gut feeling about it. That's it. The logic is, why did they wait so long? And I don't want to stay there. I just don't like it. To switch off the whole I've never used Schwab. I've used TD Ameritrade. So I like them. They've had my business for 15 years. I don't care if it's a merger or not, but that means things are changing, and there's a potential that more will be required. So unfortunately, out of an abundance of caution, I don't want to deal with it. A&F dying? Oh, it's on the low ticker. You never use Schwab, so why comment? Well, that's exactly why I'm leaving. But that's what I'm saying. I've never used it. I don't want to use it, and I'm leaving. I don't get why everyone's so. I told you I was going to think about this for a couple of days, and I did, and I sat with it. I weighed the pros and cons, but I just think it's a healthy skepticism that I also think that we should do. Just at least for me, but that's it. Weak-spirited, tough it out. No. Have you said the same thing about all the other brokerage advice I've given you? You know what I'm saying? That's it. I've stuck with them for a long time, but I'm not going to log in on Schwab. I'm going to go to TD Ameritrade like I've done my whole life. If you're going to change that, I'm going to go back to E-Trade, which I've used my whole entire life. Just take your long term with the platform you're comfortable with. Well, thank you, sir. Now, Joshua, what do you mean Schwab? Is it like a Q-tip, like a Schwab, or what? Why don't you feel like? Do you feel that it's sketchy? How come you're not going to do it, Joshua? Because you're a weak-spirited Democratic demon? Is that why? Exactly. I yield back my time. I reclaim it. You're not going to Schwab if I have anything to say about it, Joshua. What the? Okay, I guess not. Trading account was at all-time highs earlier in the year. Where you at now? Back to where I started, baby. I've already given up. I haven't realized the profits. It was just because the future trade. I actually did really good on shares. Besides, a couple of bad plays. Don't underestimate the realization. But I gave up my profit, so I made $60,000 last year at the end. I was down last year too, and then I made $100,000 in the last 3 months. And then with that net profit, I've already given it back up now. And then even on I have another account here with the Rite Aid, but I'm gonna have to balance that one out. But so far, I've given it all back. I still have a decent amount in the account. It's still an account we've had since 2019, I think. But unfortunately, I've already gave it back. Well, it took me some time. I had to fight a little bit. But, yeah. I love you too. God bless you. That hurts me when you don't make money. No, it shouldn't. I mean, again, I like it all. I mean, how I think I got to learn a lot. I would be more pissed off if the long term didn't make again. So anything I'm just talking about the trading account, but like it was just a really like annoying year because like I took losses and then I also had victories in some areas, and then everything in my long term was amazing. Like again, like year over year, there's some names where I'm like, thank God that was up. But then again, it's like, bro, there was just so much back and forth halfway through the year. I'm still putting up a fight, but then I'm, again, in the back of my mind, I'm like, why not just do nothing and fucking take the bonds? So, been a lot, but so far I'm not too disappointed. But I'm also more, I'm curious as to what's gonna happen next year, because I think we're gonna have a wild ride. But so far, there's different opportunities. I think there's been good trading opportunities, but like I'm saying, I guess what I've learned from it is, we're fighting a stimulus market, and what I mean by that is like you could get paid to do nothing. It is hard to sit on the sideline. It is, but like unfortunately, it's a good move. I can't, you know what I'm saying? I can't deny it. I've been out there. I've put in work both ways. Again, like I said, good and bad. But ultimately, I mean, you're working really hard to really run uphill, and then that's it. You get one little slip, you could fall pretty quickly. Did you lose most in the past 3 months? Kind of. I took the majority of the loss actually would be because of my NQ the first like 6 months of the year. So believe it or not, no, but I did take some losses there on the second half. I also made some big gains too. Again, like, we hit like $7,000 on Target before it dropped. I hit Disney for like $3,000 to $4,000 a couple of times. We hit all the China plays. So this last quarter wasn't too bad, but leading into it, that's where I got clobbered. And then now some of the yen stuff, and then earlier bond. It's been a wild, wild ride. Wouldn't it be smart to buy? It depends on your balance, but I mean, it's up to you. But I did buy stuff today for the long term. I don't think Schwab is like Robinhood or Moomoo. No, not at all. I'm just, again, it just changes. That's all. If they're going through a big shift right now, I don't want to be a part of it. It's simple as that. Like call me when you're done. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know what's going on with your life. Like, like if you're shifting jobs, don't tell me you want a job from me. Like, just get things settled down and then it's there. But I don't want to be a part of a switch. I'm not trying to be in that level, or I don't want to be a test dummy or anything. You don't have to feel bad, no. Oh, the SQQ. I have those shares from earlier. I have 200 shares and I'm down $2 or $200. So I forgot we're in those. We had plays from May and August. My August plays are up. My May is down. Down 270. Friday tax write-off. Well, I have to make sure. You guys are going to see, though. I'll show you all the amounts. You'll see what I'm going to do. But the way I'm looking, I'm just going to zero out all my accounts. Because right now, I have realized gains because I haven't booked those losses. That's why let's see where we end up. I just want to make sure I don't do what I did last year and tax loss sell lower. But my goal by the end of the year, depending on the rally, get rid of anything that goes green, and then we're going to zero out all the accounts. Like, watch, I'm going to make it where I made nothing this year, and I lost nothing, and then roll everything else to the next year that we're holding. So as of now, I have gains, so I could take losses to get me down to zero, but eventually we're going to have a point where I don't want to take too much losses because then I'm going to push that to next year. All this means in the end we should listen to F350. Amen. No, the dividend taxes, I don't care. Just get them in there. Hopefully, if you could put them in an IRA, that'd be even better. No, I sold off Sam last. I thought I was going to get it, and then it ripped up. That's why this I need, like, in a weird way, I'm hoping we do get a rip into end of the year, because if I could just tax loss sell at a high price at the end of the year, I'm not going to be mad. But I don't want to be. That situation last year was hideous. You do not want to do that. You're not wrong to feel the way you feel. I brought up the issue May of last year. These brokerages are dealing with environments they've never seen. Would be naive not to question them. I feel, well, thank you for at least, supporting my opinion. You know what I'm saying? And it's like, I just don't want to be a part of their move. And again, I like TD Ameritrade. I still like Schwab, but I don't plan on using them. Again, I don't think it's like Webull. I think it's a different breed than any other brokerage. But for me, with everything, again, I'm very, I handle a lot of things very specifically. So the minute this one becomes an inconvenience, I just don't want to deal with it. Oh, Ivan, are you on stream right now? Is Ivan here? Yeah, okay. Cleveland is a great area to start. I'm going to email you another place out there. But, like, dude, literally just, like, Cleveland and by the city, go near, again, look up the jobs there, but, like, by the stadium, stuff like that. They're ghetto, but some of them are really good. Columbus is pretty ratchet, but I have a lot in Cleveland. And then, and then Cincinnati, too. I love Cincinnati. I don't know. Cincinnati, Ohio. Cincinnati is its own little thing, but Cleveland, I like the city of Cleveland, and there's cheap properties, but there's another place. What's it called? I can't say the name. I think Chagrin Falls. That's like the bougie area. Akron, it's cheaper, and again, some of you may know it better, but for me, Cleveland's done good. And then again, Indiana too. I don't know if you've looked into Indiana, Ivan, but like, was it like Greensville, Greenwood, Indiana, Indianapolis, by the universities? That's fire out there too. So you could consider that one. Chagrin Falls, is it? Yeah, Chagrin's the bougie part. It's very, very good. I've heard about Chagrin. I've heard about it a lot. But I have a lot out in Cleveland. Cleveland rocks. Cleveland rocks. They cash flow crazy, bro. That's why I've been doing it for the last couple of years. It's a great, and even appreciation. So I'm glad you're in it for the cash flow, because make sure it works out. But like, low key, bro, if you could hold that property long enough, even for a short time, the valuations, like, most of my properties doubled up. I have some properties in Ohio that I bought for $100,000 or $150,000, and they're worth like $350 to $450 right now. It's crazy. It's pronounced chagrin. Chagrin. They're not Section 8, no. They might qualify, but I didn't go there for that reason. I bought in Ohio years ago. I was buying in 2021, actually. And again, even last year, too. I think I got a small one here, but I got more in Indiana this year. But I was telling you from the beginning of the year, my homie came over to my house, asked me to buy Dogecoin, buy crypto, and I just told him, I said, you have enough? And I told you guys because I felt bad that I told him what I was doing, and I didn't tell all of you. And I just said, go buy go buy these cheap houses right now. It's not over yet, and obviously don't overpay for them. You need to do your due diligence. But I was just saying, like, that's the best way. You're going to take 10 grand and just stretch it and put you in a position where it's like that could turn into a nice bag off of that. But it's been going on for a while. Moreland Hills and Hunting Valley. That's by Chagrin. If you could get a cheap one in Chagrin, I like that area. But that place is expensive for Ohio. Again, they have houses there that are much more higher priced. And then don't buy the too cheap of ones that you see. So in a weird way, don't go below 50,000. Don't go try to go for 100 and up, and obviously put a budget on it. But the cheaper it is and the bigger the property, you're gonna have a problem. Homes don't stay up forever. You know this. Elevator goes down. No pinky in the brain. I agree with you. I'm talking about owning stuff, and that's it, and you make your money off the buy. If Ohio crashes and Ohio properties come down, I am still making money. They come down 50%, I'm break even, and I've already collected 4 years of rent almost. Not to mention, if the interest rates, whether they go higher or lower, you just got somebody to give you that money. Again, on all those houses, I got someone to give me that for 4%, 3%. It's free money. I could put all the rental payments in the bill, get back 5.5, and then pay the mortgage of 4.5, keep the house, keep the rent, and walk away with 1.5% gain on all my rental payments. That's insane. That's why I'm saying this is stuff to solidify your financial future. That's it. I didn't raise my rent at all. I barely I raised rent on anybody except I had a couple tenants leave and they were assholes, but no, I've just had a good time. Good time. Take care of the property. Everybody wins. So that's what I'm saying. It's just, I recommend that. And it's not, you make your money off the buy. Like I'm saying, don't go overpay and, don't go buy the $50,000 property last year for $200. Don't do that. You know what I'm saying? But it's like, find something, look at it in terms of your long term, and you'll be good to go. What if you have to be able to renovate it? You factor that in. That's all part of it. You know what I'm saying? Like I did. I renovated that. Like one of those houses in Ohio, I got good equity, but I think a couple months ago I had to put $9,000 into it because the pipes got fucked up because I don't know what to do in the cold weather there, and the people maintaining it was an issue. But then again, I have over 200, 300 grand of equity, but that did cost money. That cost me money up front just for the rent and all of that. The good part is it's a tax write-off, but at the same time, there is expenses. That's why you got to factor in all of that. I'm eyeing oil, but we need to get through October here. We need to have an idea if oil comes back up or if it stays dead. And I don't know if you've noticed, but last 20, 30 minutes here, dollar came down. Bonds are not fully recovered, but SPY's working its way up. You have an agent that goes into those areas. How do you find the properties? Call real estate, baby. That's it. So if it's an area where I'm not local, I usually reach out to one of the Colt real estate agents to help me out. Again, if somebody could help me out there, that's about it. I have other people who manage it and help, but it just all depends on the area. My rentals are doing good. I get real estate's like in a weird way. I mean, Gata is good, finger to the sky. It hasn't posed too many problems, but I've seen more issues in the stock market than not. Yeah, that area, Ivan, but let me see if I could zone in on it for you. Because, there's a lot of traps there. It's not that easy, but for the most part, you're there. Go see like where the stadium is and like find the higher priced properties, and then you want to be like right around there. Things near the water. Again, downtown is like pretty ghetto, but they have some good stuff. Again, I think Edgewater, that's a mix of both ghetto and nice. Damn, these got expensive. Damn, these used to be like $100K by Edgewater. That's actually nuts. So, yeah, but, watch out, though. Just don't get to where it gets too cheap. You see these, stay away from these. You don't want you want near the water, downtown. You will see higher-priced properties. You go over here, they start to get a little. These ones, you're risking it. You don't know. You want to be kind of where the 300Ks are at or, the low 200s. You don't want it to go any crazier from there. Or you don't want it to be any lower from there. Where's this 34,000 one? I don't even know where that is, but be careful if it's not in the nicer area. Why ghetto? I know you're not like that. Don't dog whistle. Honestly, bro, I grew up very different, but we always called everything ghetto myself. I don't mean anything by it politically nor racially, and if you do, that's a shame. But I mean ghetto to describe what I've described a lot of things in my life and on the channel for a while, but there is no other indication. By ghetto, I just mean that it's just ghetto. I don't know what's the definition of ghetto, but to say that that's a dog whistle, bro, I mean, if you're reading between the lines, that's crazy. 34. Well, I just mean the ghetto is everywhere. The ghetto is, I see ghetto in Beverly Hills. You could act ghetto and be it's just I don't know. That's why I call it the ghetto spread. Where I came up, that's just I never viewed ghetto as a term that should have been more crazier viewed than not. That's crazy though. I mean, pretty much for Wall Street, I've always been considered ghetto. I didn't go to Harvard. I didn't go to certain institutions. I don't partake in that. So, that could be a certain way to describe it too. We are the market. We are unwanted on Wall Street. We don't join the club, but we are here, baby. Get a long-term in property. Mm-hmm. Got an interview with Prudential. Let's go, baby. Oh, man. SPY correlate with bonds. It has the last couple days. I think, remember yesterday, SPY and bonds were kind of the same. Except for the end of the day and then the dollar. That was the thing getting weird. But as of late, as every day it's been blowing out from 4.5, the market has responded. Remember, we said that months ago. We were like, wonder what's going to happen. And sure enough. I've had some problems with insurance lately. It's stupid though. It's it's not. Some properties are raising it for no reason, but then also don't forget your behavior contributes to it as well. So I'm thankful because I haven't had a lot of insurance claims, but they're kind of unrelenting. But I've seen a little changes. They are trying to raise insurance wherever they can. And then here's my tip to you. If you this is where you have to be cautious now with how you operate, because certain actions are going to lead to future consequences. So pretty much drive carefully and don't claim insurance on your house unless you really, really need to. Because the point is, those are the events, when you're doing stuff of how insurances, determine your premiums and whatnot, they're pounding it home on anybody who has any reason to raise the premium. So if you don't have reasons to raise your premium, they are still doing it, but not as much, but it's still a high amount. However, it's the people who are running into issues. So if you have multiple claims, if you have a history of insurance claims, they're going to screw you. Again, even your car insurance, bro, it's like I wouldn't be worried about, when I got pulled over, I'm not worried about the ticket. I don't care about paying for the ticket. Now I'm more pissed off that it affects my insurance. That's where people are going to get screwed over, just all across the board. Same thing even, again, that's why past flood, the stuff in Florida, that's why they're doing it in Florida areas. But even in Cali now, fires, if you've had any sort of history, unfortunately, it can and will be used against you. Mm-hmm. If it's not your fault, the insurance shouldn't go up. Hey, man, I believe there's an aspect of the bubble people are overlooking. I work in car sales. Most dealers are 50 to 70% of inventory on floor plan debt. It adds up to some of the houses. I could see that. People have been talking about some cracks there, but auto, it's been slowing down, but I don't feel like it's cratering. Amazon used secret algorithm project to raise prices. Yeah, some people say even if it's not your fault, your insurance will go up. Damn. I don't know. I feel like last time I got hit by someone, it didn't. But then again, I wouldn't put it past them. Yeah, Ivan, that one's a good one, but I mean, you're a real estate agent. That's the beauty. If it's at that price, though, and it's not selling, that's not a good sign. They've been trying to get this thing sold for a year at this price, so there's a problem. So that's the thing. Even in Ohio, if it's a hot deal, it'll sell fast. Trust me. Even the deal that I got, I closed on it in a couple of days on all of them, on every single one. And then if it's big size, low price, go more inland a little. Try to get closer to the water there, and try to find where the stadium is. Find out where, again, the Quicken Center and everything else. Find out even where Quicken is, and you want to be around those areas. But, again, the bigger the property, and it's cheaper, but it has, a lot of square foot, just think price per unit. You may just be buying 5 of those 30,000 units all at once. You don't want that. 1 or 2 units at a higher price point, I think could go a longer way out there. But simple. If you find one you like, though, and it's been sitting, and you see it sat there for 6 months, take it off your list. Promise you. Just promise you. If it's sitting there in this market, even in Ohio, it's just because the good deals are still getting a lot of attention. But if it's multi-unit, it's in those cheaper price points, and it's just sitting there, you do not want that. Amazon made over $1 billion through use of algorithm. Wall Street Journal. Amazon stopped using algorithm in 2019. Yes, use secret Project Nessie algorithm to raise prices. You crashed your car once. They said insurance is up because divider lane is government property. Damn. I did not know that. Enphase on the low. Damn, Enphase about to go to $100. That's crazy. Seeing a slowdown in real estate, a lot of high demand aren't selling. It's doing what it did before SVB. So if you remember before SVB, real estate was already kind of slowing down. Rates were higher. It's like people were still selling, but the pace was slowing a lot. It's the same thing again. Again, SVB, it boomed up. Market was rallying. Real estate went crazy for a couple months. And now it's kind of chilling out again to the point. That's what I was saying earlier. Someone's like, are people stopping? It's like, not really. It's the same effect we saw where the excitement goes out the door. People are still there, but then it's only either people who need to buy or people who are being very frugal and getting them at really good deals. So it's too slow. That's the thing. So it'll be slow, but it'll eventually sell. It's either that until that person lowers their price a lot, they're probably going to wait and give it a couple of weeks. Again, you don't remember? That's what I was telling you was the problem at the beginning of this year. End of last year, beginning of this year in real estate, what ended up happening? The rates were shooting up. Real estate was clearly slowing down, but then inventory was low. But then what was happening with people selling their house? What's the problem? And it happened again recently. Very, very big problem. I'm part of the problem because I told you I sold a house at some point this year, and I sold it for a high price people told me I wasn't going to get. And then now the prices went down. Do you see the issue? Because what happened at the end of last year, even when the market was slowing down coming into this year, they all see what their neighbor sold their property for. So that's why people don't lower the prices. That's why people are chilling, because then they're like, well, shit, my neighbor got $250. I want $250. So they're going to stay at $250 for at least a couple months. And then $230, like, no, I want $250. So until people either lower their prices or comps come in really low, you're at that weird purgatory of inventory low, demand slowing, but then prices still being elevated because people do not want to sell at a lower price, especially ones lower than what they've seen recently. $250. What am I selling? Garden sheds? Nah, man, we talking the cheaper properties. Most of the properties in America, the median price is like what, 300,000 to 400,000, and that's drastically higher. But most houses in America are not as expensive as California and New York. Like even then, even Florida, you have Miami and other places there, but dude, Florida is dirt cheap if you compare it to California. But there's areas there where there's just a lot of cheap homes. Again, it just seems like a lot of the social media world is tuned into California and New York, so everybody thinks prices are, extremely crazy. But you have some cheap houses in America. That has been something I've stood by for a while. How long do your tenants usually live there for? I think my average is like 4 years, maybe a little longer. But I've had some really good luck. But I've had properties for a long time, and I don't really like the multi-units that are kind of shittier. The turnover is much higher. However, I have a lot of single-family homes, so I have houses that are just houses. For people to live in, and they've been rented for a while. Again, right now I have no vacancy. The only vacancy I have would be my short-term rentals, and then vacancy is dictated by when they get booked. But like Indiana, I don't think the renters left since I've bought those houses. Again, I told you I had one property where the guy just recently left. Again, a lot of the ones in Riverside, I even signed like one of the first sets of houses I bought. I was signing like 2 and 3 year leases, and then they renewed in 2020 for the same thing. So again, and that's why like I don't raise my prices a lot, but it's like if I have a good tenant, I try my best to keep them in there. You know, I try to be the homie, or at least I tell the managers to work with them. And if they keep it nice, they don't have a lot of repairs, they're there. I mean, your rent does not go up if I'm your landlord. How do you calculate raising prices, if at all? Just depend on the market. That's it. Like eventually, if it's really rational. And then bonds came back down. Hot dog. Watch out here. That's not a good sign. Dollar's starting to climb back up. Yeah, bonds are not looking good there. Yeah, it's just when they move out. It's just if people move out, and that's what I'm saying. Like my turnover, if I keep the price low and, they're chill, you don't be like a dickhead landlord, they'll stay there for a very long time. But it's still, once they leave, you just check the rents. And, that's what I did. I was sad. Remember I told you that story? This guy was being really weird with me. I had him in the unit for a while, and I tried to keep him in there, but he wasn't really working with me. And then he was messing up the property. I had to put a lot of money into the property, but he left. And then I looked on Craigslist. I asked the managers, what are we going to get? I walked away with over 100% higher just because he left. That's it. I didn't have any intention of it, but right then I filled it. And then we got it filled up with somebody right away. I guess it took like 2 weeks, but still. IF down means bond yields going higher. Yes. So again, bond yields going higher is bearish for the bonds. Where do you advertise your rentals? Craigslist, baby. Nah, all over. You could put them even on the MLS, but low key, bro. Dude, that's it. You got a renter? That work? Good. I'm glad, bro. That was like, what, a couple weeks ago you're asking me? Good work, baby. Good work. A bullish, only way they pay for the bonds, high long-term inflation. Almost debt to asset ratio, high rates. It's high. Again, their costs it's already been high. So again, their interest charges and expenses have not changed. They're a high cash business, which I think is good. And then ultimately, though, too, I think they can they could really monetize way more assets and pay down debt very quickly. They just have to be willing to let go of a couple of things, and I think that will help them tremendously. Etsy long-term price, like $40 or maybe like $20, I don't know. What's it at? Because, again, I remember Etsy's IPO, but I didn't even buy them on IPO. I've only bought in one thing off Etsy. It was a mask, and then you guys wouldn't even let me wear it because you said it looked too creepy. I could show you. You guys want me to wear it? I have it right now. I could put it on if you want a face review, but you guys didn't like it last time. It looks creepy. If I stream like that, bro, it gets hella weird. I don't know how this stream would look if I was just sitting in that. You know what I'm saying? It looked like a GIMP mask. It looks like maybe it's been a couple years. Maybe the world has changed, more accepting of GIMPs, but I don't know. Oh, you don't remember? Yeah, the silver spiky one, It just looked creepy. It looked hella creepy. It's like it looked like a weird Kanye. You want to see it? Oh, I don't know, bro. I don't know. My room's kind of messy. Man. Oh, yeah, you remember the green? You guys remember that? Let's see. I have it. I have it right here. Oh, yeah, I'll do it on the Twitch. I can only show it one place. I forgot. So, yeah, this might just be for the Twitch boys, unfortunately. I still have an Instagram. No, I'll make them go to the Twitch. Make them go to the Twitch. Yeah, I can still see. That's crazy. It just gets mad hot. Like, do I sound different? Are you guys on the Twitch? What's up, bro? It's creepy. Very, very creepy. See what I'm saying? Let me get it. Dude, this thing looks mad creepy! Ah! Yeah, so that's it. That's all I can show you. Now it's getting hot in here. I don't know if you want to stream like that all day, but I think people are going to think like they're going to think like I'm like a devil worshiper, and then they'll subscribe because people like that nowadays. Uh-huh. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. You like the hoodie? Yeah, it's the best hoodie out there, bro. Isn't that crazy? So, yeah, I don't know. Looks like Squid Games. Yeah, anti-profit. Yeah, it's weird. But I'm kind of down. If you want a daily stream with staring at me in the GIMP mask, it's up to you. But it's hot. I can't see everything the same way. The hoodie's very I love this hoodie, bro. I wear it a lot. I live in it. LME 3-month zinc closes at lower levels. What a day, bro. Even Netflix, Disney, bro, everything just pumped and dumped. Crazy. Meta oversight board to open case on manipulated video of U.S. President Biden. Oversight board email. Scrambling for liquidity. UUP pop. Bonds are at the low, man. I don't know. Equities are doing their own thing, but what we want is not looking how we want, my brother. It is not looking how we want. They're going to finally say something about AI video fakes. It looks like, again, Meta. Apparently there was a Biden video, but I don't know what they're reacting to. Again, we went with MO. What else? Bonds just dying all day today. A massacre. Another dump coming, I think. If the bonds don't recover and the dollar's up, possible. There is times where equities do their own thing, but man, today's a wild one. We said it. I'm glad we're getting to calm down a little bit, but anything can change very quickly. I mean, we were down almost 2% on the NASDAQ, but if you were here right when it happened, even then, just to look at it still, you know, the yen and all this stuff, absolutely wicked. Well, we'll see. 067.4. All right. Twitch viewers jumped. You guys saw it? I hope you guys saw it. Again, we haven't even had anything to play today. So you guys have been good. Again, no speakers, no Biden, no nothing. You got Kevin McCarthy. House is in recess. You got a press briefings about this star. I don't know. You guys like that? But I do need to go to the bathroom. So let's see if we'll get a moment here. What time is it? 9:59. Wow, today is moving by. Huh? Oh, today flew by, Chad. That's crazy. It's already 10. I think REITs in a Roth is good. You plan to hold it, get a high yield, let it drip. Any dividend stocks, put them in your Roth, especially if you want less taxes and to benefit off of your drip very, very early on. Are they talking crypto or just a commercial? All right, follow me on Instagram at The Trading Fraternity. I will be right back. I hope it's not a commercial.
Fraud cases in American history.
And Kayla, we have a full lineup of guests for this hour.
Fed Bostic, higher for longer, not impacting businesses that would happen in a normal tightening cycle.
Josh Naftalis, plus Kristen Smith, the CEO of the Blockchain Association, former U.S. Senator Pat Toomey, and Kavita Gupta from the Delta Blockchain Fund.
It's an awesome guest lineup, but before we get there, let's first take a moment to look back at how we got here.
Thank you, guys. In the span of 3 years, Sam Bankman-Fried became one of crypto's biggest stars. In May 2019, Bankman-Fried and business partner Gary Wang founded FTX. Its goal? To create a safe and responsible platform for traders. By October 2021, venture capitalists had poured millions into FTX, and A-list celebrities like former NBA player Shaquille O'Neal, model Gisele Bündchen, and comedian Larry David had endorsed it. That same year, the firm was valued at $25 billion, and users soared to more than 5 million globally, at least 1.2 million of them in the US. The FTX name became well known, appearing on t-shirts, in commercials, and even on an NBA arena. By early 2022, the Bahamas-based company's valuation skyrocketed to $32 billion. FTX had become one of the world's biggest crypto exchanges. Bankman-Fried's net worth climbed to $26 billion, and he said he wanted to do good with his money, following effective altruism.
I both think it's not what I should do with my money. I think I should be thinking about how I can help the world with it.
The then 30-year-old also became a major political donor. He contributed tens of millions to bipartisan political action committees and frequented Capitol Hill to be a voice for his company and the industry. At the time, he had no plans to slow down.
I'm going to be here for the long term. I have no plans to leave. That is not something that is on my horizon.
But in November of 2022, things began to unravel. CoinDesk reported that the crypto hedge fund Bankman-Fried had also founded, Alameda Research, had a significant portion of its assets made up of FTT, a token that FTX created. In response, on November 6th, CZ, the CEO of rival crypto exchange Binance, posted to social media saying, quote, "We have decided to liquidate any remaining FTT on our books." The move triggered a massive wave of withdrawals, sort of like a run on the bank, and FTX didn't have the funds to meet them. In a rescue attempt, FTX reached a deal with Binance to sell itself.
I liked it.
But Binance
that was in November, a year ago.
Very quickly,
Less
there was
than
a
year
lot
ago.
of funds missing, like to the tunes of double-digit billings. I couldn't trust any of the information in the data room.
So by November 11th, it was over.
It is intense.
FTX filed for bankruptcy, and Bankman-Fried resigned as CEO. That same month, he apologized at a public event.
I made a lot of mistakes or things I would give anything to be able to do over again.
Because you let him apologize at a public event. You let him go to the New York Times thing with the biggest investors in the world after committing one of the biggest scams.
Misappropriating billions of dollars at the cryptocurrency
I put all these feelings behind me. I'm sorry. Hold on.
Anyone's life, this is one of the biggest financial frauds in American history.
I forgot. I'm such my
And we're joined now by Bloomberg's Mr. Elena Agolfopoulou, who leads the U.S. legal team here and has been covering the case. When you look at what the prosecutors might bring forward to build their case, what are you expecting?
So really, Sam Bankman-Fried here faces 7 charges, 5 of which carry a maximum prison sentence of 20 years. The most important charge is the wire fraud charge, which really speaks to the heart of what this case is about. Did SBF knowingly take money out of FTX customer funds and use them to, engage in speculative trading through Alameda Research?
Again, knowingly. That's the thing. So it all depends on how they snitch on him, but his defense, he's going to try to play it off as like, I had no idea. What do you mean? That's crazy. I could see how it would have been fraud if I knew about it. I just had no idea. We ran the company after accumulated $20 billion. We were like, wow, we'll get an accountant later, but it's no, but I mean, again, if he could hold, you don't remember We started hearing the reports of him doing, like, literally the dude's doing Parkinson's drugs recreationally, like turning up at his computer desk, having orgies in his apartment. Apparently they would do crazy parties. He ran up a bill at Margaritaville, and then the guy came up on the New York Times thing and was like, oh, we have parties, like maybe we have dinner and like we drink like half a beer. I'm like, what? Oh, you know that. So that's his game plan. That's all they got to go back to. There's a reason he played the whole like vegan nice guy card. You know what I'm saying? They're trying to bank on that, hopefully, to say, oh, he didn't know. Yeah, it's Bostic, bro. Yeah, what do you exactly? But Bostic is still a Fed member. How? You know how? Because he's like, oh, I didn't know twice. I didn't know the other guy was doing it for me. I'm sorry, I didn't know this time. The second time, I still didn't know, but I didn't know. So, I don't know. That Toyota Corolla, yeah, bro. The guy drove a Toyota Corolla, but then would charter a private jet to deliver his Amazon packages from Miami to the Caribbean. Or to the Bahamas. Since that's all. Just again, he knew. He had the image, baby. He had the image. Longs on TLT, nobody in the world knows right now. Promise you. The bond, right now, everyone's getting freaked out by the bonds. It went from last 2 weeks, you were like, should we buy TLT? Now you're like, dude, what the F is happening? You know, you could try to flip it. I'm in a flip now, and I think it will have relief, but I have no idea. I don't think anybody knows. Again, that's the fear right now, is that rates keep going up. It's the game of that's too much. It's just the fact is you're already breaking the streak of how much bond yields are moving in a short time frame. So it's kind of we don't know where that is going to hit a ceiling or a floor to get everybody, doing something. But, it's real fear based on bond yields and kind of this very hard to grasp concept that we don't know when it's going to stop, where it's going to stop, and what's going to happen when it does stop. But we're hoping it stops and stabilizes so we don't have to deal with any of this stuff. PLTX, dollar a little lower. Again, bonds already at the low, though. SPY just went up to VWAP and then chilled. Mortgage rates are already at 8. Again, I don't know. Like, you go see all the averages, but I told you yesterday morning, I had so many people texting me about rates and both bonds down the rates, and it was just literally, I didn't respond to any of them, but it was just all of people just sending me rates and freaking out, saying, WTF, what the hell is going on? I'm like, man, it's already there. So again, there's a lot of quotes. I told you a couple weeks ago, Lending Tips, he even sent me one. He showed me he literally funded a loan for somebody. I think it was like a $700,000 or $800,000 property, and it was at 8.35%, and they put like 10% down or a little more. I think it was insane. Again, 8.3 more funded, filled, everything. I was like, wow. And that's a new loan. That's a new origination. That's a mortgage right there. I'm like, damn, that's pretty nutty. No, I think this was a dude. I have to go see it. It was either a 30-year or it was a 20-year or something with a shorter duration, but it was higher. I think the 15-year offered 0.5% less. I think another bank is susceptible to being clapped. The higher rates go, the higher unrealized bond losses. That's it. But unless there's an event where they need capital and cash, that's it. So in a weird way, without a problem, a bank problem can't start. But at the same time, if a problem happened now, it would start a bank problem. It's kind of tricky. Meaning that right now, if you want to keep it at face value, It's very simple. Bonds go higher, unrealized losses go higher. Eventually, everybody has a point of pain to a degree. Again, especially if they did not change anything from earlier this year after SVB. But the other issue is along the lines of what's it called? Hold on. It's along the lines of if they actually ended up running into an issue. So at face value, the bond yields can cause a problem. We don't know when or how much, or maybe they have it figured out. But now it's like, let's say there's a problem that arises in the world that people need Costco. Or excuse me, I just read your comment. People need money, cash. I meant to say cash. What would happen to the banks? Then if liquidity dries up more or something caused volatility where people needed it, then you would run into a problem. People do need Costco. So it's like a bank failure doesn't have to happen with every tick up of the bonds unless it gets dramatic. But then if we ran into another problem right now, unfortunately, the lack of liquidity, that could set off the dominoes for another bank. Anything could happen. I mean, we've been saying it. We don't know. Also, at the same time, though, I mind you to anything could happen even to the upside. Just don't forget. It sucks because today your Jolts wasn't good. But if the jobs report, CPI comes in all hot, and then earnings, there's nothing bad with earnings. Again, somehow they delay it for another 3 months. Unfortunately, that's before you know it'll be the end of the year, and then you're gonna have this fear moment now. But this time, this is the longest sustained downturn we've had this year ever since SVB. Even SVB, banks were crashing, and we were BTFPing by then. So, but here we're up a lot better though. It's not as if people's asset levels are threatening them. Japan's defense ministry seeks record $53 million budget. What's this? UN News Center, who is now reviewing the R21 Matrix M vaccine pre-qualification. I have no idea what that is. Or is that maybe malaria for children? World Health Organization? I do use property management, yes. We've had a lot of time. I tell you guys, I don't know if they're going to be having co-real estate for Wednesday. They're all in Vegas, man. But a lot of real estate questions today. I was going to tell you, you guys should be prepared for tomorrow. Bank of America makes no sense here. I think it's their unrealized losses. I mean, all of these banks are getting murdered. Again, they're all hitting, SVB lows right now. And this time it's just because bond rates are higher. That's what we've been saying this whole time. But all of it, until the rates stabilize, I just think it's doing what it did last time. I don't think people thought, if you've looked at the bonds at any 1 month period, you really thought there was going to be relief, and there hasn't been. So it's crazy. It's their unrealized capital gains. It's actually capital losses, or I guess it'd be unrealized losses. That other one's not bad. The one you just sent, I feel like you're paying a little bit of premium because it looks pretty and they remodeled it. but that's the type of unit you want. I would look into that one. Honestly, it's trying to sell for the last 4 months, so if you could get it a little cheaper, but go look at the previous history. It's they sold it 20 years ago for $120,000. So I do think that, if you could get closer to that price, it's not bad. That one, I think that's definitely the best so far. Area is a little decent. It's a much better area. Still a little bit out there, but I like that one. MO is going lower. Yeah, it went to 41. Damn, it hit 40.95. So we got in at 41.20 today, I think. U.S. House Democratic leader Jeffries recommends voting to remove McCarthy from speakership. The government bailed out some of the banks. Wouldn't they inherently be bailing them out due to the TARP, where they took ownership, partial ownership? Yeah, but I don't know if you guys have noticed. The thing about right now, though, is that it's not like they don't even need congressional approval for stimulus. So, usually bailouts do need it. But if you've noticed, ever since 2008, we don't do congressional approval to bail out the market with financial stuff. The Fed just does it. They create something. In this case, we did the BTFP. So you have to ask yourself, you don't think it's weird that Congress, do you guys think Congress voted and approved the BTFP, the Bank Term Funding Program, right after SVB, a maximum of $150 or $300 billion? Do you think that was there a bill? Did they talk about it? It's not like even then, I don't know if this is better or worse that they didn't do it, but I mean, think about it. Do you remember any of that happening? Because there wasn't. So why? Because it was a Fed program. You don't need congressional approval to loan the banks $300 billion. So let's say it happened again. I don't think they would take it to Congress. And the reason is because it would be too slow. Think about it. If they had to vote on the BTFP, 100 banks would have collapsed by the time Congress figured it out. Elizabeth Warren and then the Republicans, they would have gone back and forth. They'd be like, we're holding out. And then every bank would just be collapsing every day as they were trying to vote on the stimulus. So you're right in your assumption there. But at the same time, it's government's not even doing anything with stimulus with all this stuff. It's just the Fed, and they don't even need approval. Even so, that's how it should have gone down. Should have. It's a catch-22. It's would you let your kids fight if you knew at the end of it one of them was going to wind up with a broken arm? Or would you just stop it before and then everybody gets mad at you? I don't know. That's the only way. So it's a very tough. It's one of those moral dilemmas. It's like the one person on the train tracks, the 10 people. What would you do? Said God's plan. Glory to the victor. 97 counterparts take place in 1.3 trillion Fed reverse repo operation. Reverse repo. I think they're just putting up their collateral. I think they're just using collateral they're down on, and then that's it. Just to do whatever with it. At least keep the books clean for the day. Maybe they just have to do it every day. 1.3 trillion. White House, Biden reaffirms strong commitment to Ukraine. So that was what I was looking for today, Because I was like, the bonds are bad. I was like, I need a strong commitment towards Ukraine today. That's the only thing that's going to make anything better here. So I'm glad we got that. There's a White House briefing. Oh, Kirby.
Tax on critical
looking as dapper
infrastructure
as ever.
Now, certainly, but also certainly in the winter months ahead. In that vein, they also talked about joint efforts to repair and harden Ukraine's energy infrastructure throughout the winter.
He looks
Finally,
so
the leaders
funny.
spent some time discussing ways that they
like
can
he's a
align
movie
and broaden
character,
donor
bro.
efforts to support Ukraine's economic recovery, as well as to work together with the global community to address the energy, economic, and food security challenges that are being caused by Russia's war well outside of the European continent. Joining President Biden on the call was Prime Minister Trudeau of Canada, President von der Leyen of the European Commission, President Michel of the European Council, Chancellor Scholz of Germany, Prime Minister Maloney of Italy,
Had spies
Prime
coming
Minister
down.
Kishida of Japan,
Couple names
NATO
selling off.
Secretary
Bonds
General
just hit the
Stoltenberg,
low not too long
President
ago.
Duda of Poland,
And then dollars
President
just
Ioannis
still
of
holding
Romania,
30.
and Prime Minister Sunak of the United Kingdom, as well as the Foreign Minister of France, Foreign Minister Colonna. Now, this call, of course,
Yes, he looks
comes
like
on the
Dana
heels
Carvey.
of the continuing
That's
resolution
exactly who he
passed
looks
by
like.
Congress over the weekend, a bill that did not include funding to support Ukraine. As President Biden made clear, we cannot under any circumstances allow America's support for Ukraine to be interrupted. Time is not our friend. We have enough funding authorities to meet Ukraine's battlefield needs for a bit longer. But we need Congress to act to ensure that there is no disruption in our support. This is particularly important as the Defense Department seeks to replenish its stocks from the drawdown authority that it's been giving now, almost 50 drawdown packages. As Ukrainians wage a tough counteroffensive, as their children continue to get ripped from the bosom of their families, and as winter fast approaches, it is imperative that we help them take advantage of every single day. A lapse in support for even a short period of time could make all the difference on the battlefield. Just as critically, such a lapse in support will make Putin believe that he can wait us out, and that he can continue the conflict until we and our allies and our partners
I feel like we haven't heard
fold.
Kirby in a while.
A strong signal of support now and into next year will make it clear to Putin that he's wrong.
I'm watching
about
Wheat,
that too,
nothing happened.
just like his assumptions have been wrong throughout this entire conflict. We know that the vast majority of members in Congress support additional help for Ukraine, and we know and appreciate their statements to that effect, including those of Speaker McCarthy. And as evidenced in today's call, we know that the world is watching. U.S. leadership has galvanized international support and has been critical to rallying the world. American leadership remains key to ensuring that support for Ukraine continues. So, the President looks forward to working with Congress to ensure that we make good on our commitment. And he has every expectation that Speaker McCarthy will keep his public commitment to secure the passage of the support needed to help Ukraine at this critical moment. I'll close with this. Supporting Ukraine strengthens our national security.
BRB.
It's the right thing to do, not just for the Ukrainian people, but for the American people as well. Countering Putin's ability to wage war on a neighboring nation may actually prevent a larger conflict in which American troops might be needed. And it sends a strong signal to other would-be aggressors who may be considering military action and invasions of their neighbor's territory that that sort of action is unacceptable and they will pay the consequences. They will be held accountable by the United States and by the international community. With that, I'll take some questions.
John, you said that the president is confident that Speaker McCarthy will keep his commitments. Are you concerned that Speaker McCarthy's ability or inability to keep his job may impact that?
Well, that's clearly going to be up for his conference in the House and the House of Representatives to decide. That's not something that the president's going to get involved in or necessarily be overtly concerned about right now. I mean, he has made public commitments that he'll support Ukraine. I would also add, regardless of what happens in the House of Representatives, that all the House leadership is supportive of continuing to help Ukraine. And the vast majority of House members on the Republican side are in support of continuing to help Ukraine. There's a small number of very vocal, a small minority of vocal members who are pushing back on that, but they don't represent their party, they don't represent their leadership.
Did the president address the chaos in the House of Representatives on his call with foreign leaders today?
The president certainly talked to the leaders about the vote over the weekend and expressed to them exactly what I expressed to you, that he's confident that we're going to continue to have bipartisan and bicameral support up on Capitol Hill and that the United States will continue to meet our commitments.
Thanks. Kirby, you said that you were looking for a strong signal of support now and into next year. Obviously, the administration's request on the table right now is through the end of the fiscal year. Does that suggest that your strategy has now shifted to want one vote on Ukraine for the entire fiscal year? And do you have an updated package for, how much money you want since
tap halted pending news?
Yeah, the short answer to both those questions is no. We still stand by the supplemental request that we
That's crazy if
Congress,
it is.
and we're still pushing, obviously, to have that funding granted.
And off that topic just a little bit, we reported that there were Taiwanese
halted
firms
pending
that are helping
news.
China develop chip factories in China. Is the U.S. investigating possible export control violations there? And more broadly, if you can't answer that, can you gauge concern that our domestic chips program is potentially pushing our partner Taiwan towards Beijing?
So I've seen the press reports. I can't confirm the accuracy of those reports one way or another. Obviously, no surprise to us that Huawei will be looking to find ways to continue illicit production.
Hey, yo, watch for, I don't know, maybe it's, I don't know what it is, but be on the lookout. There might be some sympathies running while TAP is halted.
And then on,
so if there is any sort of clue out there, you might watch another beverage company start running up.
In the export controls that we have in place, that they will be helpful in terms of protecting the supply chain for semiconductors here in the United States, and that look, we're not, it's not static. We're going to constantly look at the regime, and if it needs to be changed or adjusted, we'll absolutely do that in the future. The president has been firm, you've seen it in the CHIPS Act, that he wants the supply chain to start here, not end here, and it's got to be more resilient, and we're going to stay committed to being flexible in the tools we have to do that.
Thanks. I wanted to ask about, you all have been saying that there is bipartisan support in Congress, which there certainly is for the Ukraine funding. But if you look at broader public opinion support, it has diminished from the point of when this war started. Some polls showing that a majority of Americans do not support continued funding for Ukraine. And so I am wondering what your message is to that growing segment of the public, and if you have concerns about that diminishing support over time amongst the American public.
Look, I can't speak to individual polls, and certainly the American people should speak for themselves. We believe that Americans understand what's at stake here. We believe that Americans understand that it's not, although it is first and foremost about Ukraine and the Ukrainian people and their sovereignty, it is bigger than that. The American people understand that there's more at stake here than just the borders of Ukraine. It's the vast security environment on the European continent. And it's the very idea of independence, which is a founding ideal in this country. If there's one thing that all Americans, no matter who you vote for, can get behind, it's the idea of independence. That's what Ukraine's fighting for. Their right to be an independent state. It's what we fought for in 1776. And most Americans will also know and remember that we didn't win and secure our independence without foreign help from abroad. That's all Ukraine's asking for. They're just asking for foreign help and assistance to do this fighting. And they're the ones doing this fighting. So we're going to continue to make the case. We're going to continue to make it clear to Congress and to the American people what we're doing and why we're doing it. But there is so much more at stake here than just Ukraine. And again, we think that the American people understand that.
Thank you very much, Karine. Mr. Kirby, I'm getting a chance after 4 months, so I hope I can ask just 2 questions.
That's up to Karine.
Right? I mean, after that statement, maybe just get one question.
Ooh, so should I combine them, or what should I do?
I think you're wasting our time, sir. Can you please
so, Mr. Kirby, I had asked you about Pakistan providing weapons to Ukraine.
Wait, she just get mad? Oh, I wish I had the audio, the video. She's wasting our time, sir. Oh, fuck, you were just laughing. I thought we were having fun. Okay, I'm sorry.
Pakistan was supplying critical weapons in the Ukraine war and was getting huge funds from the U.S. I'm just wondering, there's so much emphasis on Ukraine war, but you're not highlighting one of your
That was like, that was just a crazy, I would have gotten in trouble. That's how I used to always get in trouble.
Just combined with that, there was a huge protest. One of the
like, where I'm like, the person's like laughing at first, so I'm like, oh, okay, and then they just like, no.
The State Department was denying that Imran Khan was not removed under the U.S. But again, the U.S. media presented documents that he was removed after President Biden's disliking for him or something. So why is this whole confusion going on since last 1 year?
Well, first of all, there's more than 50 nations providing support to Ukraine, and typically we allow those nations to speak to what they're doing. Some countries give lethal capabilities, some don't. Some
I don't know
financial
YouTube. I'll let you guys hear it.
Some
you know
don't
what?
want a lot of public attention on the support
I'll let
they're giving
YouTube
to
have an
Ukraine.
opportunity.
So we respect that. So I'll let Pakistan speak for what it's doing for Ukraine. On your question about Imran Khan, you're suggesting that there's some sort of linkage here to his removal and these protests and some sort of American action. This is a domestic issue for the Pakistani people and the Pakistani government to speak to and to deal with.
Should I stay unmuted during the conference or not? I'll let you, because I'm on Twitch. You guys know I don't want y'all to be on the Twitch if you don't have to. You know what I'm saying? Some of y'all. But we could end this too. But at the same time,
you'll see a
I'm
relatively
waiting for bonds or
consistent
dollar to move. And then Sam,
continuity
or
of
TAP
support
is still
to Ukraine
halted.
through drawdown authority. The Pentagon still has several $1 billion available to it in unexpired but yet appropriated presidential drawdown authority. So look,
we're here for
providing
you. I know, but I could
security
just
assistance to Ukraine
it's
moves
kind of
about
like a
every 2
trigger
weeks, and I
warning,
think
you
you're
know.
gonna
That's all.
continue to see that be the case
It
for
could be
coming
very
weeks.
triggering.
But
me talking over Kirby,
absent additional
as well as if
funding
I'm,
by Congress,
I laugh at a
appropriated
lot of
funding,
things.
such as the supplemental we asked for. Eventually,
Somebody thought I was part of
you run into
QAnon
a
today
hard
because
stop
I
there.
called something
We want to
ghetto.
make sure that,
so I hope
as
you,
I said in my
you
opening
understand
statement, that
where
there's
I'm
no
coming
lapse,
from. I'm just
that
trying to
we're
make
able to
sure
continue
everybody
this
knows.
consistent
I don't want,
process of
I want
providing
everybody
support,
here for the
particularly
right reasons
as
at the
we get
right
into the
time,
fall
thinking
and
the
this
right thing.
counteroffensive
So,
continues. There's about 6 to 8 more weeks of decent weather here, of good fighting weather, and we want to make sure that the Ukrainians can succeed.
And do you have any comment on reports that India has told Canada to remove a number of diplomats from the country?
I'll let these two countries speak to their bilateral relations.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Kerry.
Thank you so much, Kerry. Thank you, John. A couple of days ago, you said that you're seeing buildup of U.S. troops.
I rest my case.
Serbian troops on the borders with Kosovo. Is it still the same? And why is UK sending troops to Kosovo?
Why is the UK?
Oil on the high.
Is the U.S. going to be part of the NATO
And
troops
PHILO on
in
the
Kosovo?
low.
So on your first question, since we stated publicly that we had seen Serbian forces on the border, we have also seen them start to move those forces away, and that's a good thing. That will help de-escalate the tensions. It won't eliminate them, but it'll help de-escalate them. There are, as you know, a small number of U.S. forces that are part of the KFOR, the Kosovo Force peacekeeping mission
that's not even
that
10%
NATO
of you
keeps
voted,
there.
so you
A
don't
small
care.
number. I don't expect that number is going to change
I'll ask you this.
or there'll be any additional U.S. troops provided as a result of that. It's as I understand it, the UK is now in a cycle of leadership over KFOR, so really you have to speak to them for force allocation, but I don't anticipate.
Well, there you go.
any
Question
change
number
in
2.
U.S. force posture.
They were just talking about public opinion.
Is the White House on board
do you
with
support the war in
tying
Ukraine?
additional aid to
You
Ukraine
can
with
vote
border
anonymously,
security, as some
yes or
Republican
no.
lawmakers have
Wow.
suggested as a way to resolve this?
We believe both are important, Peter. That's why in the supplemental
If it's
request,
tied in one, you would be satisfied if that's the vehicle that it happens?
we don't believe they should be tied, or one dependent on the other. But both are important. Both can be and both are important, and that's why in our supplemental request, in addition to some $12 to $13 billion for defense-related support, there's also $4 billion in there for border security enhancements.
Can I ask a quick follow-up on that? You say that you're confident that this is
damn,
going to
y'all
happen,
wanted
that
to vote
Congress
on
will
that one.
provide the sufficient funds so that there is
y'all
no
don't give a
lapse. My
fuck
first thought is,
if I'm
how
unmuted or
long
not.
can we afford for there to be a lapse if there is one? Is a day?
I said war in Ukraine. We got like 400 votes in under a minute.
One day goes by without U.S. funds as Ukraine.
I wouldn't go so far as to say Ukraine falls, Peter, but we don't want to see any lapse.
You
There
animals.
shouldn't be any lapse.
Y'all just sitting there ready to get triggered by
today in that conference call. Obviously, you said there's confidence that the Congress will.
Well, yeah. Do
will
you
pass
support
this.
Ukraine
He's
or not?
responding to
Answer, I mean,
concerns that
shit.
other
Y'all want to
leaders have
answer
about
this
whether
one?
the U.S. will pass these funds. What is the basis for that confidence, and what do the foreign leaders say about their sense of confidence that the U.S. is going to do the right thing?
Well, again, I don't want to speak for all these foreign leaders, but I can tell you that
Yeah, you there, baby.
well, the president asked for the call. It wasn't that he was getting pressured by these foreign leaders for a conversation. He wanted to have the conversation. But let me go back. I won't speak for them, but I can tell you that that on the call, none of the foreign leaders expressed concerns about continued U.S. support. that they understand what's going on up on Capitol Hill. They understand that this is a small minority of extreme Republicans that are holding this up, and they understand that the bulk of Republican leadership, House and the Senate, all support Ukraine. So I think there's a general sense that this will obviously move forward and it will happen. But it was a topic of conversation, but the impression that they all gave the president
so
was
far,
that they understood what's going on. And they fully
we have 520 votes. I can end it now. That was
Admiral,
quick.
can I get just 2 timeline clarifications?
Y'all were ready to vote on that.
What is the John Kirby definition of a bit in terms of how long the
makes
U.S.
sense now.
can
I'm gonna get
continue
shadow
to
banned for another
provide
2 weeks here.
Support to Ukraine under
now
the
we have
current
evidence
funding
that I'm
levels.
harboring a bunch of Ukraine
3
deniers
weeks,
in here.
4 weeks? Is it a
Fuck
few
me.
months? Like how
Y'all were
long is it?
motivated as hell to answer
think,
that.
Given what we
Listen,
have
man,
left,
I'm not claiming. I didn't
and
vote on the poll, but I'm not
given the
claiming these
pace at which
Ukraine
we've been
deniers,
providing
bro.
support,
That's it, man. I'm not gonna. Man, you ain't gonna find the
you're
channel for like 16 months now.
talking
Fuck.
Perhaps
It's bullshit. I know it's sad, but
couple of
true. You
months
know,
or so,
yesterday when I made
now it depends.
the
Michael,
comments that
the
I
reason
made.
I'm being squishy on this
Right.
is because it
Squishy,
depends
be
on what's
squishy.
going on the battlefield,
But like, and
how
people
big the
weren't liking
packages
it. But
are,
I'm like, you
and
realize
what
that whole
capabilities
discussion
Ukraine
I had
needs.
with
And
you
As
yesterday.
the war has evolved, so
It wasn't
have
even
the
a real
packages. And
argument
so
because I was
I need
under
a little bit of
duress the
breathing
whole
room
time.
on what a bit means, but you know, in coming weeks and
I hope
a
that
couple
makes
of months
sense.
or so, it's roughly about right.
I was
The
under
other thing
duress
that's
the whole
important to me,
time,
I
so
don't mean to
you got to think
talk too
about
much
it.
here, but it's not just the authority that
Let Kirby
presidential
talk.
drawdown
The
authority is
people
not
have
a check.
spoken,
It's
man.
not a checking
The
account.
people have spoken.
It's how much authority they have.
But they are talking about
to
Ukraine.
go to the inventory, to the shelves, and pull stuff off. And depending, each package costs different because the capabilities and the
Okay,
tools.
that's
you're
why
pulling
we
off
had
the
that
shelf
question there.
cost
So
the
we are
Pentagon a
listening
different amount of
loosely.
money.
I guess
But what
hopefully
also
not
has to be
getting as
factored into
politically
your
triggered.
question about what is a
Usually
bit
me
is
being
the
unmuted, I hope I can
replenishment
lighten up the
authority for
situation. That's what
Pentagon
it's
to
done for the
restock those
Twitch.
shelves. And right now,
Zero
the
political
authority they
arguments.
have to
It's great.
replenish is less by a significant number of what they have authority to provide. And so, in addition to the needs of the battlefield and the pace at which the drawdown is going, you also have to factor in when we talk about how long is a bit.
Why
and
did you
how
all just-
much authority the Pentagon has
What
left
the
to
fuck,
replenish
Twitch?
its shelves.
I think Twitch got mad that I left YouTube unmuted. They just all flushed with political. They just went FJB and FDT right when I said that.
Today that the U.S. is in this for as long as it takes.
Never mind.
Right. So,
Yeah, you guys are-
as the president goes back to voters to face
Good one, middle
re-election,
child. Good one.
as a president who has in the past criticized the length of some of the wars that we've been engaged in Afghanistan and Iraq, is there any responsibility for the president to be specific about with the voters about how long he thinks the United States should be willing to be involved in this? Should he be willing to say 2 years, 5 years, 10 years, 20 years? Like how long, does he commit
I don't
the
even
United
think
States
KJP is
to
spoken
being
yet.
in this system?
Airbnb
in this
another low
situation
again.
of-
They had a downgrade this
of
morning.
What is costing tens
An
and tens of
AEP on the
billions
high.
of dollars on a regular basis?
For as long as it takes means for as long as it takes. And the president has been very, very honest about
Fuck
that.
yeah, it does, Jerome Powell.
Every other leader on the call
Sounded
also.
like Jerome. Why'd he take his glasses off? What the hell?
In their own way.
I just looked back. When did he
emphasized
do that sleight of hand?
Their
What the
commitment, again, for
So
as
did
long
I.
as it takes. Now, look, I mean, everybody, we'd all like this war to end tomorrow. It could if Mr. Putin would do the right thing. Certainly the Ukrainians want it to end. Nobody wants to see this go on any longer. But it is their war. I understand that we are the leading contributor of support, but the Ukrainians are the ones
But
fighting
it
this
is
war. We
their
don't have
war.
American troops on the ground. So it's not a fair comparison to make with Iraq or Afghanistan, where you had American boots on the ground. This is Ukraine's war. They're fighting it. We are helping them fight it. We're giving them the foreign assistance that we ourselves have benefited from
You sound
in our
like
own
my
history.
girlfriend.
And
Like,
again,
it
we're
is
gonna
your
work
house,
as
but
hard as we
like,
can with might and main.
I am the biggest
to make it
contributor
possible
of
for Ukraine to
furniture
end this war
in the
as
sense
soon
that you
as
wouldn't
they
have had
can.
these
But it has to be
decorations without
done
me.
in terms that
So
President
we're gonna
Zelensky's
be here as
comfortable
long
with
as it
Ukrainian
takes.
people
What?
can accept.
No,
and that
that's
ends
not.
up with a whole, free, prosperous Ukraine with international recognized borders.
War, a fair term to apply to this?
I don't think so.
Is war a fair term?
John, you said that the president expressed confidence to these world leaders that the funding will be there. How can the president be confident in that when we might not have a Speaker of the House by the end of the day today? the House could be plunged into chaos. How can he have any confidence?
Well, it goes back to my answer.
Chaos.
It goes back to my answer to Jeff.
Didn't that
regardless
guy
of what
too?
happens to
I
the
forgot
Speaker
McCarthy
himself.
had like the record amount of votes.
Every leader
It's like the
of every relevant
1700s
National Security
or whatever.
Committee
I forgot about
in the
that. Now they're
House
going to kick
has
him out.
committed to continue supporting Ukraine. Of course, there's strong support on the Senate side, on both sides of the aisle, but the same is true in the House. The leadership and the vast majority of Republicans in Congress, in the House of Representatives, support continuing to help Ukraine.
But we have no idea who the next speaker will be or even when there will be another speaker. What if the speaker is one of these 117 Republicans who voted just last week
low taker picking
not
up.
to
Watch out.
increase?
Even though bonds hit the low,
I can't
dollar
possibly
not
speculate
moving.
or get into hypotheticals about what's going to happen to the speakership in the House. I want to be clear about that. But again, there's enough support from Republicans in the House, not just members, although that's included, but leaders, that the president remains confident that we'll continue to get the support we need.
Thanks, Harry. Jake.
No, Lally.
Oh, sorry.
Thank you. Last week, Jake had two meetings with two South Asian leaders, one with India's External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar, other with Bangladesh Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina. On India, did the issue of Canada was discussed in the meeting? Was the issue of Canada discussed in the meeting? Are you comfortable with India's explanation of things in the relationship with Canada? And do you think the U.S. has a role to play in India-Canada relationship, how to calm the situation down?
The issue was discussed. We'll certainly leave it to those two countries to talk about their bilateral relationship. We've been clear. These allegations are serious. They need to be fully investigated. And, of course, as we've said before, we urge India to participate actively in that investigation.
And on Bangladesh, how do you see the relationship between the U.S. and Bangladesh now? Last month, I think President Biden also had a pull-aside meeting with Sheikh Hasina in New Delhi. Was the issue of elections and Rohingya refugees discussed?
They did talk about the importance of free and fair elections. They also talked about the importance of improving our bilateral relationship across a range of issues, including climate change.
Thank you. So we've heard testimony from wounded Ukrainian soldiers who suggest that Ukrainian forces are outgunned, they're taking heavy losses, and they have no way of cracking heavy Russian defenses even at this current level of U.S. aid. So if U.S. support is significantly reduced, can Ukraine still defend itself? And is there a real risk here that Russia can retake its initiative in the war?
We haven't heard these in a while, bro.
I mean, to be blunt,
I feel like a lot of Ukraine questions back to back to back to back.
I mean, it is very important.
I think because it's the funding in that bill, and then I guess we only have 30 days until another
I can't speak for battlefield
shutdown issue
conditions
in
in any one
November.
area.
Man, bonds a
how
little
much
off the
ammunition they
bottom,
have,
nothing
but
meaningful.
We
though.
know that the counteroffensive has not gone as far or as fast as even the Ukrainians want it to. It's still a violent fight on two major lines of axes, one in the Donbass area and one down south of Zaporizhia. And they're still fighting it out every single day. And it's why I said in my opening statement, time
the
is
Twitch
not our
chat
friend.
remind me right now
We've
of
got
us in
6 to 8
2K.
more weeks of good
Y'all went
weather
from like
here
all
before
stars.
things
I
really
I
make it
gave you
hard for
one
both sides,
compliment
quite
on not
frankly, to
being
fight.
political,
We
and
wanna
y'all
make sure
just
that we take
broke out
advantage of that. And as
into
I
a
said
political
earlier,
warfare
to Jeff,
in
and I
here.
think
That's
to Peter's
crazy.
question, any lapse in the funding is going to be unhelpful.
What's up,
to you.
YouTube? YouTube's like, I guess YouTube feels as normal now.
John, you said
Because like
earlier
YouTube's
in
are,
response to
YouTube
a
do their
question
thing no
that
matter
there are
what.
50
So
countries
that's
that
funny.
are assisting Ukraine in their fight against Russia. Why can't
we even got a guy, he's like, yo, I'm from Poland. He said, thank you for defending us, America. So I see you, Karboski. But then they're like, Obama's a war criminal. I'm like, what? How did we get here, Twitch?
There's incredible convening power by the United States.
They still on the same question.
It's hard to see that
That's
there would
crazy.
be that level of international support
It's
so
a
widespread.
virus,
and it's
bro.
well
Get ready
beyond
for
Europe,
election
man.
year,
We're talking
man.
about
Get ready for
countries
election
in
year.
the Indo-Pacific region that are providing lethal capabilities to Ukraine without U.S. leadership, without us convening, holding these contact group meetings that Secretary Austin has hosted. U.S. convening power, U.S. leadership on the world stage matters. People follow our example. That's number one. Number two, we have continue to have the most powerful military in the world and the largest, most capable defense industrial base in the world. There's no other nation that can produce the kinds of arms and equipment and systems
Why is
that the United States
waste
can.
management just
So
ripping?
without United States support,
And Dollar
it would be
General,
very,
that
very
was from
difficult
earlier.
for,
I'm gonna keep the dollar
because,
up top right.
many of these other nations are
Spy a
donating
little off
and
the bottom, but in computer.
contributed equipment. So without our support,
It need to be real,
it's not
Habibi.
inconceivable that some of that other support
No news
would
on
be
tap
harder
yet, I don't
for
think.
Ukraine to achieve. There's just
Still halted.
I'm sorry.
Halted pending news on tap. Sam moved up a little bit.
Scope and the scale, the ferociousness of the fighting right now in the counteroffensive.
It came back down,
and
though. and waste
expenditure rate.
That's a weird runner.
Munitions means that there has to be a sufficient production capability to back it up. And no other nation has that like the United States. Now, we know we have to continue to accelerate our own production capability, but no other nation can do that but the United States. So it's really important that we stay in this fight with Ukraine and that we continue to lead the world, as we have, under President Biden's leadership in providing their support.
And just to follow up, if there is not passage of a new aid package by Congress, does Ukraine risk essentially depleting its munitions, depleting its military equipment?
It would depend on whether there is a lapse and for how long it is. And it would also depend on what's going on the battlefield. I mean, some days they expend more than others. I mean, it's war, it's combat. Every day is different in every location, so it's hard to answer that question accurately.
On the upcoming drawdowns, this summer Jake Sullivan was describing cluster munitions as a bridge in supplies. Is the U.S. expecting to send more cluster munitions in these upcoming drawdown packages?
I'm not going to get ahead of future packages. We don't typically foretell what's going to be in there. These cluster munitions have been a significant enabler of Ukrainian efforts to blow through Russian defenses, and again, we'll take a look at it with each and every package, but I can't forecast it.
And since these cluster munitions have been being used for the past couple of months, is the U.S. aware of any harm from the U.S. provided cluster munitions to civilians or not?
I don't know that they've not been used in the last couple of months, and I'm not aware of any indications that we've seen that there's been civilian harm as a result of them. In fact, and I don't want to speak for DOD too much, but the reports that we've been getting from our Pentagon colleagues is that the Ukrainians are using the cluster munitions in exactly the appropriate way, going behind Russian lines to hit at command and control and other logistics and sustainment or large formations of Russian troops, which is exactly what those munitions were designed for. We've seen no indications that they've been used inappropriately.
Go ahead, Anita.
Thank you. I have a question about the Arctic and another about Afghanistan. Starting with the Arctic, is the U.S. concerned about a surge of Russian crude oil shipments to Chinese ports through the Northern Sea route, which is something we've seen in recent weeks? And are you concerned about overall increased cooperation between Beijing and Moscow in the Arctic sphere?
Largely, then, the cooperation we've seen between those two countries in the Arctic has been economic and scientific. That's been mainly the scope of their cooperation. There's been some military exercises in the high north, but really they've been mostly focused on economic and science. And look, nothing's changed about the fact that we want to see a free and open, prosperous Arctic region that all nations that border the Arctic can benefit from. Nobody's looking for conflict up there. We'll watch this as closely as we can, but again, nothing that's going to change our posture or our policy with respect to seeking opportunities for everyone to benefit from the Arctic. And then, look, on the oil, all I just say is there's a reason the price cap is in place. It has been effective in managing global supply and demand and limiting Putin's ability to profiteer off oil. I'm not saying he hasn't gotten any profits. Of course he has, but it has limited his ability to make exorbitant profits so that he can fund his war in Ukraine. We urge every country, and that includes the PRC,
he only made $100 billion, not $200 billion, and funded a whole entire country.
Representative McCall is criticizing the White House for what he says is
even though India and China be buying up all of that shit and our whole SPR,
and in doing so, they're, he says that that's hurtful and injurious. What is the reaction?
Dare LOL if you voted no
his comments,
on that,
so,
you Ukraine denier.
It's hard for me to be specific.
I'm here. Fuck you.
I haven't seen them, but it's hard to. It's just hard to look at what we're doing and say that we're normalizing anything with the Taliban. We've not recognized them as a governing power.
We're on the Taliban? How did
they want
dude?
that? They
I was
want
saying,
the
we haven't heard
legitimacy.
Kirby in a
Then they
minute,
need
bro,
to
but we just got to
meet
the
their
Taliban
commitments.
now.
I mean, how can you effectively govern? How can you effectively have a useful economy when basically half your workforce, all women, are prohibited from being a part of that process? So we're going to keep holding them accountable for their commitments. Now, look, does that mean we don't have any conversations?
Are you familiar with the Taliban's commitments?
With the Taliban, of course.
Sir?
Not. We're still working to try to get our allies and partners in Afghanistan out.
I feel,
that takes conversation. It takes dialogue. But it's
All right, you're
important to the
going
United
lower.
States to keep meeting our word to the people that helped us for 20 years. And does it mean that we don't still have shared counterterrorism threats? Absolutely we do. And the Taliban...
All right, guys. You're coming down a little lower. I have to end it. Honestly, I thought we were going to get in the way of this. It might be time to get in the way of this, Chad. But we are coming towards the low. So you might have to give me a second. But the time is approaching. I thought we were sitting here. I had something for you, but low key, you're selling off there. You had a little bit of bond moves. The dollar hasn't done anything. So like low key, since we've been dropping this little rally, like I guess the dollar is good. But remember what I'm telling you today. You don't. It doesn't matter what I told you. You saw it, baby. The yen. So just don't forget that's still elevated. That's keeping the dollar. That's keeping the dollar down right now. So remember, it's like look at the euro. I guess the pound kind of came back a little bit, so we have stabilized somewhat. But for the most part, the dollar was the only good thing here, and even then, it's not like good. It just didn't get bad. But again, yeah, you have Netflix on the low. You have a lot of other names just selling off right here. It seemed like equities in this last hour and a half, hour 40. We moved more around here on equities, but like bonds just kind of were limp. Dollar also didn't catch a bid, but then equities just really kind of moved a little bit more wider. And I guess there's a gap between yesterday. Remember, equities did not move as much as bonds or dollar like yesterday too. That's also part of what we dealt with. Disney's even dying. Zillow, I called that one out during the stream. Again, Waste Management was going up. That slipped, but watch out. I don't know. We're going to see what happens. But now in the meantime, I have something for you. I don't know. It might be your time. It is supposed to be your time. Let's see if the market likes it, but you're selling off. I may get distracted in the middle of it to give you updates, but here it is, baby. Yes. Honestly, I mean, give me a second with it. No, because I thought that Kirby was going to keep talking. I was figuring that, what's her name? Jen Psaki was going to come on next. So I did not forecast that we were going to kind of slowly limp down here again. You just dropped like another 15 points. So I have a PHILO for you, and honestly, it's it's quite the interesting PHILO. But let's see how we operate at these lows before we begin. But I'm giving you a warning. Did I say Jen Psaki? Well, I miss her, man. I miss her. I don't know if I called her Psaki. Maybe I did. I think I did just say Psaki. I miss her, man. It's been a long time. It's been a long day without you, press briefing. And I'll tell you all about it when it's elections again. It's been no Psaki on the mind. No, all right. I still have the Psaki NFT. It's worth like $9,000. I don't know how I feel about that. I feel like, that should mean a lot of things depending on where you're at. But at the same time, I don't know what that fucking means. You know what I'm saying? I don't know if that's good, bad, awful, hideous. It's $9,000. It's a weird situation. If I get into it, I'm going to start sounding like I'm down to get into it. I think I explained it like a month ago or 2 weeks ago. You're going lower here one more time. Again, I'm trying to get you into PHILO, but market, I want to see how you react at this low, because this low we either flush big or you get a little touch and pop. So we'll see. But all day, again, just like yesterday. Yesterday was more calm, but you definitely, this was it like Friday? Where was it last week? I think last week it was Tuesday, Wednesday. It was just straight down. Again, even Friday you had that pressure, but I guess today, nah. It's more reminiscent of literally last Tuesday. And that's the first time we even came in, I think, at like the low 4,300s. Meta layoffs. I don't know if that's good or bad though. That's where everything's gonna get weird. It should be good, but you might get a little flip. Because I feel like layoff news that comes out is just really hard to interpret moving forward. It all just is going to depend on the company. So some companies better than not, but like you don't know if that means that they're reacting to slowing demand or if they're reacting to cutting costs and it's good. So we'll see. I think you are. I'm double checking. I don't see it. Fed seeks to influence Meta Explorer's ad-free Instagram model. I don't see that, yeah. I have news like from 11. Oh, wait, I see one now. Sources, Meta to lay off employees in Reality Labs Silicon unit on Wednesday. I'm getting confirmation of that, but the source is literally sources. So it's hitting one of the wires, but it's saying dash sources as the source. So I don't know who's this guy. It could be if this Wall Street Journal stock pop 50%. You know. Is it Meta Reality Lab, the Silicon? Silicon, how you say? Pamela? Source is my source of the source, Habibi. You know. I do this good. What do you mean? I born to this one, Habibi. You know, that's why I pray. I give you PHILO, because if I grew up other place, I could sound like this. You know, this is my culture, Habibi. I show you. You see the video. All right, I'm trying to give you a PHILO too, and I'm giving you news instead. Now I'm talking like Borat. This is awful. 4224. I want to see how we react here. But we're going to talk about cutting the bad fruit off of the tree, Chad. That's the PHILO for today. And I love that statement. That's how you know. That's why they call it the sword, bro. Because it'll make you feel some way. I could be talking about 100 different things right now. Oh, man. So I'm just giving you a little. This is going to be a different PHILO. This is going to be little by little. I'm going to give you a drip feed PHILO as we walk ourselves into the low. How does that sound? Until it starts chilling out. Like I'm saying, I was planning for this PHILO. We were chilling out. The bonds were kind of relaxing. They were already, again, it just dead. Like, I don't know. It just looks very soft. And then the dollar wasn't moving. It was actually moving down. But unfortunately, we are still going down. Another high on the 10-year, 422.22.29. That is your new low right now. Oh yes, cut the bad fruit off of the tree, man. And honest, I mean, it's a good topic we have to talk about. But like I said, I think it's working out perfect with how the market is, because then I get to just drop that statement on you and let you think about it. Because I'm probably not going to talk about what you think I'm going to talk about today, but hopefully. It gives you a moment to reflect. Everything, I think oil, again, that's the interesting part. Oil's barely up today. And then maybe, honestly, that's probably keeping the dollar down a little, not to mention the yen. Cut the bad fruit off of the tree. AKA the banks. What am I talking about? The Bank of Japan, it's suspected. So my theory is that that's obviously, you don't have to be a rocket scientist to think this is the Bank of Japan. However, the Minister of Finance did say today, no comment when asked that question. Molson Curls see high single-digit growth in underlying EPS. I don't know if that's good or bad. You have to check their past guidance. Meta's popping a little bit off the lows. Again, they just had that news. Bonds hit a low. The dollar didn't go. It's just holding 30. SPY's getting green here. But remember, we're below like every level here. This 422, remember, I was telling you this in the morning. This is like your safe zone for the most part. So this is going to be... if we don't hold, you're probably going to make a quick drop to 4,200. Or again, you might touch a little bit below, then go from there. Was that chart a yen or a medical chart or hard? Habibi, my dad he said, look, it looked like an EKG. Habibi, this one is very shocking. I don't know. This one, but that's the government. That's my assumption. I mean, and I could tell you that because if you've ever watched any of my macro or currency videos, I've told you that usually when you watch currencies move like this, it's always like, it's a sight to see if you ever watch it, but it's like, any very specific moves. Go look at China for a couple of years. It's not difficult to notice a currency being fixed, so they don't want to comment on it. Again, I think to make it have more efficacy, but I think that goes a long way. And then we're here at the low. Again, if we don't hold this level, that's not good. We're trying to dance around. I'm trying to get you into a PHILO right now. I'm feeling the you suck at trading PHILO vibes. No, it's not. I'm not going to confuse you. I'm not going to trick you. I'm not going to go Coach Yash on you today. No. It's honestly, man, I've been praying for y'all, and I was reminded by a situation. Somebody asked me for help with something, and then quite frankly, I've probably have gotten, I'd say like a solid 50 prayer requests towards this topic. It's not, so that's why it's an interesting one. And we've talked about it in the past. So maybe I'm going to just start getting into it at the low. I really think we either hold 422 or it goes down to 4,200. I'll call it now, and then we'll see in the meantime. Watch it 20 points at a time. Bond or dollar moves. I will stop PHILOing for a second, and we'll go from there. But it's very simple. The bad fruit, man, I don't know how to describe it, but like I'm saying, when people have come to me with this issue, I've often responded like this. And this one always comes up, and I've dealt with this at many points in my life, at many parts in my life, and I'm always reminded to prune and deal with this where, you do have to cut bad fruit off of the tree, aka if a plant doesn't produce fruit, and there's like leaves that don't produce, you cut it off. Otherwise, it's taking up space. It's there. It'll hurt you more than it'll help you. Now, this is obviously a metaphor towards life, and you can see this can be applied harshly. This could be used as a reality check in a lot of things, but also it's mentioned towards people. And like I'm saying, I've got a lot of these prayer requests, bro, of people dealing with people. And, with people being in situations where my homie doesn't understand this. He doesn't want to do this. I've done this for this person, and they did this to me, and this, and like, you know what I'm saying? And it's just like straight up the dilemma of who do you keep in your life? How do you treat people? How do you deal with that? So the thing is, the answer a lot of the times people think cut the bad fruit, but I want to talk to you about it in a different way. And I hope this helps. I don't know. I hope if someone this applies, but like I'm saying, I even had another situation. Somebody asked me about this, and I did say, they do need to really focus on cutting the bad fruit off of the tree and, really taking that step. And like I'm saying, bro, you could apply this to a lot of things. And the SPY wants to go down a little bit. Not in a new low yet, but half a point. But all I would say, man, there's a bigger point at hand. And the first thing I said is, I'll just tell you right off the bat, there is a way I always kind of view people. And in a way, it's like I do think people treat me different based on how I act. But I also think that in a lot of instances, many people will do what they were going to do from the get-go. I hope that makes sense. So, like, in a weird way, like, you ever notice that? Like, if some people, like, if they like you, they will, they have a predisposition bias towards liking you. Same thing with not liking you. Right? It's like, again, especially dealing with people now. Let's say, I don't know, you have a friend. I'm sure we all have a friend. I think everybody has at least one friend that you have tried to help out, motivate. You've given them opportunities. or at least somebody that you've done the greatest things for, and all you got in return was something bad. Now, that's like, it's to apply it in that context. I've always viewed it in sometimes, and like I had to learn this because I've done it with people in instances, and I didn't know this. Oh yeah, family especially. That's the Bible will even tell you that one. But it's like that's what I had to learn at one point. Where it's like sometimes people, they were gonna say whatever they felt about you, whether you did the best in the world. They will tell you you're the worst human in the world, the best human in the world, but low key, no matter what you did, that was gonna happen. So again, amor fati. I don't think this is too much of a stretch, but why I'm telling you that is because I want you to think about that if you're ever in those situations. Yes, again, you got emotional vampires. Funny because the thing I was going to tell you, bro, this is all about protection. You need to protect your energy. where you put it. I know I sound like I'm holding rocks and candles and shit, but for real, it's like you need to go into things and do it. But like, I'm not saying it. I hope you understand the positivity. That's why it's like, if you want to do good, bro, do good. Again, like that video I showed you yesterday, do it because you love doing good. Do it for at least another reason, you know, because that way it's like, if I knew I'm going to do the right thing regardless, they're going to say something good about me, say something bad, they're going to try to harm me, they're going to try to help me. You have to approach it from that stance. It's the same thing. Guess what? That person, you could go do the best in the world and they're still only going to do bad things to you. So you have to know that. Honestly, I feel like this is just simple game. SPY hitting a small low. I feel like the PHILO's hitting harder than the low, but you did go down by what, 2 points there, 1.5 points? Not too bad, but yeah, protect your energy, man. And this is the thing. I don't know. I think this is the best part, because this is what I ended up, I had this talk recently, again, because somebody's asking, hey, what do I do? What do I do? What do I do with my girlfriend? What do I do with it? My best friend. I was like, dude, I hope you just are aware of this. Eventually, you'll be faced with the task of having to cut the bad fruit or not, and I hope you have enough discernment to get to that point. But for real, you have to protect your energy, and the real point is not that people are shit. Oh, I know. The lesson isn't that the people or your friends are shit, unfortunately. I know that would be a great lesson, and I'd love to pawn the problem off to somebody else, but that's not it. It says, again, even then, people are awful sometimes, and you know that sucks, but I told you, man, you got to be a hippie. You got to be with love. You got to really be different. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know. But the lesson isn't that, man. It's not that people are shit, your friends are shit. It's literally that you have to do a good job and only do a good job. But the real lesson is like discipline over your time. It's discipline over your schedule. I don't know if you feel me. Oh, you see what I'm saying? And again, I don't know. I don't know how this started too philosophical or not, but I'm hitting you with some cold, hard, factual evidence applicable to very good things of life and business and really, like, that's all it's coming down to. You don't have to blame anybody. You don't have to, you know what I'm saying? Like, let's be real about it, because it's all discipline over your time and your schedule. You know, because that's what I realized. Like, at some points, like, you know, if you're trying to please people all the time, if you're dealing with things that are not producing fruit, I'm not telling you to blame it on people, to run away, to do certain things, but it's like you have to ask yourself, though, what time are you giving towards it? What is it giving you back? And like, are you controlling the time you're giving, putting yourself around people like that? And how are you controlling your time, putting you in those situations or not? So I think it's a interesting look at it, but like, for real, that's where I'm saying, you know, to some of y'all, because I just remember how it was, man. And I remember like when this did affect me a lot more and I had more of these problems and it was more me dealing with this than somebody asking me about this. It was when I did not have as much discipline over my time and schedule. I would go wherever my phone told me. You know what I'm saying? People wanted to hang out. People want to do this. I wanted to do that. You know what I'm saying? Like, so I just hope you could apply this in that sense and do it healthy. And I hope you're healthy about it. And that's why I'm saying it could be rooted in love and doing good and benefits for yourself. And you don't have to blame anybody. And it's like, you could be around negative things, but like you have to have discipline and you have to manage your time to place yourself in the situation where it's not always hurting you, negatively affecting you, or getting in the way and stopping you. So I hope this helps. And, you know, the market's hitting that low now, and I think we're going to go to 4,200. But Chattadonia, 42.18, 42.17. Yeah, low ticker. That is your philosophy, ladies and gentlemen. Make sure you guys are subscribed. We're live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open, 30 minutes before the bell. I don't know. I've already forgot it. I was going to tell you something. I was doing the end of the day one and all of it. That's it. I gave you a lot. That was a weird philo. We had to mix it in, man. So, and honestly, we're at 4,218. This is, I don't want to call it a baby level because I think it's a straight shot from here, but you can see on the candles, there's a little bit of support around here, but my goodness, that's it, bro. You're down 2% on the NASDAQ. You even get the PHILO, man. The PHILO couldn't even rebuke it. Meta's going up on that stuff, too. Where were you 20 years ago when I was screwing up my life? I think I was screwed up my life too, man. It all depends. I don't know, maybe around that time, but either way, Amor Fati, it all boiled down to now. You're alive now, bro, in this generation. The source, I don't think it was just sources. They're saying it'll be announced by tomorrow, but we'll find out. If anything, though, dude, it's bonds. Dollars stopped moving, but I think the dollar is being held hostage by the yen, so you don't really see what's actually happening in dollar land, and then one-way ticket with the bonds. So these are all a lot of key levels. If we can't hold from here, it's not going to be so good. White House secretaries live. That's why we started doing PHILO. I thought they were chilling during it, but honestly, we kind of started slipping. I think the bonds one-way ticket has just been very, very soft. Even while we were kind of rallying, it lasted for a little bit, but like 10 minutes before the market really dropped, the bonds just kind of gave that all back. My deposit hit. I went with Altria this morning. I wanted my dividends. I could have waited, because they have ex-dividend in a decent amount of time, but I just wanted to put that to work there. Again, the smaller amount there, I think I got double with Altria, but I just won't get it on a monthly basis compared to yield. I wouldn't mind holding cash too, but again, I like my dividends, and this is kind of what I was doing around this time last year. Okay, yeah, the bonds could be helped out tomorrow by ISM services. If that comes in weak, that would be very good. And if the prices paid element drops, that could really help us out. And then, quite frankly, non-farm payrolls on Friday. I mean, if that isn't, if that thing plummets, that would be nice. If non-farms gets your first plummeting, you might even wake up the market good. But then after that, it's going to be CPI, really. That's going to be your home run or not, and then earnings. So pretty much next Thursday, is today, today's Tuesday? Yeah, so it's still like, a week and a half? How come you put all of your deposit into one thing instead of MO and DIS? Because I want to build up the position, so even at the end of the day, there was one advantage towards MO. Actually, so beyond just like the yield and everything else, from like a broader long-term perspective, there was something else about Altria that I was happy to do and why I put in the whole deposit. Recession proof? No, but that's good. Their customers are addicts. Those help. It's not related to that. It's related to my long-term. It's related to my whole entire long term. Just like, why did I put the whole deposit into Altria? All right, it pays a dividend. We know that. I got my balance. What else? Averaging down a little bit, yeah. By a little bit, that's a good point. What else? Not soft landing. Not that it's cheap. I have more than 100 share for covered calls. It's not that it kills people. It does hold its value, but that's not it. You could get the divvy in the Roth. I have like 320 shares, I think. They did raise their dividend, but that's not it. I think someone kind of said it earlier. It's related to the weighting. But now I've been adding those deposits, and I did the full advantage or the full deposit because I want to build the position. So now, again, it's been little by little. We started pretty small, just imagine over the years. But now with dividend reinvestment, throwing deposits at it, again, I'm trying to build this up over the years, but I'm slowly turning this into one of the bigger positions in the portfolio. So it's giving me, it'll have its stability, it'll have its yield, but I'm getting, now I want to build, once, again, like I'm telling you, in the long run of really making money off of this thing, depending on what happens, it's like when we build up and stack up some of these positions, hopefully they do some work in the long run, and that could be good. And now it's going to help me compound faster and just keep picking up that yield. The dollar go. Well, the dollar, is, I think a lot of the value right now is getting distorted off of the weakening of other currencies around the globe. So that's why I threw in the full amount. I don't have 8,000 shares. I have 312. I thought it was 23. 312 shares in the long term. And then we have some, I don't know, on the small account, we have 26. You're kind of bouncing up a little bit, but it's still, this is, again, 422. That's the low. If you even reject that on the way up, it's going to be a lot of weight. We were scared by last year's CPI. Data came out, highest number. It was crazy. It was 9.3 or something. And then we dropped 2%. It felt like these days we like flushed out, and then all of a sudden we chilled. TMF, I mean, flip it. I think you could do it, but other than that, I just, for the long and holding yet, I don't know if that's time. Again, there's a lot of questions on where bonds are going to go from here. Treasury sanctions fentanyl producers in China and Canada. Yeah, 8 Chinese nationals also charged in fentanyl-related case. Justice Department. 30-year has to hit 5, then we bounce the rest of the month. That's what people were thinking at like 4 or 5, but that's the problem. That is the paranoia right now. Is like that was supposed to happen at like 4.5, and the fact that we're not, and it went another half a point up. What if it does that again? What if it just goes straight to 6? Like that used to happen back in the day. So, but as of late, it doesn't really move like that, but it's possible. I don't think probable though. Peso extends losses, test 18 USD, weakest since May. Okay, 4217. Honestly, I think the dollar is a lot stronger than we think. Bonds keep going lower, dollar's ticking up, but remember, you have a lot of stability in the currencies. 4216. So we should be heading towards 4200. Nothing broke yet. Not quite. Yeah, the MES, I'm down 200 on that one from the morning. I should have just held the first one. That would have been easy work. And we'll see. Because I'm either going to hold that. I'm going to cut it out by the end of the day, though. Or I cut it out now and try to make it. But everything is still creeping up. I need a big blowout to switch that play. But it's been a slow move down. But now it's 2.2, 2.1. Nine years ago, I was a full-blown heroin addict. Now I'm a day trader making good money, making money work for me. Much love for your healthy rants. God bless you, bro. Which I love to hear. You got long-term, too. That's all we need. All we need, too, is amazing. Dollar up 30.2. UVXY, dude. VIX is at 20. Turkish defense minister. No. And then U.S. Treasury target China-based manufacturers of fentanyl. So it's not as high. What day was that? May 24th. That was that was FRC, I think. That's crazy. Still need you double it, we get a rate cut. I don't know if that's good news for you or not. I wouldn't call it capitulation, but it's compounding into something bigger. So, like I was saying earlier, this is the biggest down streak, like consistently, that we've had since SVB, and even SVB that lasted a month. This has now been like almost 3 months, but like a good 2 straight months of this type of activity. So just like little by little. Again, today we're at 1.6. You could count how many 1.5 days below we've had, this year on your hand, but it doesn't really necessarily highlight, how much is sold off. So remember, we gapped up a lot. So you could call it capitulation, but the first half of it was giving back the foam on top. There was a lot of foam at 4,600, even then we're a little higher. So we dropped down 200 points. You're still elevated again, even where we are at right now. This is something I still stand by to this day. This is higher than any point at the first quarter, and even higher than like the start of the second quarter or where we started, which is crazy. Yeah, it was pretty much after last earnings. And then, unfortunately, it's still been bad since then, and now we're lower. But there was a couple of the good ones. It's crazy. – 43 on my SPY put. Memberships incoming. Marcus Hanlon. Oh, you don't have to, man. Please. We love you. And God bless you. Regardless, man, you've shown a lot of love. That's Mr. F350 right there. Oh, he did it. He did. Man, God bless you. Hard. I'm already so grateful, man. Thank you so much. Hard. You have no idea. You have no idea, bro. You have no idea. FMST foremost lithium up 11%. What did it look like? A spec? Oh, this thing. FMST. I mean, paying the plug. God bless you. Are they the ones getting the lithium mine from where? Again, this thing's surging. I don't know if it's halted right now. FMST. God bless you, Marcus. Thank you again. Honestly, on that note, I think we need to listen to F350. Is that offensive? I don't mean to offend you by it, but on it, we didn't even go to the bathroom after PHILO. Maybe it'll get you a green, but honestly, if you like red, you want me to go to the bathroom right now and play F350. So I don't know. Honestly, I'm putting you in a very difficult situation. I apologize, but it may be worth it. It may be worth it, man. I love it. I love my favorite part of the Japanese intervention today, even though it's unconfirmed for now, technically speaking, the fact that it's unconfirmed. That's what I love. That's the best part about this, is that nothing is confirmed. That's my favorite part about the day today, is that, like, technically you have to look at this and be like, oh, what happened? Oh, I won. Oh, no comment. So there you go, man. Shame on you for cutting the song early over the past month. Why? I made you wait for it. Now you could download it anywhere. You could download it Apple, iTunes, YouTube, wherever you want now. Now you could get it. You could use it how you please, everything, man. Marcus, the guy you just saw donate. That's why I said, man, I was like, Marcus, please. He's the one who did all that, man. He did that. I didn't do all those. I can't do vote. You want a man, I can't vocal anything, you know? It's, oh, man, no, it's amazing. It's amazing, bro. Say nothing, said everything. Molson sign. Are you going lower, bro? I don't know. The low ticker's tweaking out, or is this just a couple of names? Bond's going lower, though. SPY's not lower, and the dollar's at the same exact spot. My goodness. You hate that song. That's okay. It's totally okay, because, like, after the first, 4 days, I learned that hate is the first step to love with that song. Again, it's going to be so bad, it's good. Trust me, critics everywhere. They claim it. They said it's so bad, it's good. I'm telling you, this is step one, bro. So, and for first step is admitting, I got you, bro. I got you. So it's good. I like it. Don't put it past me, man. I think that's great. I'm more worried about the bonds right now, but still, bonds are going, dude. TLT 89, 90. Is that 86 now? Yeah, it's already below there, but that's quick, bro. That's quick. If the 10-year hits 515, the yield curve is flat. You got it, buddy. 100%. That's close. That's why. But then again, if Powell pulls that off, he might just do what we talked about, where again, your boy he might uninvert the curve without cutting rates, but at that point something will break, and then maybe the next inversion. But it's going to be tricky to respond to. Well, the bonds are saying inflation 100%. There's no recession, though. That's the thing. Again, we talked about that earlier, but you're 100% right now. The 2-year, 10-year spread, this is the only thing you need. So it's not really the 30-year. Again, it's the 10-year hitting pretty much wherever the 2 year's at right now, which is like 5.15. So I could show you this on trade, but that's a very good point. But hopefully you see that. That means you're one rate hike away. But then that's also the problem, because if they do raise the rates, then the short-term yields rise, then we could watch the curve could still get pretty wacky. Well, let me show you. Okay. So here, 2-year, 10-year spread. -34. It's our handy dandy yield curve, inverted. Remember, at one point it was 1%. So what does a 2-year, 10-year yield curve inverted mean? It means right now the 2-year is 34 basis points higher than the 10-year. That is not normal. Okay, let me show you something else. Again, SPY kind of chilling out here a little at the bottom. Bonds are doing their thing. Dollars not moving as much, but again, I think the dollar's tapping out. So again, this is an inverted curve. This is how, if you took the 2-year bond and placed it up here and took the 10-year where it's at and placed it, this is how it would look. Usually, a yield curve should look like this, where short-term rates are higher than long-term rates. So I hope you see that. That's why it's messed up now. But this is all it's saying, is that the 2-year bond right here at 5.14 is 0.34 higher than the 10-year at 4.8. So literally, the 10-year is at 4.8 right now, which again, yesterday it was at like 4.6. I can't believe it's at 4.8 right now, which is wild towards this. But essentially, it means people are uncertain about the longer-term future, and that there's going to be, more economic pain. But the problem is you have all the rates higher now. So that's just saying everything across the curve is looking very bad. That's why, in a weird way, if the yield curve uninverts and all of these rates skyrocket, look at, do you not see what happened? So, use this chart. Imagine the yield curve. This is a gauge, right? This is a gauge of uncertainty. So imagine this is 20%, 40, 60. You know what I'm saying? No. Just look at what's happened over the years. Then again, you get past COVID and everything else, right? But do you see what's happening? The curve, the whole entire curve then, if we uninvert and all we do is just lift. All you do is just lift up. So now everyone's uncertain about every duration. Literally, compared to a year or two ago, everything's low. Again, now that is also relative to the Fed and all that, but the point is, that was a side point, which is a good comment. Good job, Chad. But this is literally, this is the inversion we're looking for, but now it's almost there. Again, 4.8, you go up here. Again, if the 2-year starts to run, that could change everything. And then finally, if it does uninvert, the question will be what happens then, because that was uninverting without a rate cut. Oh, are you guys looking at my ads? What are my ads? Is it Temu ads? Oh, yeah, bro. What's up? Nah, man. Fuck, I get crazy ads on Temu. They always, where's the ones on Zero Hedge, too, but nah, the Temu ads y'all always say that. It's like girls' clothing, or I'll get, like, just random ass shit. What's that? See, one of them, bro, you didn't even, I'm clicking on it now. I don't have a favorite child, but if I did, it would be my daughter-in-law. The fuck? Yeah, bro, that's I don't know. That's what they wanted me to. That was my Temu ad. Now my computer just got hacked. Fuck. Damn it. Shop like a billion. I'm trying to, man. That's weird. Yeah, bro. It's a weird set of ads. Hey, man, I'm just y'all said it. I've totally trained myself to not look. I have ad blocker, but, like, I don't have, like, usually I know how to ignore things. That's it. Or I'm just too stupid. It's one or the other. But I've been on the internet for a long time. I can play COD. I haven't played it in a while, though. 422 touched. Touchdown! Taylor Swift. What? Bro, my girlfriend be, like, watching NFL videos now. I'm like, you are just insane. Like, my girlfriend's a Swiftie, bro. It's weird. Like, it's hella weird. I'm like, this is getting out of hand. My girlfriend, she was like, you want to go to a Chiefs game? I'm like, no. What's wrong with you? I'm not gonna pay the Taylor premium to go watch the guy that they said sounds like me, and he didn't sound like me at all. Quite offensive, Chad. A touch of bond relief. Habibi, this is bullshit, man. Habibi, they have been destroying everybody every single fucking day, Habibi. I'm telling you, right? This is no relief, Habibi. We need a big one. You need like the candle down. These guys is crazy, man. Oh, man, he don't sound like me. As a musical artist, you must respect the massive work Taylor Swift has done. Oh, I love Taylor Swift too. I'm not like a Swiftie, but yeah, you know, same thing with like I'm a big Justin Bieber fan, but 100%. No, I could she's awesome. I don't even think Taylor's like bad. Like that's it. I saw one TikTok that claimed that she was like a witch, like an immortal witch, and I was like, okay, quite compelling TikTok. But you know, ultimately though, I do like Taylor Swift though. I think she's great. Honestly, I believe the tinfoil. I think Taylor Swift is gonna run for president. I think Taylor Swift might be the first female president in the United States. I don't know if that's crazy to say, but I think she could run. Maybe not this year, but in 4 years. I don't know, but I do think I think she could become president. I think Taylor Swift can become president. I think is she too young? Yeah, I know. Seriously, I could get behind that. That's not too crazy. I believe that tinfoil, but that's so. I respect Taylor a lot. Awesome what she's done in many ways. Her fan, bro. She has like 3 voting generations. You have no idea. Not at all. Like not at all. Like if I'm telling you, if you took out the fact that it was like Taylor Swift and you plotted her reach, everything on. Oh, dude, no. She has man, you're crazy. NVAX is popping, little popping lock. Again, SPY was trying to go up there too. Dollar wanted a point down. If dollar could lose strength, that'd be very good. But again, I think the dollar's faking today. That yen stuff got in the way. OCEA. Pfizer didn't move. SPY's getting a little red there. What time is it? 11:30. 30 minutes, 24 minutes till power hour. That would ruin our country. Oh, okay. I'm sorry, man. My bad. We fucking. Yeah, you go. What's up? Yeah, and I'm telling you what the things that we're gonna do. I'm gonna kill the Al Soumeni. We're gonna start a war. It doesn't matter. Oh, now I get. Now you gonna crucify me for suggesting Taylor Swift? Great. Okay, I'm the bad guy. All right, I'm the bad guy. Yeah, that's it. That's gonna ruin the country. Great. That was it. That's gonna be the straw that broke. It's gonna be Taylor Swift. That's what it was. No, just like massive crony capitalism and corruption. That wasn't it. Just right when Taylor gets to office, bro. Oh, that's just shit's gonna get out of hand. By liberal. Oh, is Taylor Swift a liberal? See, I only know Taylor Swift music, man. She ain't tell me to do anything in the music yet, unless I don't even know a Taylor song, actually. I know the one, what's the one where she gets proposed to or some shit? Yeah, actually, I don't. Now, honestly, I'm losing my credibility here defending Taylor. But, yeah, I don't know that one. Big time liberal? No way. I never cared that much about Taylor, but either way, I think she has the middle vote at the very least. Then all the generations. Kanye versus Swift. Now that's an election that we're looking forward to. Shake it off. Yeah, shake it off. Yeah, I got you. There you go. You just got to refresh my memory. She's a Tennessee Christian liberal. How much you know? Oh, you said Christian, like she like a Bible? Not bad. We'll take it. I ask her, what's your favorite verse? I see. Y'all know that too. Can I just tell y'all right now? If you have Middle Eastern friends who read the Bible, they will test you by asking you your favorite verse. Again, they even did it to Donald Trump. Now that I think about it, but that's something to keep in mind, because that's what I would ask Taylor. With all the movement, nothing moved. It does, but today was kind of vicious. It shows up on the bonds. I mean, bonds, dollar right now, it's the light has been flashing every single day. But, it's a 1.9 day, 1.5 again. If we go, we're going under 1.5 right now. So if that holds up, then there you go. She didn't sold herself. Again, the running theory right now is that she's a witch, but I don't know. I mean, again, you'll find the TikTok. Just reset, check engine light, boom, we all good. Rates, yalla. This all started with Powell. It's good though. I thought the market was going to be calmer. So, like, I thought, like, even after Powell, I thought, people's reaction to Powell updating the dot plot, I thought people would have been more complacent. But at the same time, the good part is that at least people did respond to the dot plot since Powell. That's, like, one good thing you could take out of this. Why does something break if the yield curve? Well, usually when the yield curve uninverts, it's because the Fed is cutting rates. So there's not too many instances. I think in the 90s, you have to pull up the older yield curve. You can't use the dynamic one. But I think in the 90s, they were able to pull it off for a little bit. And I think that's what Powell wants. Even in the later 70s, I think at one point. But at the same time, the general idea is when the curve uninverts, it's because the Fed is lowering rates. What they try to do at other times is get the yield curve. Pretty much they raise the rates and they try to get longer rates higher than the shorter term without lowering the rates. They've usually never been able to accomplish that. So that's where I'm saying some things could break, because If we get above it, it's either they're going to cut rates, but if they don't, the yield curve will be uninverted. But all that means now is that short-term rates and long-term rates are like holding a steady 5%. So at that point, if it's not the Fed admitting defeat and cutting, it may take a couple of months, maybe a couple of years for now higher rates to just wreck the economy or at least slow down growth. And maybe it doesn't have to be a wrecking ball. But at that point, it never really happens. They've never tried to bring longer term rates higher than shorter term. Naturally, usually the only way they do it is by cutting rates. So if they pull it off, we'll see what happens, but most people forecast damage if it does. I think it's on the Fred. If the Fred website, you just got to look it up. It's like when I told you about the dollar weighted index. If you search for it, it's on like Fed websites. They'll have the yield curve. Just look like 2-year, 10-year spread, or just look for 1970 yield curve, and it'll have that. NVAX is still going up. Answer them all the time. Thank you. God bless. Max, God bless you, my friend. I hope. There was good questions today. A lot of good ones. That was a great question there by Ray too, man. FDA clearance for updated booster adjuvanted monovalent vaccine has been updated to include spike protein from SARS-CoV-2 Omicron variant lineage XBB.1.5. It's used for individuals 12 years of age and older. You don't know if it's politically correct. You bought your first Yeezys. By far the best shoes. Oh wow, yeah. Hopefully you got the right ones though too, right? But they're a great shoe, dude. I've realized I've been rocking the same pair of Yeezys for like 3 or 4 years now. It's kind of hideous. They don't look that bad. Maybe just in my mind they don't. But like I'm low key been wearing the same exact shoes for like 3 or 4 years. It's crazy. No, they're built to last, Habibi. Built to last. Very good. But, like, it's trippy. I'll take a picture of them. I'll show you. But I've been still rocking them. NVAX is running. NVAX is up 6 right now. It's pretty good, Habibi. Pretty good. I said you said that last year. Yeah, bro, I've realized it every year because I'm like, bro, once I pass like 3 or 2 years with them, I'm like, I'm really just rocking the same kicks everywhere. Everywhere. Forever. Like, it's messed up. The Nike dunks. The SPY went up. Hopefully it don't dunk right now, but not bad. A couple of things. Honestly, the high ticker is a little active. Not anything exciting besides NVAX. Birkenstock IPO, I saw that, but I don't know. Are you guys, is anybody going to buy Birkenstock IPO? I don't know. I think my mom has Birkenstocks. I don't even know, but I don't know if that one's going to be the company for me. But it has a good history, a long history. You have Birkenstocks, you love them, good ergonomics. So I've heard. Yeah, good. They're 200 years old. They're like 30 years too late. Maybe. Point of the PHILO, Proverbs 28 too. I love Proverbs, man. So amen. You never knew you needed new shoes until you put on new shoes. Yeah, but like I'm not in a situation where I fall into new shoes unless I actively seek it. You know what I'm saying? So I don't know what that feeling's like for a long time. Ignorance has kept me out of. Again, I think the Yeezys were overpriced at the time, but even then, it's still like. Actually, I guess I thought $200 for a shoe is kind of crazy, but I liked it. But like that's like, dude, all you need is you get one pair, you're good for life. Efforts to block McCarthy's leadership falling short in U.S. House. Voting continues. Not looking good. I just saw a headline that says it's not looking good for him. Or it says that it's looking to block him or falling short. Birkenstock as a company has Lululemon vibes, cult-like following. I think my mom has some. So that I don't know anything else my mom has. Like, my mom don't get anything. But yeah, I do think, I don't know. I do think I could agree with that. I think they kind of have Lululemon brand vibes, maybe better. Maybe. I think Lululemon has more stuff, though. Birkenstock is just shoes. Says House voting to block Gates-led effort to oust McCarthy. I see a headline that says effort to block challenge to Speaker Kevin McCarthy's leadership falling short in U.S. House. Voting continues. The cork helps with your feet support. I think that's why my mom has them. The feet locker. I think this is it. I don't know. On motion. Wait, they're going to kill it? What? Oh, it said table/kill. I said.
On this vote, the yeas are 208. The nays are 218. The motion is not adopted.
So that means he stays?
Pursuant to Clause 2A2 of Rule 9, the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Gates, and the gentleman from Oklahoma, Mr. Cole, will each control 30 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from
That's
Florida.
bad for him. House votes to consider removing
Thank you, Mr.
him.
Speaker. I yield such time as he may consume to my
So this
colleague
is live
from
right
Virginia,
now.
Mr. Good.
Bro, we're watching fucking
Gentleman
C-SPAN.
from Virginia, Mr. Good, is recognized for such time as he may consume. And before the gentleman speaks, may I remind my colleagues that all parties need to be heard. Would you please clear the well and clear the aisles? And any extraneous
Wait, we still using wells in the White
need to
House?
be taken from
All
the
right,
floor.
man. Give me a glass of water. Well, oh, it's just C-SPAN. They all sitting down. Seeing you guys are like, oh man, they always manipulate the stock market. No, bro. This is what they're doing. They're just sitting here. This is to remove the
Gentleman from
speaker.
Virginia is
I don't think it
recognized.
matters. Can I say that
Thank
to
you, Mr. Speaker.
I don't think it's going to be a big deal. I mean, again, in the name of the political news cycle, it's you could watch it if you like it, but it's like I don't think this is going to have a big effect regardless. So we'll see. But yeah,
this was
that's
about,
what this is about.
not repeating the failures of the past and letting Republican voters across the country down once again. When
Bob
in the
Good?
past,
Oh.
for many years,
I'm not listening to Bob Good. I don't even know Bob Good. We want to listen to the other guy. You want to listen to the guy who want to kick him out if you want drama. Otherwise, it's not. Again, like I'm saying. It won't, but the speaker is in third command. Yeah, but like that's fine in most normal situations. But I mean, again, whoever it's gonna be. But I don't like right now. There's something you got to think about with it. Really, like, why are they trying to get rid of him? And this is just my take on it. But the way I'm looking at it is this has nothing to do with today. This has to do with November. Maybe this is why the bonds will go get crazier from here. But remember what happened over this weekend. We were supposed to have a government shutdown. Why didn't it happen? They voted on a deal that gave them till November. So it's not a power grab. I think this is planning ahead to try to, play a little bit more hardball coming into November. So if they didn't like what Mr. McCarthy did, they want him out so that they could try to play a little bit more politics coming into November and next year. Because, again, by November, we will be faced with the same issue of the government funding as well as the Ukraine bill and all that other stuff, not to mention the election right around the corner. Again, bro, NVAX is killing it. SPY's a little. This is where we were at 11:30. So I don't know. Remember, you had one rally from here and then failed. You're back above the 22, so that's a good sign. But this is still like the lower abyss. So let's see if it starts to move up. NASDAQ still down 1.8. SPY down 1.3. Dow Jones down 1.2. Market checkup. Your Dow Jones has 23 names in the red. 7 names in the green. The NASDAQ 100, 91 names red and 9 names in the green. My goodness. So NASDAQ 100, that's why 2%. And then S&P 500, 407 names red and 95 names in the green. Yeah, Novak's up 10%, 11% since FDA authorized new COVID shot. Could see the falling wedge. I think we see if bond rates fall, we go from there, man. It has been a wild time, man. Very, very wild time. So, and we'll see now, too, if you don't like that MES from earlier, if you really think we're going to die below 4,200, you could trim some of the loss. It's still 150 loss from the morning. I guess you made 20 bucks on the first one. Does employment keep into account how many people hold 2 jobs or more? I think in some instances, but not all the way. I mean, it's payrolls. So yes and no. It just depends. They have, again, when I read that BLS thing, they talk about it, but for the most part, there's a good chance that most of the time it's not showing up. But it's taking the household survey and then the private payrolls and then the public payrolls, and then you're adding that all up. But then sometimes it's showing you the total amount. I think for the household survey they differentiate it, but that's about it. And then sometimes household survey doesn't include certain people. I would reference you to the BLS. I have a video on it that we made recently, but I would go play around with. I would play around with the BLS website, and you could read through the data and what they do, and it's kind of eye-opening. There's a lot to it. You are your grandfather now on C-SPAN. Welcome to the club. It's good. I used to watch C-SPAN because we only had basic cable, so I wasn't allowed to watch anything else. So sometimes if I wanted a TV on, the best option was C-SPAN, or Arthur. So I had to figure out what to do in between them. The deck chart, you don't appeal market apparel. Is it Decker Outdoors? Yeah, they're killing it, but man, too high for me to buy, but there's a lot of random companies like that. You'd be surprised that kill it. Did you ever like the video watching basic cable? I had to. If I didn't like the video, it would cut off. I had to slam on the side of the TV. And you guys remember? Dude, isn't that crazy? People don't know about that. There was a time where we would have to slam on the side of the TV for shit to work. The people nowadays will never understand that. I have a flat screen in my house. I've not slapped a flat screen ever. That's crazy. Memory unlocked. Now you have to like the video here. Oh wow, I'll make sure. Yeah, if you like the video right now, I will give you a brand new, entirely for free. So, I'm serious. That's worth a lot. But I can tell if you like the video. But if you like it, I'm gonna give you a brand new, and that's included. And there's nothing else. You're gonna be good to go. So like the video, man. That's how we do it a little different here, but yeah. You heard that, right? Why wouldn't you hear it? Yeah. If you didn't like the video, I don't think it offers it to you. I don't know how it works. Honestly, a lot of this is just inaccurate, so I have no idea what's going on. Mm-hmm. Yeah. You like the video? That's good. That's good. That's good. I think, honestly, besides the Japanese yen intervention today, my other highlight of the day was you guys just voting on the Ukraine opinion. You guys are ready to vote on that one. In the vote before, it was like 200. I was like, should I talk or not during this? Nobody gave a shit. I can tell you, do you support Ukraine or not? You guys, that's it. And that makes sense, too, though. That's why I'm damn shadow ban you Ukraine. All you Ukraine deniers, bro. That's crazy. We got to fight out here. I don't even know if I'm a Ukraine denier, but that's it. I got 80% of y'all. And y'all were motivated. Within 1 minute, y'all will vote and let the world know, baby. It's all anonymous though, so I don't know who you are. So that's good. That's good. You forgot about the emergency test tomorrow. Is that the FEMA one? I saw that. I've had that video forwarded to me. I've had at least one video forwarded to me. Mad tin tomorrow. I know. Tin on it. I mean, I don't know. I don't really believe it. I don't think I have to worry about it either way. That's the beauty of some of my past decisions. If it were true, but other than that, I don't like it. Doesn't even. I wouldn't give it too much thought. If you're interested, you could look up the tinfoil. I think there's other people who could give you the tinfoil way better about it. We'll see how many tin chads there are tomorrow. Oh, why are they not going to go on the internet? I thought it was going to be something else. Chad debate topic. What does tinfoil mean? It's like 10 pieces of foil. Your husband told you about it the other day. I'm not going to lie to you. My dad told me that. You know that? My dad sent me the video. I had another tinfoil friend send me a different video, but they both had the same conclusion. And one of my dad's church friends, bro, I'm telling you, man, they keep giving him T-shirts. They sending him videos. He said, "What do you think about this one? Huh? Should I turn off my phone?" I'm like, it's up to you, man. I don't know. I was like, so, but, yeah. I don't know. There's a couple of tinfoils. If viewers are way down tomorrow, you know we got a whole tin factory in the chat. I'd be impressed. I would laugh if that happened. Like, if half of you guys just didn't show up. I would never tell you tinfoil again, though. You know that? If half of you didn't show up because of this fucking tinfoil school day, bro, I would never enable you with tin ever again. I would never share a piece of tin. I would get you rehabilitated as soon as possible. I said, no, man, I've been trying this whole time to tell you, you have to strike the right balance of tinfoil and reality here, sir. Oh, man. It's Power Hour. Welcome. Why wouldn't people show up? I mean, long story short, there's tinfoil that, like, they're doing, like, a test over the airwaves, and they're going to test shit out, and it's going to, like, fucking turn people into monsters. That's the simple. I'm being much, what's the word, reductionist about it, but that's the simplest way. That's the easiest way I could explain it, or how I could process it in my head. Yeah, it's like, you ever see that Steven Spielberg movie, Cell Phone, where you like pick up the phone and then they go, "Ah!" and then they just start going crazy. That's like borderline the tinfoil. There's like videos going around, like literally mother effers are sending it to my dad. The fuck. Like, so again, I don't really believe it myself, but at the same time, you know, you do have people, yeah, they're like, that's it, the waves, and then once the waves, and then you're gonna hear the test wave, then then you're gonna be activated. The Kingsman? I don't know. I thought it was just the Steven Spielberg. Isn't that the movie Cell Phone? Manchurian Candidate. I love Manchurian Candidate. That's a good movie. Ray Donovan and Denzel. I call him Ray Donovan. NVEX still running. Dude, NVEX is up 13%. XLU is up. That's great. Good for you, XLU. Good for you. Proud of you, buddy. Come on, go up, Ultra. Ray Donovan, the man with the voice of God. I love Ray Donovan. Good show. You found out this year Ray Donovan does the commentary for Hard Knocks? You've watched? Oh, I have to. I haven't seen that yet. Oh, that would make sense. If I know his voice anywhere, though. All right, Spy's kind of ripping up here, Chad. I don't know how you feel about it. Getting a couple of movements. It's not too much, but if this could string together, you know, back to the 40. Honestly, none of this is good until we get back above 42.50. I think all of this is trash. But then 42.38, that's the next level to the upside. You're still a couple points off of that. The bonds are not playing along, no. But that's good if equities are in their own land, because that just means we're going to have a lot more. And then again, this was not like the other day where bonds were low and then caught a bid. Again, the data. And remember, data tomorrow can also push us in either direction. You say sus move there, why? Are we closing green? We need more trend. Just need more trend. Honestly, none of this means anything until you're right. This is just we're just holding at the bottom. Every little thing. It was like when we had the little bond relief. I'm with you on that. Honestly, I think we do need a lot more movement, trend, but so far the trend is down. The trend is down, and the trend is a vacuum, and the trend has a best friend named bonds that's just getting blown out too, and then their other friend, the dollar, is not friendly. So until any of that changes, it's been a wild 48 hours so far. At least almost 14 hours of market trading. If we were like the 80s where yields go higher, they could, but then again, it's going to have to, how long that lasts for and what gets created. That's just at that point, though, it's like if the Fed lifts, if the longer term yields go higher than where the Fed's at, and we're at 5.5, that's just, if nothing breaks, I'd be surprised, but, you know, that'll probably just wake us up to or bring about a world of hurt. What we doing, y'all? Hello. Do you believe in chart patterns? No. I believe in like historical patterns, and I do believe in like support and resistance, but I don't like look at it and be like the Batman signal mean, you know, and I don't know how to do that. I like history though. You guys should check out the Stock Traders Almanac, stuff like that. I'm more into. No bull flags. No, I don't want to. I'm not trying to offend anybody. I'm not. No, man. I support any chart pattern. What should Baby Buffett's first stock be? Should we let the Chad decide? Oh, it has to be a blue chip. You got to get him a good blue chip. Get him a good blue chip. What do you think he's gonna do for a living? Have you planned this out for the little man? Are you going to be like the era, when we were born, they were like doctor, lawyer. Don't get the kids cigarettes. What are you trying to do? Airbnb maybe, but that's not as blue chip. I don't know, maybe an Apple, a Microsoft. Tesla, I feel like young Buffett and Tesla. I feel like a share of Tesla, that might be a good one. It's a little high, but I think a Tesla maybe. Maybe Disney, get him a bar of silver. Yeah, for sure. Roblox, because now, dude, you're going to spend, you're going to have like 3 years of buying Hasbro. And then like after like years 3 to like 12, you're going to spend money on Roblo. That's it. You got to watch out after that. UVXY is on the high again. So remember, bonds just hit the low. Dollars below 30, but right barely, and it started to come back up there. But S&P is starting to drop a little bit. And then VIX is running up into a new high without the SPY hitting a low. I need water. Who's this guy? S&P. All right. Follow me on Instagram at The Trading Fraternity. Even on Twitch, too, if you're going to play 2K with us tonight. But I will be right back. I love you. God bless you. Good morning, good evening, and good night.
The budget deficit, oil prices. So it seems like everything's piling on right at the wrong moment, so to speak, for the markets. We're coming out of difficult September. October could be better. And we're still looking for a year-end rally, but, that doesn't feel much like a rally today. So there's just this piling on effect that's weighing on the market sentiment.
And particularly when we look at kind of the correlations with yields, at least as of late. I mean, just today, we're up 15 basis points on a 30-year, 12, 13 on a 10-year. And that negative correlation between where yields go and where stock prices go. I am curious if anything sort of arrests that. If we get some clarity out of the Fed where they finally are willing to communicate publicly that they are indeed done and that rates are either going to stay where they're at or maybe even potentially come down, do you think that would have a material impact on market sentiment and market direction?
I think it would, Romain, but I'm not expecting that the Fed to back off on its 2% target. It's too soon. But to your point, if we get better than expected earnings, we start pretty soon, that could give the market a little bit more confidence, put a kind of a floor underneath this downdraft that we're in. So I think it's going to boil down to earnings. We know where the Fed is going to go, what they've said, a lot of talk. You were just talking about that. We've got to work through what's happening in Washington. But I think, between now and, say, the end of the month, it'll come down to earnings. And, the estimates are all over right now. But just suppose Q3 is just as good or not as bad as Q1 and Q2. That sets us up for that year-end rally. But we're not there yet.
We'll bring that higher for longer message to corporate earnings. If we actually are entering into a higher for longer sort of world, how does that affect corporate America? How does that affect balance sheets and the numbers that we get on a quarterly basis?
Well, the cost of capital, obviously, is one pain point. Higher oil prices is a tax on consumers. That could filter in the weaker consumer demand. You've got the budget deficit is out there. That weighs on the sentiment as well. So, that's going to be kind of how all this plays out. We need a circuit breaker. We need a circuit breaker for this market to kind of stabilize and push forward. But we're not there just yet. But everything you talk about weighs on consumption, consumer confidence, the cost of capital for firms. Financials will kick it off. So there'll be a lot of interest around what are they seeing with delinquencies. So all these variables are coming to a head.
What sectors actually do well, if at all, in a higher for longer environment that you just described, where the cost of capital is higher? Does that benefit on a sector basis, or is that more about the size of the company?
More sector, Katie, like for instance, we're overweight energy. We like minerals, metals, the energy complex, harder assets, inflation hedge, or at least keep up over and above the cost of prices. So that's where we're looking. We're playing more defense as well with healthcare. But we had a long debate in our investment strategy committee about moving towards cyclicals, but it's too early. We're not early cycle. We're still late cycle, but that's where we're leaning. We're leaning into cyclicals, but that call is just too soon just yet. But that's how we're thinking. But energy is where we see some value, some opportunity, in some place to kind of hide out, other than say cash or money markets.
Cash or money. Well, I mean, can you argue with that, Joseph? I mean, it's easy to kind of
cash, Habibi. I hide the cash. Hide the cash. MES. Wait, today is. Oh, wait. You're looking at the options? I was like, was this expiration on the MES? That's crazy. But I'm sure, bro. Today, this was a wild one. Again, too. Like, there's only a handful of days where we've moved like this year. So considering, and then what they were saying there at the beginning. Just everything is it's building on top of the day before. That's what's getting even wilder about all of this. So very interesting to see. We're back to the 42.20. Again, 42.22, 23. That's the real level there. But remember, below that, the fact that we're even giving below it, I'm surprised we haven't hit 4,200 yet. But welcome to Power Hour. 43 minutes left, 47 minutes left. Let's see what happens. Yeah, every day we're waiting for something bad to happen or something good, but then, realistically, nothing bad is going to happen until data comes out or the earnings. So now we have two more scary sets of data this week, then the main event next week on Thursday, and then after that, bank earnings will be the start of it all. I think we already got to hear from FedEx in them. So, and then it just gets crazy. Yeah, but 1% is not. This only happens a couple of times, but this is built off of the latest 1% days are all within the last couple of months. So, you're dealing with this over and over again. Nothing good is coming. Well, I kind of disagree with that to a degree. And what I mean by that is that don't underestimate how excited people get if inflation comes down again. It's just it's like a laser in a cat. You know what I'm saying? It's just not. So I get it. It's like if the ISM tomorrow is bad, if the non-farms comes in hot, the bonds are just going to keep getting blown out, and then we're above 5%. Then it becomes a crazy story. You'll uninvert the curve by Friday if that's the case. But then it's like when that CPI comes in. If that comes in not hot, I think that will pick people up towards the end of October. Then you're going to have 3 weeks of nothing until Powell, and then all people are going to chew on is the CPI market. Then you're going to have your shorts and all of that, and then assuming the rates or currencies don't blow up by the end of the year again, that's going to just at least bring us into November. I'm thinking October has seasonality all the way till November. But then November is the Powell. October, we're waiting for CPI and then earnings too. That's going to be the next thing. So if CPI will be a laser, but if the earnings don't support it, bad earnings will kill everything. So I think that's the next thing after CPI though. So yeah, that's how I'm looking at it. The banks could be the gray swan for sure. I think the banks are already at lows. They're already, some of them, lower regionals, so they are in their own little world. No month has been seasonality this year. Oh, I beg to differ. I think this market has followed seasonality to a T. Not necessarily the sell in May, but like August red, September red, first couple months when you start off above 10% by first quarter, certain trends of the actual months. I think that seasonality has just gone to a T. Buy, bill, and chill. Amen. How do you play what you describe? Position at the data. So if the data keeps, again, I took the short this morning and then I got out of it early. I didn't know if it was going to if it was actually going to keep blowing out because it was already so low. And then I went for the long just off of the end. But for the most part, once you see that news, just hit that direction and go with it. So that's why I'm saying don't make your mind up yet. Just follow what the data sets up and just know what could happen and like what's going to really, make things hit the wall and change direction. It's probably going to be these data events. But yeah, September, even June, July, again, I even closed out my put because of seasonality because I was down on my put before the hot seasonals came in, and that's where we went from like 42 to 46, 4,700. We won't have bad earnings. If they're bad, we'll lower them so we could do better. Well, that's kind of the problem is that last October, we kind of got clapped a little bit, but then you had people moving down guidance. So I don't know if guidance has been moved down in the same way. Again, this last quarter, we had some bad earnings where people reacted, but I don't know if it's the same as like end of last year where guidance was so low and as the market was dropping, every analyst was dropping their guidance. So by the time earnings came around, it was easy to beat. Well, we'll see. $2K tonight. God willing. Be on the Twitch. See you there. Kevin O'Leary says all the crypto cowboys are going to be gone soon. CoinDesk. Thanks, Kevin. Thanks. Yellen. I don't know if Yellen is to blame for anything, but she says optimistic about outlook very optimistic. Oh, that's what you're saying? That headline's coming in. Yellen, very optimistic about economic outlook for U.S. economy. There you go. She's been feeling good. She's been feeling good since the downgrade, too. She's like, it ain't nothing. Walk it off. I like it. Does she have a put? I'm seeing no other headlines. Yellen, Kuwait, U.S. government watchdog, 1.6 billion program, CDC. A lot of different headlines, but nothing too crazy. Again, even today, you didn't even wake up to crazy headlines. Again, it was just the bonds. The bonds going nuts. 10-year, 4.8, bro. 4.8. So again, last October, this is what we had to go through. And then it chilled out. That was at 4. Then it went even crazier. It even went crazier. We just started bouncing off good news, actually. Oh, man, that sucks. So to give you a gentle reminder there even. So last October when it did this, like just take a look. October 12th, 13th, we were bottoming out. The rates were hitting that 4, right? But then, we just started rocketing up. This was just off of CPI data. But then the rates even went up almost a quarter and nobody gave a shit. So, again, by October 24th, bonds and rates were both up. And then we came down by, November a little bit on the drop when it peaked the second time. You came down a little bit, but then it wasn't all the gains. And then as the bond rates came down, you went over. So, kind of similar, but at one point last time during the same time last year, this bond fiasco kept going while the market found a bounce. So be mindful of that. Everyone roast Yellen. I mean, Yellen is an interesting character, and she's had a long career. So she has fans from all across the age spectrum. Some of you know Yellen as unrealized capital gains. Some of you know her back in the day. She was gunslinging QE, just hooking you up with zero rates But Dodd-Frank made it a B word, you know? No, it just depends when you encountered her. Yeah, man, you got little movements on the stuff we care about. Boyle's been going up all day, I feel like. Sam Bankman-Fried's father, Joseph Bankman, former Trump spokesman Anthony Scaramucci on list of possible trial witnesses. What's this? New York Fed open market trading desk intends to conduct small value overnight reverse repo operation with primary dealers and reverse repo counterparties. Yellen says debt service costs will be 1% of GDP for next decade, assumes deficit reduction. The question why the market ever rallied was October lows. I think everybody said it was just priced in, and everybody but honestly, the bonds went crazy. So we have to be careful. So again, there is a possibility that maybe some point in this month it was earnings too. I think it was the same exact thing. Again, companies started going companies were both dying and coming up, but we do have to watch out for just any of that. Where if the yields keep going, maybe the market doesn't react to it how it has the last couple of weeks. Is what's it called still halted? I want to ask when you're cashing out to contact a trade company. What do you mean? October 08 was the biggest drop of the whole 08 crash. Well, I mean, if we uninvert the curve here, whether naturally or unnaturally, and it causes a problem, I mean, we got 30 days to do it. Yellen says debt costs forecast assume reduction in interest rate. Interest rates will return to more normal levels in the medium term. Okay, what the medium? She said in the middle. That'd be nice, bro. Watch out. Maybe Yellen missignals. Maybe she misspeaks and gives you a bond signal, but it's kind of decent. JP Morgan pop. Possible long-term rates will be higher than thought. Says I need a withdrawal. What are you talking about, bro? I don't like. Where are you on? What are you like? What are you using? How would we know what you're using? All right, man. SPY's still holding. Bonds want to hit another low. Again, I'm looking at the 10-year. I was just showing you on the chart. It's up at 4.5 already. Oh yeah, I don't know what that is, man. I'm sorry. I've never used them. All right, Lil Chicle, you got 35 minutes remaining. Bonds have no buyers. Not working all day. Again, now what are we going to do tomorrow? I'm telling you, ISM services is going to be big. Services has been more important for the inflation story, but now it's like we are really about to we're about to do all of this again. You're going to have to do the same thing. Do you wake up with red? Again, China's still closed during all of this. You guys know that China's stock market is they're not open. It's crazy. TLT hits 80. I mean, at that point, I think the entire yield curve will be uninverted. So, like, at this pace, if the bonds go crazy from here, we could uninvert the yield curve by tomorrow, or at least by the end of the week with the non-farms. A whole week. It'll be crazy. If you can't watch streaming, the monthly alert's the best option. Yeah, for the long term, for sure. I mean, they're free as well. Again, the stream alerts can help you, but honestly, if you want to focus on the long term, that will go a long way. And then, honestly, the watch list. So, watch list and long-term alerts. If you don't have the time to be here 7 hours a day, that's a great way to catch up with everything. China has a 7-day holiday. Yes, the Golden Week. Well, no, we're 1 day. We're the final week here, but we could uninvert the yield curve very quickly right now. It's only a third of a basis point. The only thing that we could uninvert and then reinvert, because if we uninvert now, rates shoot up, but then the 2-year goes, and then again we get another rate hike based on the data, then you'll get the curve inverting once again. I think that's how it might look. I think you're going to get a natural uninversion if this could keep going, and then they're going to raise rates. Data will be bad, another rate raise, and then the next uninversion will be off a cut. But it's crazy, though, with that we're even talking about this. The monthly stream alerts, well, it's not. It's the free long-term alerts. It's for the long term. So, today we bought MO Ultra. We added that to the long term. Again, the long term killing it this year as well. But if you want updates on when that's added to, you could get a free text message. Have you checked out the watch list? Are you familiar with the watch list at all? Molson announces 2 billion share repurchase. Are they still halting? No way the Fed reinverts if it uninverts. Well, I think it's going to uninvert naturally by literally the 20-year, 30-year, 10-year all just catching up. So right now the curve is only 0.35 inverted. So that means if the 2-year stays the same and the 10-year goes up a third of a point by Friday off of non-farms, the curve will be uninverted. Right? But then how could that happen? That would probably be off of a hot non-farms, right? The rates start to rocket up, but then if by November we price in, or even after CPI, we price in another rate hike, then you're going to get after that rate hike, then the curve might invert again, because then the 2-year and everything might shoot up with the short end of the curve. No. I was trying to answer the guy's question, but don't turn this to promotion on any sites. Private message it to people. That's it. It's not going to fall back on me and said you heard something in here. I've held that for a while. Twitch, y'all on 2 strikes today. I gave y'all good on politics, then y'all turned into a political shithouse. Now I got y'all. Now y'all promoting websites, even if you say you're not affiliated. You know the rules, especially if you've been here for a while. Twitch, I don't know what happened today. They slipped up. They didn't get it today. The poll got him fired up. Because you invited YouTube. That's your boy right there. That's what you mean. That's a 12-month Twitch badge. I'm not. What are you saying? Don't try to blame your older brother. Nobody forced you to say it. That was all the same people I saw today. Even every name. You don't think I remember every name? Every name that got political was every name I saw before YouTube got over. No, they all got subs too. That's not even. I'm calling it how I see it, my brother. Goldman. Every bank is almost at 52-week lows. Almost all of them. Spy's about to be at 52-week lows. It's about to go through the low right now of the day. Not 52-week lows. Yeah, Goldman looks hideous. Yeah, that's lower than everything. Bro, all of the banks are about to crater here. And then sure enough, next week is earnings. When is Let's see JP Morgan. Early market on close balance, 7 million? Did you type forget a number? What do you mean 7 million to the sell side? Did you forget a zero? 7 million? That seems very small. It's a Mickey Mouse. It's a Mickey Mouse market close, man. That's really weird. So I guess maybe we wait for day. I mean, ain't nobody. Everyone's like, we cool with today. You seem offended by 7. I'm surprised. I just thought, I'm like, is that real? I'm like, really on a day like today? I think any of the days we've been down, what time is it? It's because it's early. Nah, yeah, something's going to happen then. I don't know. That seems so small. Yeah, every other day that we've had anything of that number has been substantially higher. Oh, yeah, bro. No. Oh, my gosh. Chad Adoni, I'm sorry. We got to move up the schedule, Chad. Oh, no. Again, SPY coming into the lows. I'm checking something for you now. Okay, you're lucky there. Hold on. All right, I got good news, bad news. Which one do you want first? You're going lower. Again, 27 minutes remaining. 42118. Back to the bad level we don't want. Yeah, Airbnb got a downgrade and then everything else sold off. They're getting mocked. You want the bad news? Bad news, I was wrong about when earnings is going to hit you in the head. Good news, it's happening earlier. So, bad news, bank earnings aren't the week after CPI. Bank earnings begin the day after. So, literally, all you have to do is wait till next week now. So, I mean, obviously, this week's not even over. We're just beginning this week. So, obviously, I hope your armor is still on. But, looking ahead at all of that stuff, though, Wells Fargo, JP Morgan are October 13th. So, day after CPI, you're going to have two big banks there as a lot of them are at their lows. Airbnb will go over the pricing when we're closer to earnings. So right now you could try to price it in, but earnings isn't for like a month, right? So I think, maybe like a month for Airbnb. So it may not, all the numbers are really not that accurate in terms of this is what the computer and the market maker are thinking for that day. At Airbnb, 7%, bro. They just killed all of the gains they had from earlier. They killed it, then they go. But that's good, though, because next time if it drops, again, I wanted some at that 80. But there, again, I think year-to-date, I forgot, Airbnb year-to-date is still, like, absolutely killer. The Dow, 7% for a limit down. Would I feel comfortable holding puts overnight? Let me check the calendar and whether you like my answer or not. I hope you can learn from the process of what I'm doing, but I'd look at the calendar and see. So tomorrow morning, I know we have ISM, so you have till 6:45. So 15 minutes after the bell, PMIs could move shit. You are going to get foreign PPI, so tomorrow Europe could move a lot, and then really your puts are going to be in danger of whether or not we wake up to another bond gap down like every single day. So assuming that, I mean, I think your trend will stay up until data hits, and then that will be the only question. Since you're on a put, you can't trade it as fluidly as like a future or a share, so I think it depends on that. I would say up to like 7, but kind of hard to say. But, I mean, momentum is in your favor. Wouldn't it be free money to sell covered puts 7% out each day? If they pay money, I don't know what the amount would be, but you could always run it yourself and see. Let's say you sold a daily, 7% out of the money. That would be like, what, almost $42? Well, shit, you can't even get a bid on any of these. Maybe in the morning these are going for 3 cents or 1 cent. So if you could get someone to buy it, you might be able to do it, but then you're putting up a lot of money for a couple dollars. But hypothetically, if you found the right sweet spot, you could do something like that. You think there's a chance that we naturally uninvert and don't break anything? Like we got to wait for the bond play even longer? Well, yeah, even the first part. There's always a chance of everything. So I didn't really think we could naturally uninvert. Now I'm looking at it right in its face right now. So maybe it does, but at the same time, the timing, it could take a long time before either the next step. I mean, remember, it's been a year and a half of the curve inverted already. So if it uninverts naturally, and then we have to wait, and then the economy and other stuff, and actually seeing those rates impact, who knows how long it could take, and then who knows, something could break the next day, like SVB. Last time the rates started getting blown out, we just woke up one day and SVB was done. Yields are being bid up from speculation right now. Not necessarily. So if people were buying it, speculating, the yields would come down. If anything, there's a lot of people shorting the bonds that are making the yields go up, but I don't know if I can necessarily agree with that. That if anything, speculation has held the bonds from dying a lot longer, much more of a time ago. When you think about it, the yen, it popped off of its yen intervention. That's it. I mean, they say no comment. Everybody's saying what could it be, but this is hands down yen intervention 5 minutes after our bad data. This hands down without a doubt. Could be rate check, but not intervention. I think any of it that's too big of a move. No matter what, it's some form of intervention from the Bank of Japan. Even the way that it's holding. It's one thing about the big pop, but, all of a sudden to have a stable bid, they're drip feeding this now. But it's not I think, I brought this up in the past before. If you ever watch a movement like this is usually there. People have ideas. They're saying it could be a stop loss. It could be this. It could be that. But no, it's there. It's there. I don't think it was in vain. The currency is up right now while the dollar is still very elevated, but I think they're just slowly working it in there. Tomorrow's data, you're going to get European PPIs. You're going to get a lot of European data in the morning. So that, again, keep in mind for the dollar and everything else. And then you're going to get PMIs, S&P manufacturing PMIs, and then ISM services, and that's going to be big. ISM services holds if it comes in as a big beat or not. The market on close was just 7 million. They read it out. I took offense to it. I was shocked. Yellen is pleased McCarthy acted to keep government open, up to Democrats and Republicans to determine whether he remains speaker. Yellen's making a bunch of comments still. I'm in the MGM put, but they're cucking you today. Oh, they finally brought the bid up, but then they lowered the ask. But it's even lower. It's down 3% today, new low, but the put is the same price that we had it before. So 7 to 8 cents. We bought them at 5. You're up 50% on the bid, a little bit more on the ask, but at one point it went up to like 9 or 10. Greedy plays would probably be the long side. Say ISM hits expectations, what happens? Nothing. We'll just react to whatever Europe did. But hopefully there's something in the ISM, either prices, employment, or the overall index that people will read into. But other than that, if PPIs Europe are hot, lower, depending on how that plays out, if assuming our ISM is nothing, then I think we're going to focus on that and just go back to responding to bonds and the dollar. Cores, they just halted. They halted a while ago, and they announced like a couple. I don't know. One of them was like a full year single-digit growth, and then the other one was a buyback. But I don't know how the growth numbers factor. But they are halted, pending news. They picked a good day to halt. Good day to halt. There is a UUP call in random, but they don't hit. I mean, I think last time I checked. And then there was a lot of bond plays in the random, unfortunately. So again, a lot of bond plays came up on the random account. Where is it? Oh, no, there's a UUP. The calls expired. There's a UUP put. That one's dead. And then there's 2 TMF calls for January 25. One at $9 and one at $20. Both of them are down. They still got a bid, though. Yeah, we're going to see, man. 2023. Why typically do companies halt? Either news or movement. I'm sorry, I'm looking at this chart. I don't want to bring. This is for the bears. I don't want to bring out too many bears, but this is gonna bring you out, man. You better like the video, you bearish mother. But this is pretty cool. You see, I like these, but this is it, man. This is it. Let's see if you see what you're looking at. God bless you, Jonathan. He said this was something cute. He thought this one was cute to share. He saw it on Reddit. No, we got to zoom in. You liked on both accounts. I'm talking. You saw this last night. Well, here it is. So this is the 10-year chart. They're saying if you look at all of these run-ups and peaks, again, a lot of them sometimes are at like key levels, but they're saying what's today? Again, 2018 global sell-off, bond rates. I don't know. 2020 didn't really get its own thing of COVID. Again, you kind of had it, but usually, though, you don't have this, though. That's the craziest part. You know, it's like usually bonds have not held up. Every single one of these pops ends very, very shortly, but this has been almost 3 years of bonds getting killed. But this is why I've been so obsessed with the 10-year. Remember, we just don't know when it's going to break something. That's why that's the game that we're playing. That's too much. You know, it is higher highs for sure, but you know, the question is at what point do rates break something? Nobody knows that answer. The Fed, nobody has an idea. That's up to the economy to decide. You know what I'm saying? Like, you have to really think about that. That is like everyone's like, oh, it's different. I say it's the 70s. Everyone says it's this. Everyone says it's that. It's not this. It's not, all of it. But very simple. Only the economy knows the number. That's it. There's a number out there on the rates where something will finally break, but we don't know. And that's where the chart will peak, and then the rates will come down again. But until they actually bring it down, that's it. It's not the same, man. It's not the same. The market controls the 10-year, and the Fed is able to control the 2-year. No, you're close, but the Fed controls the 3-month. Everything after the 3-month is up to the market, but it takes cues from the other durations. So 2-year is more closer to Fed policy. 10-year is more closer to market sentiment, more or less. How people feel about both short-term, but 10-year duration, that's more looking into the future, midterm to long-term. Do companies set this whole thing? No, if news comes out, they'll usually prepare for. Oh my gosh, bro, 10-minute rigged. Again, market on close. I don't know if you guys got another number, but it seems pretty low to start. That's crazy. I mean, bonds need a bid. Dollar. Again, this is day number 2 of us just witnessing bonds and dollar just do their own thing. Nothing fought back at all today. Just straight. This was 7 hours of just bonds dying and the dollar just doing one push-up and holding at the top for 7 hours. And then the market's like, oh, man. There was a buyback update as well as some things related to like single-digit growth or something like that. The last time the Bank of Japan, it was last October, I believe. I think last October was the last time the yen that they did something. They admitted it a couple of days later, but I don't even know if they're going to admit it this time. But I believe last time you saw the stupid wicks and then popping. But then they did it here too, though. This was the first test run, and then it did drop. So honestly, the last time was October. But if you go right here, they intervened and they did a lot of the BS, and they still died. It was at the other low, but that's why they stepped in heavy here, because they tried to defend it here, and that didn't work. Again, this is where we were even trying to position, and then it started to slip down. So it's going to be interesting, but for the most part, it's up to all the other factors because, yeah, the yen could do its thing individually, but like I'm saying today, in a weird way, that yen intervention, it could try to help things globally, but at some point, if everybody keeps getting clapped, it's just confusing the dollar in the sense that you're not really seeing this dollar strength anymore. So like I'm telling you, anytime the euro or the pound is up, you're not really witnessing how strong the dollar is. Just like today, all the other currencies are getting clapped, but now 0.6 on the yen, you're not really seeing the real impact today had on the dollar, but the bonds are feeling it. I think you could say that without a doubt. 300 million, that's more like it. That's a little more like it. Mm-hmm. All right, we only got 8 more minutes. So again, 10-minute rig, kind of light, man. Kind of light. Yen is still up. But let's see. Not time to run to gold yet, unfortunately. We don't know. The rates have to stop. But unfortunately, a lot comes with that. But like we're saying, if the rates are going up, the gold is going down, this is all like interest rate problems. This is credit problems. This is credit issue versus recession. You have to understand that. That's why people aren't rushing to buy gold. They are not rushing to buy bonds. It is uncertainty in a weird way that there's a reason why cash is being held. It's related to credit and debt more so than this is related to recession. Recession will probably be the next thing, but keep in mind, we've been talking about this a lot, but you're not getting the same fear reactions of buy. Eventually you will, but the question is, what happens until we get to that point? And, just like the bonds are showing, that a lot could happen, or maybe you won't even get that relief and for months. Hold on, I'm typing up an email. I could wait on this one, though. Only got 3 more seconds till the final 5. And then 5 minutes, Chatadonia. So let's see. It's a self-feeding spiral of doom. Kind of is. You're saying it's ironic. Rates go up, so bank stops lending, so no new money, so M2 volume drops, everything goes down the toilet. It's part of it, but there's a lot of factors. There's a lot of factors. Again, so you have to don't forget a lot of those banks also have hundreds of billions of dollars of losses because they took all of this money and then they bought bonds, and then Jerome Powell literally went Jason on the bond market for the last 3 years. You guys realize it's been so long since you have had 3 bond year losses in a row, or even 2 of them in a row. 2 years in a row of bond losses is very, very crazy. Yes. And right now, too, we are about to wrap up the day, Chatadonia. So the new guy's going to come on. He gets very, very loud. So I hope you guys are going to be prepared for that. When I say earmuffs, that means you should mute your speakers because it's going to get very loud in here. We've had some reports of eardrums bleeding. It's not confirmed, but we do want to make sure you have the best user experience here. So please, if you hear the word earmuffs, mute your speakers. It will protect you up until the end of the day. Honestly, I'd mute for 10 to 15 minutes recommended is the best to make sure you have the greatest experience possible. So just wanted to give you that update and heads up. Listener discretion is advised. Thank you. And enjoy it. It's already a wild close. Already a wild day, baby. Already a wild day. My goodness. Earmuffs. He's coming. Earmuffs. I see him right now. Yeah, earmuffs. All right, ladies and gentlemen. We're making our final approach. As we make our final approach, you guys are holding on to any bags. Please stow them in the overhead bins above or firmly beneath your seats. We'll be coming through the aisles with the trash bag if you'd like to dispose of those bags. But as we make this final approach, we're going to be landing here into the second link terminal. Second link terminal description. That's going to be your nightly watch list and main channel layover around 4 p.m. Pacific time. Then we're going to be taking on promptly around 6 a.m. out of sunny San Diego, California. So we make this final approach into San Diego International Airport. It's about 72 degrees and sunny, looking like a beautiful day, unless you thought the market and bonds will bounce, because that doesn't happen. That's not going to happen. So get over it. The good news is we're no longer under COVID guidelines, so no masks are required, but we do ask that you exit one row at a time and drop a GG on your way out. As always, we appreciate you guys' business. If you're interested in our Colt Rapid Awards program card, please flag down your flight attendant, and we'll get you that as soon as possible. As always, thank you for flying with the Colt, and hopefully have a wonderful evening. Let's go, baby. Final 5-10 minute rigged. It was all light. You don't really got headlines. We went over a lot of news today. China's still closed. You have Bank of Japan. We opening up with the bonds. The Jolts jobs numbers bounced up today. We had a lot to take in, Chatadonia, but now you have to wrap it up, and it's going to leave us a very interesting middle of the week and everything else. So bring it home. You only have 1 minute. Go, 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 go. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it's time to wrap it up. Bring it home. Finalize those plays. Speak now or forever hold your peace. Like I told you, it's already a wild week. It's not the last moment, but it's already wild. You have less than 30 seconds. Shares, options, futures. I don't know what it is, but remember, tomorrow you got data. Europe, non-Europe, ISM. Market's going to react. The bonds are going crazy. So make up your mind. You have less than 10 seconds remaining. Bring it home, Chad. Let's go. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ding 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 ding. Oh no, let's go, baby. Oh, Chatadonia, we did it. We made it. 7 hours in the books. I need a good game in the chat right now. Let's go, baby. GG. It don't matter if you made money or lost money. I know you learned something. Everybody, members, non-members, stream alerts. You made it to the bell. I need that GG. You think you're the best chat in the world? You think you contribute all of that? No, unless I get a GG, baby. Show some good sportsmanship. Nobody's perfect. I need some GGs. I need good sportsmanship. You a baby back bitch. You a hating ass. You a demon ass. Show you not a real demon with the GG. So that you actually care about somebody else and you don't just beef with the speaker. Oh my God, that sounds like politics. Good game. That's what I'm talking about. I see you too, Twitch. Y'all little badass children today. Good morning. Good game, baby. Still got y'all, baby. I hope you know we stronger as one. Let's go, baby. Where y'all at? Let me get that GG. That's what I'm talking about. Way to hold it down, everybody. How you play? Good game, baby. Good game. I'll win. I'll see you tomorrow. Good game. Good game. I need me to rock. You won't see me a lot. Monday through Friday, you need me, let's do. Oh, this comes up next? Oh, they know. They know. YouTube finally got it down. I love you, Chad. Thank you for being here. If you gotta go, you gotta go. I love you. Thank you for your time. Thank you for the likes. Thank you for the opportunity. Oh, the thank you hits different over this beat. You know what I'm saying? I love y'all. God bless y'all. Hey, man. Thank you, Chad. God bless you all.
Loading on my F350. I don't drive a fucking EV. Gas tank still on empty. But I'm gonna keep on driving all week.
Check out all the links, bro. I'm praying for y'all, bro. Fill out the prayer request, bro. Pray for me. I love you. God bless you, baby.
My driving got my girlfriend stressing, screaming in my ear like a bird. Told her, why they driving in the slow lane? If they ain't going slow, man. I used to say the same thing when they was slow up in the fast lane. Now with Kia tryna pass me. Think a Nissan almost crashed me. I'm just tryna make a lane change. Now I'm late and I got road rage. Loading on my F350. I don't drive a fucking EV. Gas tank still on empty, but I'm gonna keep on driving all week. I think I just missed my exit. A Prius when they let me mine. My driving got my girlfriend stressing.
God bless you,
screaming in my ear like a bird.
See you tomorrow. Happy
Tuesday. Hasn't seen the 405. It took me 30 minutes just to go a mile. I came to California for the women in the vibe, but all I saw was Teslas and girls who look like guys. Now I let everybody, I'm just saying I'm surprised. All these different people, but none of them can drive. Rolling in my F350, I don't drive a fucking EV. Gas tank still on empty, but I'm gonna keep on driving all week. Nigga, I just missed my exit. A Prius when they let me ride. Loading on my F350. I don't drive a fucking EV. Gas tank still on empty, but I'm gonna keep on driving all week.
7 hours, bro.
I think I just missed my exit.
Oh, man.
A Prius when they let me
I've been live for over 1,100 hours this year. Oh, yeah.
Screaming in my head like a bird.
Yeah, bro, that's crazy.
They said they wait an hour to charge. I know.
Wow.
What's up?
Alright, this comes next. Man, you guys, man, this has been a year of funny songs. But that's it, man. That's it, bro. That's it, bro. That's the day. That's it. It's over, man. It's over. That's it. It's all out there in chat. I love you. So thank you for the opportunity once again. Thank you for being here. Whether you held it down or not, we got the opportunity, baby. Thanks for giving me a shot. Again, I hope you guys are ready for a lot more. With the world, we have so much that will be thrown at us. I hope you had the peace with it. I hope you enjoyed today's PHILO, and you pray for me. I'm praying for you. You know that, and honestly, man, I don't know. I'm like I'm saying, I go through the prayer requests, and I don't like to read them a lot to take out to make a PHILO. You know what I'm saying? Like I don't like to read prayer requests and then make PHILOs about it, because the one thing that I deal with a lot and that I don't like, because it's unfortunate. This is I learned this later. I didn't know this immediately. Again, this is why I've had so many interactions and everything. But it's I don't like to do that, because I don't like to say things and have people thinking I'm talking to them, because a lot of times I'm not trying to specifically talk to somebody, and then if they hear it and think I'm talking about them, I'm not trying to make it like that. You know what I'm saying? And that's why it's just for real though. But I've said this many times to you guys all the times. It's crazy how much, both good and bad, what everybody goes through, how a lot of us share similar both pain all the way down to even aspirations and desires. And I read a lot of, man, you'd be surprised. Again, there's a lot of prayer requests. So that's what I'm saying, though. At the same time, I hope some things could be able to help you guys out there. Know I'm praying for you. You pray for me, man, and pray for your brothers and sisters there, and it goes a long way, and have no fear. That's why in the meantime, I told you we going to pray, but in the meantime, you got to get that Amorfati on. You better get that armor on. You know what I'm saying? Intel standalone operations programmable solutions, PSG expected to begin January 24. That's coming out now. Intel Sandria executive vice president will serve as PSG CEO. Intel's up $1. Intel's up a lot, actually. Didn't we sell out at like 36 or 37? Or no, it was like 38. But still, calm down, 8%. Again, Intel, something about like a new unit or new, again, standalone operations for programmable solutions group, PSG. Interesting. But Chad, I love you. God bless you. Enjoy the day. And that's all. That's all I have for you today. We had our PHILO. We had everything we needed, everything to be flying these streets. That's the day. It was just the same story, too. That's it. We got to deal with bonds or not. Tomorrow, we got our data. God willing, I'll see you tonight and in the morning. That's it, man. It's getting wild out here. It's getting wild out here. Let me give you something today. I don't know. What song do I play for you today? I want to listen to F350 again, but you've listened to so much F350. I need to get Uncle back into I'm going to give you Airbnb. It goes down 8%. You need to hear it on a down day. It's good for you on a down day. It's good for you on a down day, baby. It's good for you on a down day. And hopefully you find Uncle. You'll find Uncle right there. Or this is Uncle. You'll find Josh. So I'm confused. I see why you're confused.
Rollie on my wrist. Nah, I don't wanna rap that. Pull up in a big body, I don't put a tap back. Hit me with the divvy, I don't even need the NASDAQ. Skinny and she pretty, I don't even need the ass fat. Kenny was a freebie, I don't even need a fast one. I was never greedy, I just never fucking had shit. Now I bet that I ain't never fucking going bad shit. Please stop backing, y'all need man skin. Little more balance and a lot of bit of counting. Pull it to the villa, got these motherfuckers counting. Pulling up the Lancho, got it looking like a million. Remember when I put them on the motherfuckers daddy? Put it some more fighter, I don't give a fuck about it. I'm still in the game like a Indiscriminate athlete. Got a little fame, but it ain't changed nothing about me. Nah, it's the same old J. You smoke more J, still make dumb plays, but I play less games. Always ready for the war, I ain't playing campaign, but I really need a reason for I pop champagne. Pop before the fall, so I gotta stay safe. Lot of money on the table, boy, that look like bait. I'ma think it before I get it, boy, that look like fate. Either way the story goes, no, I love that fate. Had these motherfuckers hated me before they love me. Now they selling half and they ain't playing with their money. I told them take a tent and pay yourself, cause that's your money. Put me on the bench, cause I ain't playing with you dummies. They ain't give us nothing, even if they did, no, I wouldn't take it from her. They was took a shit, but we still try to love her. Got so many wins that I can't trip about a Rollie on my wrist. Better get a B&B and rent it for the scenery. And maybe live the season and keep on buying stats every month. Spread it evenly and shout it out to people that believe in me. I hope you live in peace with me. And save it for the people that don't speak to me. I do this shit for everybody equally. I guess it's just G and me. And when we done with that, we going back to the reality.
Amen. So Intel, to separate programmable solutions group, they expect to report PSG as a separate business unit when it releases first quarter 24 financials. They intend to conduct IPO for PSG and may explore opportunities with private investors to accelerate business growth, with Intel retaining majority stake. Intel's separation enables potential private and public equity investments that will help accelerate strategic repositioning of business. Standalone operations expected to begin January 2024. Wow. Oh, wow. That's it. Again, the bonds. So that's it. I got news. I can't end it on news, though. F350 again? Okay. I'm not going to argue with you. I won't argue with you about it. I'm not going to argue. All right, man. That's it, man. I love you. God bless you. Enjoy it. I don't know if the speaker guy, I think they're kicking him out right now. That's it. I gotta go, man. We gotta get going. It's only Tuesday. We gotta get ready for Wednesday now. We have so much. Again, I'll see. Hopefully we get on 2K and Twitch tonight. We'll see how that goes again. But we got some stuff we gotta get out of here. But either way, the world is a crazy place right now. The world is a crazy place right now in bond land, so I'm excited to see where everything goes. But Chad, I love you. God bless you. Thank you for your time. Go read the books, Richest Man in Babylon, Proverbs New Living Translation. And don't forget why we're here, why that faith, hope, and love ain't never going out of style. And add the discipline too, baby. Run the race well. Keep up the endurance. Why, baby? Why? Finger to the sky, baby. To God be the glory, and through the grace of God alone. Amen. Amen. Yalla. Yalla, habibi. Yalla, yalla, yalla. Good. Good. I'll see you tomorrow. Okay, goodbye. What about me? Did you see me today, huh? Nobody, I didn't do a speech today. Come on, I tell you. We invented this spy put. You know that nowadays, how are we going to let the market maker get it? We invented this spy put. Yeah, now look at us. 3 years later, now the market maker trying to charge you. I used to buy out of the money for a penny. You know that? I tell my uncle, I said I protected my portfolio with a penny. That's what I tell him right there. Come on, what's happening? Now you got intel. I'll show you the Grand Slammer. I'm going to get up in there. Well, listen, you guys. Anyways, I got to get going. Have a good day, all right? All right. Just what? Exactly. Hold on, I have a couple of questions. You're not getting by that easy. I've heard again the demon Republicans are at it again. Uh-huh. What do you mean? Is Matt Gaetz closing the gate? Is that why they named him Matthew Gaetz? Is that why he's closing the gate? What do you mean by speaker? With a speaker of that, does that mean he's a Sonos? Does that mean we need a new audio technician? You're trying to tell me the speaker is going to throw us into chaos? Is it going to be more chaotic than Hillary's emails? More chaotic than cocaine in the White House? Or are we just not going to be able to listen to F-350 by Josh Answers? Exactly. I reclaim my time. Have a wonderful evening. Goodbye.